4-8. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boat campaign real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, post CPI Mania, we had the data yesterday, came in a little hotter, opinions didn't change much, market went up, but now pre-market, we are all over the place. You had good news out of Europe, they hit a high, I think Euro Stocks 100, highest since like 25 years or something like that. Asian stocks did not do as good, got a little bit of news out of Japan, and the yen even went down, even though there was wage hikes and people talking about the exit next week, but all in all, it was kind of a digestion day from yesterday. We have a 30-year bond auction, nothing else that we're dealing with today, and all in all, we are just digesting what happened, getting ready for more data, and everybody is now speculating on what Mr. Jerome Powell is going to be doing next week. So, Chattadonia, I hope your Wednesday is good. I hope your morning is even better, but good morning. How are you, baby? What's up? What's going on, Regal? Nathan, Najee Wolf, Carissa Hines. Good morning. Sean Johnson, baby. Ray Aria, Najee Wolf, Joe Celeskin, Ansel, Tim, Mark, Dino, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What up, Battleborn? What up, Samuel? Jeff Kemp, baby. El Trapato, Mitch Matsuno, baby. Good morning. Rob Irwin, Kurt McGirt, baby, winning loser. Sean Most, Full Cycle Farms, Slade Woodward, good morning, baby. Yee. Jack in the Box, Mark J, winning loser. Matthew Warman, Kenny Miranda, Christina, Gary, Marcus, Canela, Lori, Foolish, good morning, baby. What up, Ryder? What up, Lucky Soldier? What up, Carlos Floorstale, Ben Stone, baby. Kenny Miranda, Rodney Gibson, Myers, Bruce B, the Tiger Man, BD Toyota, Designer, Tony Garlinger, Marcus Hanlon, Jerry, will y'all? Good morning, baby. What up, Mavis? What up, Noah? How you living, E-Man? You feel me? Amen. Good morning. Jacob, BTD, baby. Bert, baby. Brett, I called you Bert. Jeffrey Paul, R3. Mike, Sungrown, Safari. Good morning, baby. What about the Twitch? What about Hailstone? Sencal Hustler, Mother Liquor, Unan, Femi Seymour, Pickle Pickler, Vasily, S. Jones Jax, Rippin' Sniper, Most Dope Andy, Robo Handtech, Pingo, Midwest Finest, Uncle Nick, Robo Handtech, Damn Royalty, and Slizzin, baby. Good morning. So, Jadadonia, I hope you are feeling good, man. I hope you are feeling good. Again, today's going to be an interesting one. Again, we're already pretty much at break even. We were up a little bit more, sold off. There's a lot to digest from yesterday. Even got a couple of headlines here in the morning. So I hope you are locked in. I hope you are ready to go. Shout out to the long term. Like the video, but now let's get a little 8-minute speed run on the news. Then I'm going to close it out with a little bit more headlines. Then I'm going to get you a couple of plays. Then I'm going to hear from you. And then we are going to get into the day because the bell will go ding ding. So here it is. Be nice to Josh AI. Here it is. Good
Stocks
morning.
drift with Wall Street rally put on pause. Stocks struggled to maintain momentum in the wake of another record-breaking session on Wall Street, as a rally in Europe took a breather despite dovish comments from policymakers. Treasury yields climbed. Futures on the S&P 500 were little changed after the indexes clocked up gains of more than 1% in the wake of an inflation reading that did little to alter traders' conviction that the Federal Reserve will shift to cutting interest rates this year. Contracts on the rate-sensitive NASDAQ 100 slid along with treasuries. The 10-year U.S. benchmark yield rose 4 basis points to 4.19%. Traders held on to Fed rate cut bets for this year even after U.S. inflation came in higher than expected on Tuesday. Futures are pricing in nearly 70% odds that the central bank will start easing in June and enact at least 3/4-point cuts over the course of 2024. Policymakers next gather March 19th to 20th, where investors will key into the Federal Open Market Committee's quarterly forecast for rates, including whether fresh employment and inflation figures have prompted any changes. It's going to be hard for the Fed not to be hawkish in the next meeting as the fight against inflation clearly isn't won yet, said Justin Onyekwusi, Chief Investment Officer at wealth manager St. James's Place. That print does make you sit up and be alert of the risk inflation remains stubbornly high and that has massive feed across portfolios. Markets may be underestimating impact of sticky inflation as they are still aggressively pricing a June rate cut. The Stoxx Europe 600 index erased modest gains to trade little changed. The European Central Bank is also poised to start rate cuts soon, with Governing Council member Martins Kazak saying on Wednesday reductions could come within the next few meetings. Bank of France Governor François Villeroy de Galhau said borrowing costs may be cut in the spring, with June more likely than April for a first move. In the pre-market, Nvidia Corp shares gained, suggesting the chipmaker can extend the previous session's rally. Tesla Inc. slipped after Wells Fargo downgraded the stock to underweight from equal weight. Dollar Tree Inc. slumped after reporting fourth quarter sales and profit that missed Wall Street's expectations. The retailer also announced plans to close about 600 Family Dollar stores in the first half of the fiscal year. Adidas AG dropped after sticking with its underwhelming earnings forecast for this year as it works through high inventories of unsold sneakers and apparel in North America, disappointing investors anticipating an improved outlook. The German company still expects to post operating profit of €500 million in 2024, below the €856 million average of analyst estimates, it said Wednesday. In other markets, oil advanced after 4 days of losses as an industry report pointed to shrinking U.S. crude stockpiles, offsetting wavering OPEC cuts. Gold held a decline that snapped a record-breaking run of gains after the hotter-than-expected U.S. inflation print. Inflation impact. Markets are struggling for direction in the wake of another record-breaking session on Wall Street yesterday, as the slightly uncertain reaction to Tuesday's slight CPI beat continues. Futures on the S&P 500 were little changed after hitting another all-time high yesterday, while Treasury yields, which bore the brunt of any negative reactions to the numbers, ticked lower again. U.S. bonds came under additional pressure yesterday after a lackluster auction, putting more focus on a $22 billion sale of 30-year notes later today. More Fed warnings. Market pricing for 3 Fed rate cuts this year remained solid after the CPI numbers, but there's a growing chorus from big names in markets suggesting policymakers should move more cautiously. After J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon yesterday warned the bank should wait for additional clarity before cutting. Citadel founder Ken Griffin opined that officials should move slowly in lowering interest rates to avoid the possibility of having to reverse course later. Pausing and then changing direction back toward higher rates quickly, that would, in my opinion, be the most devastating course of action to pursue. Griffin said Tuesday at the Futures Industry Association conference in Boca Raton, Florida. Oil climbs. Oil rose, ending 4 straight days of losses, after an industry report pointed to shrinking U.S. crude stockpiles, offsetting wavering OPEC cuts. West Texas Intermediate futures rose to trade near $78 a barrel after falling 2% over the previous 4 sessions as the industry-funded American Petroleum Institute reported crude inventories slid by 5.5 million barrels last week. That would be the first drop in 7 weeks if confirmed by U.S. government data later Wednesday. Japan update. Speculation over the Bank of Japan's meeting next week is really heating up. Japanese equities declined on Wednesday as Toyota and a slew of other companies agreed to pay increases, adding to signs of a sustainable wage price cycle that may support rate rises as early as next week. Blue Bay Asset Management is certainly bracing for an immediate change and has made selling Japanese government bonds its biggest macro bet. Meanwhile, reports today that officials are considering scrapping the buying of exchange-traded funds. For his part, BOJ Governor Kazuo Ueda said this morning he'll make a comprehensive check of the economy and inflation in order to take an appropriate policy decision. Breaking the silence. Staying in Japan, a stock investor who has racked up a return of more than 1,900% is increasingly speaking out with calls for change. Silchester International Investors Stephen Butt has traditionally kept a low profile as he amassed the stellar returns, but now is urging companies to improve their capital allocation and pay out more to shareholders. Silchester's demands have caused the conservative regional banks and others in its sights to take note. Top overnight news. U.S. President Biden secured enough votes to clinch the Democratic presidential nomination and Donald Trump secured enough delegates to win the Republican nomination, according to Reuters. Eli Lilly is partnering with Amazon Pharmacy to deliver prescriptions sold through direct-to-consumer website. Some of Japan's biggest companies, including Toyota, Nissan, and Nippon Steel, hand out large wage hikes to their workers, paving the way for a BOJ rate hike next week. FT. China is scrapping a string of infrastructure projects in indebted regions as it struggles to reconcile a need to save money with this year's target for economic growth. FT. Chinese state media has touted President Xi Jinping as a market-friendly reformer on par with the paramount leader Deng Xiaoping, in an apparent attempt to dispel skepticism over the country's growth outlook. BBG. The European Central Bank will lower borrowing costs in the spring, with June more likely than April for a first move, Bank of France Governor François Villeroy de Galhau said. BBG. Putin says Russia is willing to resolve the Ukraine war by peaceful means, but insists Moscow would require security guarantees to do so. BBG. Donald Trump and Joe Biden have both secured enough delegates to clinch their respective party nominations, cementing a November rematch. The 2024 election is expected to be one of the most expensive on record. BBG. U.S. crude stockpiles fell by 5.5 million barrels last week, the API is said to have reported, registering the first decline in 7 weeks if confirmed by the EIA. Gasoline and distillate supplies also dropped. BBG. Global dividends hit a record $1.66 trillion last year, according to Janice Henderson. Payouts were up 5%, with almost half the growth coming from the banking sector. It's the third annual record for dividends, and the fund manager expects another all-time high this year. BBG. Hedge funds are unwinding short Treasury futures bets at a rapid clip, a sign that basis trade positions are diminishing. This is probably due to asset managers pivoting into investment-grade credit. BBG.
BBG. BBG is Bloomberg as a source. But Chattadonia, BBG, BBG, BBG. It's fun. It is really fun to say. But Chattadonia, we got a little bit more. S&P futures not doing much Wednesday morning, comes after U.S. equities rallied on Tuesday, with momentum plays outperforming despite recent ramp-up in scrutiny. Big tech standout led by NVIDIA. S&P closed at a record high for the 17th time this year, with 80% of stocks in the index above their 200-day moving average. Treasuries weaker with a bit of curve steepening, continuing weak backup in big yields. Dollar index, little change. Gold is up by 0.2. Bitcoin futures up by 2.7, and WTI is up by 1.7. Nothing particularly incremental from a narrative perspective following CPI. While February core reading came in a bit hotter, Supercore and OER both came down, and broader disinflation trend still intact. Market still pricing in 85 basis points of rate cuts this year. Elsewhere, sell-side strategists largely continue to push back against bubble talk and talking of S&P price and earnings targets higher, including in big tech, which remains an outsized beneficiary of AI's secular growth theme. Also, some positive takeaways from broadening of upside participation, which fits with firmer U.S. growth backdrop. More strategists flagging deficit support, sticky inflation, potential for another premature market pivot on monetary policy, stretch positioning, and lagged effects of the Fed tightening are still the big bearish talking points here. No major economic data released today, though there is a 30-year bond auction. Thursday brings retail sales and PPI. Very quiet from a macro headline perspective. More bubble pushback in the financial press. Some discussion about how prices remain a contentious issue for consumers despite disinflation trend. Overseas, Shunto wage agreements in Japan continue to come in strong, paving the way for Bank of Japan negative interest rate exit. Likely seen at the start of spring. South Korea unemployment rate unexpectedly declined. India's CPI little changed in February, slightly above consensus. Not much corporate news. Tesla downgraded to underweight at Wells Fargo. Lots of discussion to the press about how Boeing issues are starting to spill over on the airlines, forcing them to cut back on flights and hiring. Bloomberg reported Pentagon scrap plan to spend $2.5 billion of Intel defense grant. Dollar Tree EPS missed, Q1 guided below, while company was closing more. Family Dollar. Bird guidance light on company announced another CEO change. House expected to pass bill that could lead to forced sale or ban of TikTok, though faces much more uncertain path in Senate. Oh, asset work. Your third one? And another hundo, baby. Oh, don't let me lose my voice this early, baby. Good morning. God bless you, asset. Horna. Oh, my goodness. Early hype. Early big hype, baby. Oh, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. Yeah, apparently they yoinked some Intel money. $2.5 billion. So not bad. We got a couple more headlines. Hotter U.S. CPI likely see the Fed on hold until June with rate cut pace in focus. Bank of Japan Ueda says wage negotiations critical in deciding when to phase out their big stimulus program. ECB Villeroy notes broad agreements to cut rates in spring. ECB once says must take bet on rate cut. Bank of England Bailey urges central banks need to consider how long to keep higher for longer. Some investors reckon U.S. stock market due for a pullback with a lot of good news priced in. More market bubble pushback despite Despite disinflation, consumers frustrated by still elevated prices. Japan's biggest companies agreed to meaningful wage hikes, clearing the way for Bank of Japan policy pivot. China's surging exports helped an economy but may cause countries from Europe to South Asia to lose jobs. UK economic growth rebounds in January after falling into a technical recession second half of 2023. Sources say Pentagon has pulled out of a plan to spend $2.5 billion on chip grant to Intel. Boeing issues starting to spill over to airlines, forcing them to cut back on flights and hiring. Boeing stock down more than 29% this year amid multiple mishaps. Airbus expected to gain more market share. House Republicans vow to proceed with vote to ban TikTok. TikTok vows legal challenge. U.S. reportedly preparing $400 million weapon package for Ukraine despite blockage in Congress. Putin tells state media in Russia that prepare to use nuclear weapons if their sovereignty or independence is threatened. Germany's Scholz and France Macron and EU's Tusk to meet in Berlin to hash out differences. Biden and Trump secure presidential 24 nominations for their respective parties as expected, paving the way for election rematch. Wow. That's all your headlines. So again, Europe, Asia, Japan, and then everybody trying to figure out whether or not we are in a bubble and then getting ready for Powell. That seems to be the simple breakdown of all of it. My goodness. And again, not too many corporate headlines today. We still got a couple of plays here, but again, not as many as some of the other days. And earnings is wrapping up, but we still have a few. Legend Biotech, they've been running, I feel like, many times. They are up 8.2. Raymond James initiates outperform. Celsius is up by 3.2. Nothing. VFS up by 2.8. VRT 2.7. NEE up 2.5. NUE up 1.8. City upgrades to buy. ALGN up by 1.8. Nice up 1.8. DA Davidson upgrade. RCL up 1.5. Goldman Sachs initiates buy. SMR is up 7.0. Sound up 5.1, CLBT 3.2, William Blair upgrade to outperform, NCNA up 110 off a patent, LICY up 29, Holo up 26, Skin up 22.0, earnings and appoints Marla Beck as permanent president and CEO. Very up 14.0 off earnings. ARQ 13.5 earnings. ANIX up 12.6. TH up 11.9 off earnings. HRTX 11.4 earnings. Clove 10.7 earnings. SIGA 9.7 off of earnings. SLN up 9.4 off earnings. NRBO 7.4. Safety Review Committee approval to continue phase 2 trial of DA 124 and MASH. GRBBH up 7.4, BBAI up 7.3, PSTX up 5.7, FDA grants orphan drug designation to treatment of multiple myeloma. MGIC up 5.5 off earnings. OCEA up 4.9, SBOW up 4.0. Kimridge said to make $34 a share offer. Chinese ADRs trading higher as well as crypto. Dollar Tree down 7.3 off earnings. GEHC down 4.1, 14 million for share offering secondary. Rivian down 2.4, Tesla down 2.2, Wells Fargo downgrade to underperform. Intel down 1.7, program ends to spend $2.5 billion of Intel defense grant. CLF down 1.6, Citi downgrade to neutral. WBA down 1.2. Eli has brought an Amazon pharmacy unit to prescriptions. MT down 1.1, agrees to acquire 28% stake in Valorec. WSM down 1 for earnings. Dollar General down 0.9. Dollar Tree Sympathy. ACDC down 9.2 off earnings. Zim down 5.7 off of earnings. ODD down 5.7. 4 million Class A share offering. Arco down 5.0 off earnings. MP down 1.7. Morgan Stanley downgrades to equal weight. Surge down 23 off earnings. Luna down 24 to delay release of Q4 and full year 23 results. SWIM down 18 off earnings. AIRE down 16. Business update. BTOG down 16. Bird down 13.9 off earnings. PII down 13.5. Files to delay 10K. LSAC down 5.4. HRTG down 4.8. Citizens downgrade to market perform. Kind down 4.0. Cores down 4.0 off earnings. SLDB down 3.6 earnings and business update. RXT down 3.8. And then Purple down 2.5 off of earnings. Chatadonia. That is all your news. That is all your plays. I only got a couple. A lot from the watch list yesterday. Going to be watching Baba, Baidu, Oracle, and Marvel. Keeping an eye on Dollar Tree, and then watching oil and gold once again. Other than that, I think it might be simple. The yields going down, TLT down, that could be another play for today, but we got to see how things play out and how the overall digestion is on a day-to-day here following the CPI. So very simple on a play perspective. We have very, very good time here right now. So on that note, I am going to go to the potty. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back. We need 1,000 likes to take advantage of everything on this channel. So hit that like button, and I will be right back. And when I come back, I hope you have plays. I hope you have a lot of plays. You know, I hope you are played up. I hope not played out, played up, okay? Amen, amen. All right, I will be right back.
Again, it's one
like
of the
the video.
Good
morning.
We've been comfortable, again, recommending to clients to be patient on adding duration, not because we think it's time to necessarily play for the election quite yet, but really because that does represent a risk to potentially better growth in the future. And again, if that indeed does happen, then it will likely mean that the Fed needs to cut less than the market is currently anticipating.
I'll tell you one market that doesn't seem to care about this risk and maybe any other risk. It is this corporate credit market. Just looking what's happened to triple Cs, it is remarkable. The demand and the record issuance. Triple Cs have gained for 14 consecutive days. That's the longest streak since 2021. And at the same time, spreads are at a 2-year low. Young Yu, is enough risk priced into this credit market, again, especially in the riskiest part of it?
Well, there's a lot of money flowing into that market. So I think that's what's giving it a lot of support. So you have a lot of private credit funds that are being raised, a lot of money in that space. So I think this has a ways to go here. We don't think that there's near-term risk in this market. If you're looking at the medium term over the, say, the next year or two, are investors being adequately compensated for the risk? Perhaps not. But in the near term, I don't think those trends are going to change anytime soon.
Mark, quickly, what's your take?
So we, from some of the flows data that our team monitors, we have certainly seen ongoing very strong inflows into the corporate space. We think that that is supported by this sort of buy the dip in everything mentality right now. This view that the U.S. economy is in a real sweet spot where growth remains strong, policy doesn't seem overly restrictive, rates are not particularly problematic yet. And that is contributing to some modest declines in interest rate volatility. It's also helping suppress volatility in other markets, implied vol, that is, equities, FX. And that we do think is very conducive for investors who are looking for carry. And the corporate bond market certainly provides a great avenue for that. That's likely what's driving the inflows. And until there's higher macroeconomic volatility and higher volatility across markets, it wouldn't surprise us.
Anyway, and then news, Jamie Dimon endorses Disney CEO Bob Iger in proxy fight with Nelson Peltz. So I voted against Bob Iger. Jamie want Bob. He's down. But Chattadonia, God bless you. I hope your morning is good. I hope you're ready for 7 hours, baby. God willing. Let's have a good one, but you're here right now. You heard the people on the TV. You had the data yesterday, baby. Tell me, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What do you got for me, baby? And like the video, Carissa trying to tax, baby. Boeing puts, SMCI put, JP Morgan calls, QBTS shares, calls on NVIDIA, short Tesla, Oracle, SPY calls, Pfizer calls, Baba calls, sell Dollar Tree put, Tesla, Panic, QQQ, Netflix flips, Google, SPY calls, Google puts, Holo, NVIDIA put, Broadcom, Dollar Tree, Google calls, SMH calls, SMR earnings, MU, Snow calls, GXAI, XTIA, SPY puts, ARM partnership with Cadence, Google, GXAI, Palantir, SMH, Google calls, AMD and Meta puts, Nike puts, May, HOD, ZB short above 121, Screaming 10%, Kleiman, Sound calls, Coin calls, Amazon, Tesla, EL, Tesla put, SQQ, Roma calls, SOS, Google calls, Holden, SPY calls, short Tesla, hold short MES, Buru shares, SPY long, more SPY puts, Meta call, Funware, TMF, IWM, Josh calls, NVIDIA, ARM short, and the final plays. Pfizer long, NVIDIA calls, Intel puts, Microsoft calls, and WBD long. Wow. Beautiful, Chatadonia. Beautiful. Honestly, a lot of chip plays. A lot of chip plays yesterday. I think we had a lot more puts, so it's a little different there. I think we're going to have to figure out how this morning goes. So not bad, Chatadonia. I think that leaves us with perfect time. Literally perfect time. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, like I said, I hope your morning is great. I hope you are feeling blessed. But here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, what's this, man? I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. Whether or not people showed love or not, you have committed to this country well before anybody, and I hope you know you are loved and appreciated, and I encourage all of you, the least you can do is show that love and appreciation to those vets. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. Big shout out to the vets and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run. Way to hold it down. That's where all the change happens. God bless you and thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Happy Wednesday, baby. Good morning. The Jets have been sent. You got 1 minute and 50 seconds until the bell. Like that video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Okay, if you need anything, you let me know. Oh, yeah, we're way shy of 1,000 likes. Oh, we're way shy on the 1,000 likes, man. So, yeah, we got to hit that like button. I'll still answer some questions, but some questions maybe, you may get a Josh AI response. Hey, I heard you had a question about a play. Unfortunately, we see that you don't have a like subscription. We'll get back to you once the video's liked. Thanks. If you have any other questions, let me know. I'm programmed with more than over 500,000 answers. Awesome. I hope your Monday or Wednesday's good. Sorry, daylight savings has me confused. Anyways, time to get back to the market. You have 1 minute till the bell. Like the video. So, chat, 1 minute. Any questions, you let me know. Let's have a good one. Call out any plays. Source that info. And good luck. Again, today's a weird digestion day. Remember, we were down most of the pre-market here, and then we just started moving up. We'll watch value. We'll watch big tech. See where things lead. And remember, Euro close is still another hour later while we are on daylight savings. So 30 seconds. Like that video, baby. Oh, we need like 100 more likes. Oh, my goodness. 30 seconds, 100 likes. Can the Chad do it? Now it's only 20 seconds. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So 15 seconds remaining. All right, Chad, let's have a good one. Let's have a good one. Dollar Tree. Who was the other one? One of them was down, and then they came up. I think it was, who was it? Not Doll. One of the earnings from yesterday. I think Williams Sonoma. Round one. Fight. All right. I think Williams Sonoma, they were trading red, and then they went up. Keep an eye again on any of the China plays. Those will be exciting if they could hold up. Actually, Baba's already about to go negative. If that could flip negative and go green, that could be good. Baidu, they're holding up. Datadog, let's see. Williams Sonoma. Yeah, Williams Sonoma's break even. They were red a lot more, actually, in the morning. AVG is under 100. Tesla DE on the high. Again, Tesla got a downgrade by Wells Fargo. And then watch if big tech leads. Amazon's in the green right now. Apple is barely in the red. Microsoft in the green. Netflix in the green. Meta barely red. And then again, I think chips were up. Oh, no, NVIDIA went down. SMCI too. And then ARM is down by 0.5. Coin, I'm surprised Bitcoin hit another high and coin was not looking good at all. So we'll see how that one plays out. There's Kroger. That one's still going up. We have those options. Altria, they're still climbing. Again, I kind of want the Baba place. Baba option chain's not open. Oracle looking good. Good call on that. Pfizer had a good pre-market. See how long that lasts. ADM on the high. That was a play from yesterday. Again, keep an eye out. Commodities, gold and dollar today as well, too. Yeah, Oracle's moving. Now, again, I like Oracle a lot. Again, I don't know if Marvel's down below 70. So I don't know. We talked about the flip. We'll see. Baidu. Baba option chain is open. Ooh, they were closed earlier. My goodness. Baba option chain kind of scammy. TSM dropping, AMD. Pinduoduo and Baidu are doing great. Baba option chain kind of fucked. I put in an order, but I'm not getting filled. I don't want to get filled. Literally, the spreads are 100%. I don't think it's worth it. But I do like Baba. Again, they weren't up there. Now they're starting to move. That may be the morning move if they kind of take off from there. They clapped that. Double dip on Oracle, maybe. Yeah, my Baba's not hitting. Oracle, they're down, still down 40%. It's up to you. I like it. It depends on if you could put down that exposure or not. I wouldn't be opposed to overexposing, but then I'm also fine, waiting, just in case. Keep the exposure small. JD, Russell coming up. Russell's actually kind of leading. Dow's doing a little bit better. Procter & Gamble on the low. Again, more China names. They keep going up. Gold trying to move up. Oil still near the high, right under 80. Tesla pop. All right, yeah, I canceled my Baba plays. I don't think I'll be able to get them. They already moved, unless we wanted to go with shares on there. We'll see on the pullback. Again, JD, Baidu. China names are, again, coming strong out the gate. Remember, Europe this morning was also good. Airbnb came back. Is that break even or not? I can't even tell. Saying NA? No, Airbnb gap down. And then W on the high. Wayfair, Williams-Sonoma still holding up. Yeah, Williams-Sonoma actually going up. Dollar Tree still down 13. ADM up 3, but the calls haven't moved. Yeah, well, remember, they were up yesterday. So this is near the high. But if they break out of that, those calls will start waking up. I wouldn't be too worried. Again, Baba plays are already up 80. I did not get filled on those. QFIN. That was the China one from yesterday. Remember they had a Kufu? Remember where you work at? Kufu. Work at Kufu. But they had earnings. And then again, decent China news overnight. You guys know this has been the longest China rally in a month. So China technically is in a bull market right now. I know, but literally most of the other rallies in the last year have not lasted longer than a week and a half. So this has been the longest rally in China stocks in about a year and a half. So SPY going down a little bit, and then bonds catching a bid. Let's get off VWAP. Disney, again, Baba's near the high. I'm going to keep that one up there. That would have been nice. Disney. Oh, Disney is coming up. Again, NVIDIA's down too. Again, I thought all these chips were up pre-market. MP Dubs. Yeah, again, they had that weird sell-off. Square is moving. I don't know if our contracts, though. Those contracts have been all over the place. I think they might be clapped. Oh, no, the contracts are still up 30, but we had 200 earlier. The JDs are up 123%. We have till April on those. And then the eBays came down. And then MO is still up 100%. I forgot about those. I'm going to keep up Baba. Square keeps going. Carvana is on the high. And then Coin and City. And then Lyft. Where's 3M from yesterday? 3M's on the high. 3M's above 101.50. Remember I told you guys about that price. Oracle trying to make a move up. Google, Steam, Rumble. Again, that vote for TikTok is in like an hour. So maybe Rumble benefits. Again, they went up 13 on that yesterday. Yeah, Google's doing great. Google's up 1.7. I think they're doing the best. Square hitting another high. Dell Green. Yeah, 3M's kind of big. Again, Square's like running. And then even CCJ, where is that? Snowpop, PayPal. Excuse me. Hey, man, MO, I'll take it, bro. Again, those contracts are up on MO. It's small. It's a small gain. It's still 100%, though, but on the bid, you're getting a decent amount. And then the ask just got wider on MO. Snow running, Baba. Baba did run a little bit, coming down. Yeah, MPW did go straight up. Google shot through 140. SPY going a little lower. Oh, I only have one TD open. Disney going. Again, JP Morgan. Jamie Dimon just backed Disney's board. So, again, that news came out here like 10 minutes before the bell, but apparently Jamie Dimon supports Bob Iger. Yeah, Russell's up 0.4. Remember, Russell was the lagger yesterday. OCEA, that just kept running every single day. Russian Foreign Ministry says the West needs to give up the idea of strategically defeating Russia. Damn, so we're 5,170. You're like 19 points off the high. Again, we haven't really moved much off the open. You're going down. APA on the high. I feel like energy names are running, but oil's not. Gold is picking up right now. Square keeps going. I'm just mad. Again, we only have a couple days on those contracts. I'm just mad they're not what they were at earlier. That's the part that sucks. Netflix dump, ARM, Boeing. Yeah, oil had a very bad streak the last week. So this is their first time going up in a while. Yeah, 3M again. 3M's above the level. So, or actually it's like right there, 101.50. Like I told you, if that gets above there, that's going to be key. Again, Square is kind of going crazy. They're near the highs. It's just those options just like suck. Let's see. All right, I sold this Square at 70 cents. I took 100%. We had like $1 on it earlier in the week, but that expires on Friday. It was a good play. It was a good play and good timing, but we're too far out the money. If you would have been closer. 3M over 101. And then where is it? 3M still going. And Square, and then SPY going down. So today is a little bit more broadened out. I think you could feel that a little bit better today. What's the other one? I think they had news in the morning. eBay were almost in the money, but those expire on Friday. Those are up 150. UEC, yeah, CCJ, uranium plays, they're waking up. But remember, they had that huge pop and then they came down. But they are waking up here a little bit. We'll see Spotify on the high. There's Square again. We just sold out of that one. 3M, again, 3M is 5 cents away. Big, big level there. Airbnb's on the high, but they had a big gap down. I don't know. They might fill the gap. Meta's going up now, too. And Meta, VRT. Again, the JDs are holding up good. All right, I sold out of the Kroger. I got just under 100% for that. AMD down 3. I'm waiting on the eBay. That's that last one from last week that was doing good. That is about to expire. Again, we only have a couple more days here. Russell's up by 0.6. It's killing it. And gold had a little bit of a rally too. And then oil's trying to make another move towards the high. NASDAQ getting flushed right now. So even NASDAQ futures are down a lot more than even the index. And then SPY barely red there. Snap greedy call. Oh, Snap is woken up here. Again, you do have the TikTok stuff here today in a couple of hours. Maybe a little bit less. SPLK buyout approval today. There's Altria GXAI on the high. That was one of those AI runners, right? I feel like we haven't seen this one in a minute. Oh, he woke up. Buying the dip. 3M is breaking out now. Airbnb, they again, big gap down, but they recovered a lot of that. 3M now 101.80. So that's a very, very big deal there. Again, if that ends up holding up, if it doesn't go below there, you'll get a little bit more momentum. And then SPY going lower. Pfizer is just holding up 1.1. ADM high. I don't know if our plays moved up. Yeah, ADM still the same price. Again, we're far at the money, but if that does start like getting juicy, you'll see those move. Bro, the Ultras are up. Ultras are up 100% on the bid. So actually, where'd it go? is it? Pfizer breaking out. And then ADM, NVIDIA flush. So a lot of things moving right now. Yeah, Pfizer got a candle, and then NVIDIA just moved all over the place. All right, I sold 3 of the 5 MOs at 11 cents. A little bit more than 100%. I made the MO contracts free. They're up like 150%. We did not pump it up. No, we have not hit 5,200. Again, NVIDIA on the low. ADM moving a little bit there. Meta's now on the low. Baba. Some of the other names giving back a little bit. Again, Apple's down by 0.7. DraftKings, again, very broadened out compared to the other day. But there, your big tech is not playing out. But you still got stuff on the high ticker. I'll get you a breakdown in a little bit. We've only been here for 17 minutes. MO. They have earnings in a while. I mean, I don't think their last earnings was too bad, but, I mean, they have earnings in a couple months here. Yeah, Marvel hit under 70 this morning. I was considering making the play on it. I had this discussion on the watch list yesterday. Because, like, now 70's back to, like, the earning zone, but I do think, like, 68. 66, that's like the other gap, but this isn't a bad level. Still a little up there, though. Baba. Meta's on the low again. Marvel, I might keep up Marvel. I'm still waiting for Baba, but I don't think Baba's going to give it up. And then when Baba does give it up, it gets bad. I said, I'm sorry, Baba. I never meant to short you. I never meant to Xi Jinping. But tonight, I'm cleaning out my communism. One more time. I said, I'm sorry, Baba. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to Xi Jinping, but tonight I'm cleaning out my commie. One more time. No, I'm sorry. I know I get too into it. Yeah, I sold MO. I made those free. Those are very, very good. And then, Marvel is tempting me, but the longer I wait, the better, I think. Because, again, like I said, Marvel doesn't have any reason to go up. That's the weird part. Maybe and then 67, that might be where they get a little bit more pinned. CCJ running up. Watch Uranium. GXAI going up. Again, Baba. I also want the Baba, but I don't like buying Baba when it's up like here because it'll stay up 1% for all day and then last 30 minutes just sell off. You got $1 closer on MO up 200. Oh, you fucker. Those are probably amazing. I wish we bought MO options when we bought it in the long term, but even then, that was a good pickup regardless. But if you did get closer, you should be making another 100% more. MO is March 28th. So we gave ourselves a little extra week. And then, are you ready for the kicker? We are now positive on MO in the long term. I know, isn't that phenomenal? So MO is now green in the long term. Literally 4 days ago, we were down on that one. Square, I sold out of that early. I was just getting paranoid on the contracts that expire on Friday. But Square's really, really running today. That's what I'm saying. It feels more broad today because even though a lot of the bigger tech names are down, I mean, there's still a couple of like mid-sized names that are having the time of their life right now. Again, Baba going straight up there. SPY coming down a little. Snap, dude, Snap, I want to say Snap is because of the bill. Bonds coming down. I want to say Snap those because of that vote that's happening in a little bit. The JDs killed it, yeah. JDs did very good. Again, we killed it on the earnings play of JD. I sold out too early. I went with the call to give him, keep my hand in the cookie jar while not risking too much. But that one went nuts. And then CCJ is about to go to positive. The ADMs are starting to move. So ADMs caught a higher bid, and then the ask is up by a little bit. So that one's from yesterday. Pinduoduo is going crazy. Yeah, Pfizer, great day there too. Again, Marvel's starting to move. I didn't do it. Both them and Bob. I'm away. I want a little bit more. I want a little bit lower, but I might keep that one up. Baba's still holding. Again, Pfizer, they went pretty good. Again, last time they sold off, what was it? I think they sold off 28.49 on that pop. So this is kind of a level. And then Pfizer just back to where it started. It looks just like Baba. That's exactly how Baba is. Baba's right where we started the year. Same thing with Pfizer. Airbnb is about to fill that damn gap. MO coming down. We already made the contracts free. Bruh. Look, I've never seen Airbnb do that. Usually they just kill him nowhere. But look at that. He died in the morning and went vertical. Wow. Play Bob X. Bob X is linked to Baba. I want Baba to come down here a little bit. I liked it in the morning. I should have went with shares instead of trying to get an option, but I just know how it moves. That's why I'm like, I don't want to force it because if this fades, it's going to fade hard. But again, Baba around like $78, like this is getting interesting. And then again, like I was saying, China's finally strung together a rally and held it up for longer than a couple of days. Well, very nice. SP at low, wow. Morgan Stanley up on the high. Actually, I've been down in a lot of water this morning. I need to go to the bathroom, Chad, but there's a Rotor-Rooter ad playing as I clog my toilets. There, I'll give you CNBC. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will be right back.
You get AMD, Micron, NVIDIA, Broadcom moving to the downside, Intel, all sort of a knee-jerk reaction moving down here. What's very interesting is the market is sort of obsessed with two factors right now, factors in an investment sense, that is quality and momentum. And they have essentially diverged. They are the same thing at this point. So if you look at the quality leaders that are out there that show up on quality screens, quality, by the way, is high return on equity, stable earnings growth, those kinds of things. NVIDIA, Meta, Broadcom shows up all of the time. Lilly shows up. Amazon shows up. Microsoft shows up. Visa shows up all the time. And then you look at the momentum, it's virtually the same thing. So quality and momentum have converged this year. And you see, same thing. NVIDIA, Meta, Broadcom, Lilly, Amazon, Microsoft, Visa, all converged together. And what that means is the market is really obsessed with a small group of names. So, of course, these exist in the classic ETF. There's the quality ETF, QUAL, Momentum, MTUM, and they have traded pretty much in tandem this year. Now, you see the quality is doing a little bit better. The mix is a little different. Sometimes NVIDIA and Meta has a stronger mix in one versus the other, but you get the idea. They're essentially moving pretty much in tandem. So I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing, but it's one of the reasons you get such tight movement in a small group of stocks when the market converges around two factors that have become very important. The other two factors that used to move the market, which is value and small caps, really have sort of fallen away as a major issue. So here's where we are right now. This is what you call a frustrating market in a good way. We're moving forward. Everything is doing well. The market is broadening out a little bit, but it's frustrating because it just sort of feels the same way. What have we had? 16, 17, 18 new highs this year. It's hard to create a new narrative around this. So there's no catalyst right now for a meaningful pullback. What we have to have is a change in the macro narrative, the underpinning. So either you have to have some kind of economic slowdown that we need to worry about that's very obvious in a series of numbers that show up, or we have to have some kind of inflation worries reaccelerating, causing us to be worried about the Federal Reserve coming out and increasing rates. Neither of those things are happening, and the CPI yesterday certainly didn't change that narrative. Friday, guys, we're going to get the quarterly expiration of stock index options and index futures, triple witching. Mike, we've talked about this for years. It's less impactful because of the monthly and the weeklies, and also
and the dailies.
Well, zero data expiration. But when you get straight line up in the S&P 500, it's not interesting.
Honestly, that reminds me, you know what I want to do? I want to get you guys the pricing for the PPI tomorrow. So I thought this was interesting. I brought this up on the watch list yesterday. But let's see where we're at right now. 115 to what? 240, 250? Oh no, 350? We'll go with 360. $3.60 are priced in for now till end of tomorrow. 5, 16, 27. It's pricing in about 0.75% or a little bit more, 0.7. So still kind of high. So you could price in between now and end of tomorrow. That's also all day of today too. So that's the interesting part about it. But as of now, markets are pricing in about 0.7 for tomorrow. That will be what you could expect to move. Micron, Boeing's on the high. So Boeing's in the green now. They were even a little bit red. Bonds coming down. Again, we have a 30-year bond auction in a couple of hours. And then Google's still just holding up. XLF, 52-week high. Damn, I guess banks are doing good. The banks are fair value. Some of them have, some of the banks, I mean, I don't know if you've looked at it recently, but like all of the banks are all over the place. Some banks are trading still below their book value. Some are trading higher. I want to say Morgan Stanley or Citi, one of those trades like half of their book value. I think JP Morgan is trading above book value. So it all just depends, but depending on the financial institution, I mean, there's a good chance they're trading below even their book value there. Just, again, it all just depends. Baidu's running back to 110 again. Yeah, even KRE's up. MPW, it's already given back. Yeah, that little vertical off the morning. Again, Airbnb, there's Marvel coming back down. Bank of America on the high. Again, XLF, even FAS, more financial indicators on the high. And then new low on the SPY. IDAI. Haven't we played that before? Yeah, the stamp company. AI stamp. Bro, 3M 102? No way. So 3M's holding. Again, 1015 will be your next, like if it comes back down. But again, I don't even know. I think next level here is 103 and then 105. Yeah, 103.70. I'll take you to the low and then 105.40. So we'll see. Where's Oracle? Marvel going lower. SPY going lower. Oracle went red. XDivi on UMC, I have no idea. I know Altria is March 22nd, and then Abivi is April 12th. But I have no idea on UMC. Carnival. One of the cruise lines got to upgrade this morning. Baba just staying pinned. Marvel went a little bit lower. That's what I'm looking at. CCJ gave up. Mara finally moving up. Look at you. And Coinbase, again, they were selling off earlier. And then Baidu keeps ripping. I don't know if Pinduoduo is still up there. JD is. JD 28. All right, SPY still going lower. More banks. Banks are doing very strong on this little sell-off here. That's what I'm noticing on the high ticker. Again, you're getting waves of banks. There's another name just flushed by. HD on the high. And Walmart a little bit. Walmart just had a pop, but not at the high. Meta down. Snap came down a little bit. AAP on the high. Is the TikTok vote live right now? I want to hear this, but I don't because I feel like it's going to be so stupid. But they're going to say something so funny.
Your company, and now you can continue to do business. We wouldn't let another country take over Ford Motor Company for selling Ford cars in their country. Yet that's what we're wanting to do here. And again, you know, this is a cure that is worse than the disease. Who's going to be prosecuted by this bill? Is it ByteDance or TikTok? Will they be taken to court? No. I mean, they're the target of this, but how do you elicit or effect a ban on them? By prosecuting Americans. The only way you can ban TikTok and the other companies from being here is to say what this bill says, which is we will bring civil action, the government will bring a civil action suit against you if you so much as host them here. If you have an app store that allows them to be here, you're an American or an American company and you will be the target of this bill. Those are the only people who can be pursued under this bill. And I know it's in order to go after TikTok, or so they say. Well, I would just close by saying that, you know, we're sitting here with phones made in China. We're wearing suits made in China. We drove cars here with chips that are made in China. And they're our foreign adversary. And by golly, we're going to do something about it. What are we going to do? We're going to tell Americans they can't put a piece of software on their computer. They can't go to certain websites that the president designates. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this well-intentioned bill because it will have bad consequences, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time, and I'll recognize the gentlelady from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as remains to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to address all of my colleagues who I think are confused about the First Amendment, confused about the nature of TikTok, and confused about the intentions of the Chinese Communist Party. Let me explain this really simple. TikTok is owned by ByteDance. ByteDance is in China, and when you're in China, you have to do whatever the Chinese Communist Party says you have to do. That's according to the National Intelligence Law passed in 2017. If they want you to spy for them, you will spy for them. That's how that works. They have a board member from the Chinese Communist Party on ByteDance. You wouldn't allow a radio tower owned by the Chinese to be put up right in the middle of Washington,
I grabbed
D.C. and then allow it
250
to
Marvel
just
shares
put out Chinese
at
propaganda.
69.07.
You'd probably complain about that. That's exactly what TikTok can be used for, because millions of Americans are addicted to it. They see it, and the Chinese can absolutely manipulate those algorithms. The First Amendment does not give the Chinese Communist Party the right to American data or the right to manipulate the minds of Americans. That would be a really weird interpretation of the First Amendment. The primary counterarguments to this bill seem to be as shallow as, well, it doesn't do everything I want, and Facebook's really mean, and I don't want them to make money. So what, then that means you owe Chinese access to all of our data and access to manipulate the minds of Americans? I don't think so. This is a very specific bill, very specifically tailored. It does not harm American companies or American individuals. You know it. You got to read it. Pass this bill. And I yield back.
All time for debate is completed. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7521 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky rise?
I request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from Kentucky requests the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Why is that funny? All right, so in the next 15 minutes, we'll find out. We will find out. They're going to start putting their votes in. They're voting to ban TikTok. So we'll keep this up on the screen, but I don't know. How many do they need? Is it like 218 or something, or 3? So, again, watch all the social media plays. Again, coin and crypto starting to move. Oh, my eBay call sold. I sold my eBay out at 40. Bought it at 15 cents, a little bit more than 100%. Meta off the bottom. Watch Snapchat too. They were getting excited, but again, I do think Meta, because remember, Meta went down like 5% on that day with Trump. That was wild. Yeah, Square's still going up there. I got out of my calls though, so if you have more time, I would have rode those, but the ones without much time, not so much. JD still going too. Again, even Alibaba, Baidu. The TikTok vote, I think it's on the Washington Post, or you could go to the House committee. Right now, there's 18 Republican yeses, 12 Democrat yeses, 3 Republican noes, 4 Democratic noes. Holo, big pop. Holo. Didn't this thing go up like hundreds of percent recently? Yeah, that one went to 80 or something. So they're getting some steam. I don't think there's been as many like crazy movers today. I feel like every day I've woken up to a little bit more. And ADM is there. Snow on the high. Some people were calling that out earlier. SPY getting some candles off the bottom. It's weird because like we've been selling off all day, but it was only like a 10-point sell-off. So like you're still holding, you know, the elevated levels. Target on the low and Tesla flushing. Interesting. So Tesla, new flush down 2.9. Target even got a candle on the low. HPQ, HCA on the high. Russell and Dow still holding up. SPY barely red. NASDAQ down by 0.5. GXAI, they were running earlier. They keep getting halted. Apple's on the low. So Apple's down 1.3. Even Microsoft, I think Google may be Meta, but even Meta's in the red. Maybe Google and Amazon. Amazon's going straight up. Square, I mean, it's been breaking out the last week or so. It just hits a high level, then comes down, cools off, but then kept going higher. I mean, we had a great pickup post-earnings, but it's just been volatile. Like, it moves around a lot, but it's moving around a lot to edge up. Tesla downgrade, yeah, that was in the morning there by Wells Fargo. You might get a react. Dude, I mean, the TikTok thing, I don't know. I feel like there's kind of like an attitude that it's not going to happen. So, like, I don't think they're going to pass it. But if they do, I mean, technically, you know, something will happen. Like, so at that point, if this does get passed, I do think you will get a negative reaction on those social media names. Or for TikTok and positive for them. Oh, and then Peach Nation, you will get a positive reaction because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Are you kidding me? Let's go. Horna. Oh, are you kidding me? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Get your ass up, Peach Nation. Let's go. Good morning. Hope you all have a great day. Let's go. Tell them, Bradley. I hope you have a great day as well, baby. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Oh, my goodness. They could ban TikTok, but they can't ban the Peach. I think it'll be good if they banned it. It would have a positive reaction, I think, on Snap and Meta. If they don't ban it, I don't know if it'll have a negative reaction. It might just hold things up there, but generally, I mean, we have been seeing reactions related to this news the last couple of days. Mara and Coin on the high. 3M hitting another one. Again, Amazon, they're breaking out. Only you? Nah, I'll never ban the Peach. The Peach is a staple of chat community. Disney, damn, Disney's at 114 now. Yeah, 3M is starting to run again. Bonds near the lows. SPY trying to get back to break even. NASDAQ still down a lot, but again, a lot of different names moving. Even Twilio at the high. Again, Amazon's at the high as well. Square's not stopping. Picked up some Apple, Uber. There's Rumble going on the voting. They ran up yesterday. Yeah, Disney's doing great. Disney, I'd watch 115. And then MO came down a little bit. Pfizer's still edging up. I think Airbnb, did they fill the gap? Almost. That's crazy. I have no idea why they even gapped down today like that. INCY on the high. People saying buy Meta as TikTok ban will put Meta back into advertising. Yes. So remember, the first time that news came out, you guys remember I flipped those 1,000 shares of Snapchat? So that is the general idea. If TikTok gets banned, all these other legacy social media companies will have an easier time. That's just the general nature of all of it. So right now you have 92 votes yes, 13 no, 327 people not voted. Neil Young announces return to Spotify. out of after vaccine disinformation. I remember Neil Young. I didn't know who he was till he said that all. He's like, I'm leaving Spotify. Yeah, he left because they wouldn't kick off Joe Rogan. That's what it was. Coin still going up. Again, Mara was even waking up. Bro, in 3M. And now Mobileye again. Keep an eye on the social media names. Yeah, Mobileye's going up. Marvel, I think I'm still like right around where I bought. Bro, 3M's kind of interesting. Now, 102.60. So you're like just under $1 from that level there. Like I said, 103.70. You get above there, I mean, you're just going to get right back up to that recovery. I mean, it's already recovered 10%. AMD on the low. So AMD's not doing too hot. Again, SMCI, NVIDIA, they're both red. NVIDIA's near the low, I guess. AM, Dizzle, Snap. I think Marvel's probably going to go with them. Macy's, too. They keep running on the high. Coin flirting with 270. Still $4 away, but anytime around here. Pfizer hit a new high. So that one's still going. ADM chilling up there. Yeah, Disney 114 is really big. But again, it hit there and came down a little bit. So see, and then even Square, bro, I sold out. I think my Squares went up a little bit more. But those Squares are getting very interesting. Yeah, even PayPal, I guess. They're up 1.7. But Square is outperforming heavily. And then Microsoft down. Amazon, I think, was the only one. Amazon and Google. And Netflix. And then bonds hitting a low. Remember, we have a 30-year bond auction later in the day. Coca-Cola. I think their ex-dividend is either coming up or it already passed. Man, JD still going. Those contracts, 160, 170. And then Macy's still too. Oh, Baba. Square, 52-week high. Still going. Apple is just, remember, Apple has had several weeks of bad news. China deliveries, China numbers, holiday numbers. Their earnings wasn't that hot. I mean, I swear it's been like 3 months of just like mediocre news out of Apple. So they're still up a lot, but they have been underperforming the Mag 7 over the last quarter. I'm out of the Snap shares. I made good money within the first like couple minutes that one time. So I'm not in it now. Maybe I'll wait for the vote, but I don't really have a plan on it. 139 votes, yes. 22, no. How many do they need, right? Wasn't it like 180? I don't know the amount they need, but a lot of people haven't voted yet. There's a candle on Snap. Yeah, MSOS kind of came up a little today. Oh, you need 290? I don't think it's going to pass. Because, again, if they don't vote, then they have to vote again, I think, until the people get there. But no votes don't. I mean, you need everybody voting, and there's only 2 minutes. Thinking of selling block to buy PayPal. What am I thinking? If it's in the long term, I don't think you should do that. Again, another day, another conversation about not selling. You know what I'm saying? But Yeah, if you're trying to like trade it and pick which one, I mean, and flip it, I mean, sure, but if it's in the long term and you already have Square and it's doing good for you, I mean, why would you sell out and want to go for the one that's lagging? I mean, it makes sense, but again, for my long-term strategy, I'm not really I'm not one to kind of sell unless I wait like 10 years. You don't understand why I told you to put 19K in this stupid stock? All right, well, now I'm banning you, Alex, because you went every single day pumping this stock, and I told you not to do it, and now it goes down, and then you say, I told you to buy it? Really? That's what we doing? I told you, you 19. I said you had your prerequisite already met. You could have bought a house with it. Could have done all of, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All of it, bro. All of it. Mm-hmm. I'm joking. Yeah. Oh, now you joking. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. After all of that, bro, that's how you gonna do me? SGHT. Snap's starting to go up again. I think the vote should be wrapping up. 189 votes, yes. So there's still 215 who have not voted. Snap is breaking out though too. So again, the vote is over. Tesla says thanks to hard work of Tesla Berlin, the factory is back online. Tesla German factory is back online according to Elon. Oh, I left the audio on. There is audio in the background. You hear them in the background. I was like, is somebody in my house or is like a group of people? Marvel even coming down a little bit more. It passed? Is that enough? 214? That's what I thought we needed. I thought it was the low twos, but you guys are telling me like 280. So it might have passed. Take a look there. See if Meta moves. I mean, Snap went up, Meta went down. Oh, I do still have that Marvel put, yeah. I don't know if those are going to hit, though. But then I grabbed 250 shares here, like right above 69. Time remaining, none. Trifigura and Mercuria start ship refueling operations in Port Louis, Mauritius. That should be good for what, you know, I think now that I think about it, we've been talking about Meta and Snap. What about Google? You guys are like, oh, my mom's going to get mad, no more TikTok. But then I'm like, wait a minute, my mom loves YouTube Shorts. I forgot, the boomers on YouTube Shorts. Or any Republican who thinks China owns everything. I mean, the only way they could TikTok is YouTube Shorts. Trump judge in Georgia case dismisses some counts against him. Meta has Reels as well, but the YouTube's a good competitor. Maybe that's why Google's up here. Now Snap's moving up too. And in general, the market, or excuse me, Meta is, the market's moving up. Financials still going. SPY is barely red. Dow and Russell, those have been holding up in the green all day today. And then I think CCJ came back up. And K-Web from the ban, maybe, but generally I think it'll benefit U.S. social media companies more. Maybe Tencent will get clapped. DKS, where's Disney? ITCI kind of running. Looks very a liquid biotech. Getting random candles. The candles ain't even loaded. It's up almost $1. Oh, I don't have the newswire? Oh, my bad. Pinduoduo, it's already ran a little bit. So, again, I mean, the last China play we made was the JD earnings plays, and we hit that and then rolled over to a smaller play. But ever since then, they all kind of ran. That's the only downside. That's why I hesitated on the Babas today. I wanted them, but I'm like, man, it's already up, and then the moment comes down, it'll flush big. So, either wait for the pullback or not. IFF on the high. I think they ran the other day. International flavors. And then we're right at VWAP. I think Oracle owns... Doesn't Oracle, didn't they get some of the cloud hosting or something? Last time we had the whole, TikTok debate, I mean, Oracle, they were the ones who got brought up with all of it. Yeah, now there's 280 votes. So I think it did pass, or it's going to. No way. So we really going to ban TikTok? You're like, nah, bro, I'm good. I bought 250 shares of Marvel. That was not too long ago. Bro, another day for the long term? I'll take it. Meta Law, maybe, or even Snap. I think, but remember, when we first started playing this, I was flipping Snapchat at 11:30. That's all so again, all these plays did move up a lot since this news came out, but generally seems like you may get a little bit more. You may just start hearing more. If that vote or that bill has enough votes to pass now, they're going to take it again to the Senate, but it is making progress. How much in that portfolio? This long term, this is the big long term. We have just under, there you go, just hit 177,000. But we started that with about 20 grand 3 or 4 years ago and added 2 or 3 grand a month. And then we have the small account, which is almost a carbon copy, but 10 times smaller, and that one's at 20 grand starting from 2,000. Ta-da! But long-term's been loving it. Again, every day here, I mean, there's been a lot of broadening out. And, oh, wow, even the random has some moves. I forgot the gold and the random plays up a lot. Oh, and then DraftKings, April calls. Good luck. But, yeah, man, this is why we keep saying long-term, especially as of lately. We've had a lot of broadening out, and now you're getting the other, now you're getting a lot of just, these names that weren't moving are doing the best. Crude inventories, draw of 1.5 million. Estimate was a gain of 1 million. So you're actually popping so far right now on oil. These numbers look bad. Last time I said that, oil dumped, but it should have gone up. But you are going up off of this. Gasoline inventories draw of 5.6 million. Estimate was draw of 2.2. Crude oil Cushing draw of 220,000. Previous was 700. Distillates 888,000. Estimate was draw of 1 million. I bet it don't pass Senate. Horna. Brian, God bless you, baby. How you living, man? There's your horn. I know you like it. Happy Wednesday. Amen. You don't like TikTok? I don't think they should be able to ban it. Do you guys want me to give you my tinfoil? I could give you my tinfoil if you'd like. It's kind of optimistic. And bonds are coming down. I could give you tinfoil on the situation if you would like. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I need like 50 likes or something. 50 likes for some TikTok tin. Because it's high risk. I don't want to, they're banning TikTok. I don't want to get banned. So I got to charge you a little bit of premium. I need like 50 likes. We need to get up to 1,400 likes. We're there. We're almost there. There you go. I need 10 more. 10 more likes. 10 more likes. We're there, baby. All right, ready? There it is. There it is. Are you ready? Here is the tinfoil. My tinfoil is that this TikTok ban down the road, this is just to set up the dialogue to come up with an agreement between United States and China to allow our techs to operate in each other's country. That's my tinfoil. Because everyone's like, oh, well, they should ban it. They shouldn't ban it. And everyone's like, oh, well, it's America. How are we? Oh, I like that. I don't like the app, but I don't think we should ban it. It's like, don't forget, China already has banned Google, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat. Anything you could think of is already banned in China. So, like, if you're like, oh, why are we doing that? It's like, we're just literally, if we ban TikTok, we would be just doing exactly what communist China would be doing and doing what they do. So the way I'm looking at it is down the road, I think if we play this tit-for-tat game, you ban our tech, we ban yours, eventually they're going to find a way to say, hey, how about we come to an agreement and we let Google and we let all this stuff work in China and you guys let our stuff work in China now. And we get a chip deal, and then we get this, and that's down the road. But, yeah, that's my tinfoil. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll be here all day, God willing, God willing. The bill passed the House. It has to go to the Senate now. And then Spy just holding up. Shout out Lorena, baby, teaching business owner, long-time listener, amen. And Lorena, watch out for Luis, though. I don't know. I see Luis calling out penny stocks randomly, though. So make sure you take a look at his long-term. Make sure he ain't gambling too much. But, amen, baby. Shout out Lorena. Let's go. Amen. I told Luis I was going to say this next time. I saw him call out like 2 or 3 penny stocks. I was like, wait a minute. We're going to need Lorena to take a look. Lorena, make sure not too many dates in that portfolio. If it's trading below like $1, $2, Mace, no. Don't let him do that. Don't let him do that. Why can't people just read books and not be addicted to TikTok? I don't know. It's the same reason people can't stop putting $19,000 into penny stocks. You know what I'm saying, man? Come on, let me joke, bro. Let me joke. Mm-hmm. He said, why don't they just read books? I kind of do like the background people in Congress. I have it in the background. It's kind of nice. But yeah, it's definitely passed now. So 348, that's like more than a majority. That's crazy. So this is the thing motherfuckers agree on in Congress? Let's find out when it gets past the Senate, but my goodness. But this is what they agree on? This is where everyone's like, they're like the border. They're like Israel, Ukraine, no. They're like ban TikTok. They're like, yeah, we're all on the same page. It's not banned yet, but definitely a big step towards getting banned. Tesla's still on the low. Are they going to sit him down again and do another vote? All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning. It is 7:30. We've been here for an hour. 1 hour and 7 minutes. You're trading a little lower. Again, today's like a weird digestion relief day. You're only 10 million in volume. You were almost double that yesterday. Midwest Finest, baby. Welcome back. Always here every day. All right, I'll be right back.
That have been ongoing between the FTC and
on this
council.
vote, the yeas are 352, the nays are 65.
Oh.
One present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without the objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay.
All right.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and pass
U.S.
Senate
House passes bill that would
1278,
force
which the clerk
TikTok
will
sale
report by title.
or face ban.
Senate 1278, an act to designate the federal building located at 980.
All right, nice. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Share in grocery today. They're down to 5 of the top 15 grocers. They used to be 10 about 20 years ago. The other 10 of the top 15 are these national discount grocers like Walmart, Target, Costco, and Amazon and Whole Foods. And they've got 64% share, and they are rising fast.
And I do want to just bring us a headline as we continue to follow that TikTok vote. This crossing the terminal right now that the U.S. House passes the bill that would force TikTok sale or face ban, of course, that divestiture from their parent company, ByteDance. We're going to continue to follow that one. Of course, it goes to the Senate now, and we'll see what happens there. But, Scott, I do want to talk about, of course, the heft of Walmart and the likes of Amazon when it comes to grocery. But before we get there, I do want to talk about some of the pushback to this deal. I mean, in addition to the FTC, you also had the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union saying last May that they oppose this merger, that it poses a, quote, serious threat to members' livelihoods. How do you think about those responses? What would this potential merger mean for salaries, et cetera, when it comes to the people that actually work at these stores?
Well, first, I think it's important to say that grocery teammates around the country are incredibly important. Okay, they were the unsung heroes feeding the country during COVID, and they have been in crisis after crisis. So with that said, though, union jobs have precipitously declined at our top grocers around the country as the non-union national discount grocers have grown so much. Conversely, Kroger has added over 100,000 union jobs in the past decade, and they've committed, in addition to lowering prices day one with this transaction, they've also committed that they're going to increase wages by $1 billion. They're going to invest $1.3 billion in better stores, which strengthens those jobs. They've said there'll be no store closures, no frontline job losses, period, full stop. And the transaction was endorsed by Local 555 in Oregon, Washington, Wyoming, and Idaho. They've got 18,000 members, and they clearly articulated something with which I wholeheartedly agree, which is Albertsons is for sale, is going to be acquired. And they would much prefer that the buyer be, as it'll be here, Kroger and C&S, rather than some non-union or anti-union company like Amazon.
Well, Scott, that's kind of what I wanted to get to. I mean, if this merger doesn't go through, what do you see as the path forward, both for Kroger's and also for Albertsons? What would potentially be the next plan?
Well, look, my focus here is on the facts and the data, okay? And the facts and the data very clearly imply that this transaction is very important to help lower prices for consumers around the country and to help improve wages and stores around the country as well. Now, the irony here is that the real beneficiaries from trying to block this transaction are the enormous non-union national discount grocers like Walmart, Costco, and Amazon, okay? It's almost as if the FTC is putting their thumb on the scale to support them. Now, that may not be the intention, but it's undeniably the result. And if supermarket grocers aren't allowed to level the playing field, it won't be long before grocery looks like department stores, with thousands of supermarkets closed and millions of union jobs lost. That's what we're trying to prevent here. And quite candidly, I've been doing this over 20 years. That's what I've been trying to do my whole career, to help keep supermarket grocers open and vibrant and a part of our communities so they can continue to serve them.
All right, Scott, got to leave it there. Really enjoyed this conversation and appreciate you.
He likes the groceries. It's Moses, Solomon Partners. Last name Moses. I like that last name Moses. Last name Moses. Yeah, TikTok bill has passed. It's going to the Senate now. So there's a little bit of a boost. Snap and Meta, they boosted prior. Meta is going higher. Snap kind of calmed down a little bit. But yeah, we do have results on that. Meta. And then Marvel came up a little bit. Holo is doing, remember that Holo name went like $2 to like 80 or 60 or something like a couple months ago. Baba, that's the one that got away. I wanted that one today, but I did end up going with the Marvel shares, so still ended up making a move. We're up on the Marvels for now, but I did like the Baba a lot. Again, I think China, I've been talking about China rally for a long time right now, but it's eventually going to happen, and now we've had a very sustained rally in China. So if these all keep going here, hopefully that'll be the next quarter. We'll find out. In the worst case, TikTok could still appeal. They might be able to, but I also I don't think this is something where I don't think a Chinese company is going to be able to take it to the Supreme Court. However, the real worst case is that even if it got approved, it may take 5 years. Something ridiculous, So a lot of people are like, oh, well, Joe Biden wants to do this before the election, and then everyone will have an election, but it's no, I don't think that's going to happen. Although they did talk about doing it imminently, I do think they're worst case, this shit just gets delayed and pushed back. Outlook is having a reverse split, I believe. So that's why they're getting clapped there. And then we still have to wait fucking end of the year for their data. Affirm coming up on the high right now. Again, Meta's starting to break out. So Meta's moving a little bit more on the bill. And remember, they had a 5% drop on Trump. Literally absolutely nothing. Do you see China rally similar to SPY? I think it has to be a real rally. That's all. China has to bottom out. And if China bottoms out, I don't know about 40. Maybe it's less. Maybe it's a lot more. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really concerned with the numbers of what China brings back. All I know is that if China can, stabilize the shaky ship, then boom, we get China right back on course as an economy and at the prices you're investing in today. I think it's a win-win no matter what. You just can't have China get worse. They have to actually bottom out. Kind of again, when we were in 2022, things were bad. Nobody wanted to own stuff. People weren't feeling good. Prices of these names were just trading so low. That's how China is. China's even worse. So it's just they have to stabilize and get up there. But I think their rally could be better than ours. Maybe better, maybe the same, maybe a little worse. But all that it comes down to is you just get China stopping from collapsing, and yalla habibi, then you're good to go. They're lagging because they've taken completely different policy courses, and they've dealt with certain things. They had other problems that led into it, other debt. They threw a lot of money. In a weird way, our next cycle, we're gonna be China. As weird as that sounds, because you got to think about it. China was throwing the kitchen sink at their economy from like 2010 to 2015, even like 2018, low-key. And then they stopped doing it. That's like us. So, imagine all the money we've given out, all the money we pumped, every problem we throw the kitchen sink out of it, and it led to a massive rally, That's probably what's going to happen to us. But they don't do that anymore. So, like, coming into COVID and then the lockdowns and how they're responding, they still have all this debt from 5-10 years ago, government debt, local debts. Again, that's why Evergrande, real estate, all those other things are happening. So they have to figure out a way to deal with that. But it's like at a time where they're trying to spur growth, they also have to manage their past decisions that came with a consequence. AKA for us, that's going to be our debt and our interest rates down the road when we have another problem. That's literally what I'm saying. Like imagine you have. I don't think this is going to happen. I think right now the odds of it are less than 5%. But let's say tomorrow or next week, we find out that NVIDIA was fake. We find out that everywhere around the world is just doing awful. Powell has to raise rates again. I don't even know. I'm just like, the economy collapses next week, right? Let's say that happened, right? Are you with me? I don't know how. Again, no real odds of that. This is a hypothetical scenario. Are you following? Market collapses. Like, actual economy is bad, like to the point where Powell needs to lower rates. And Powell's like, oh shit, yeah, we got this wrong. We held too long. We need to stimulate the economy. If that happened, like, I want you to imagine what would we do? Yeah, exactly. And you're like, oh, they'll just re-stimulate, right? And they're going to cut rates, and then they're going to come out with maybe you don't pay your mortgage. I don't know. You do all sorts of things, right? They'll re-stimulate. Awesome. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. If that happened in the very near term, that's exactly what I just explained with China. Because now we just stimulated massively 3 years ago. So if we run into another issue and we throw the kitchen sink, it may not have the intended effect. That's exactly what's been going on with China here. As they've been trying to stimulate, you've noticed it for the last year or so, none of their stimulus has brought their market up. It's because it's different from how they used to, and then they already had all that other stimulus that they kind of had to deal with. The data is not pricing in more. So we priced it in about an hour ago. We'll check in later, but it looks like the PPI on the option chain is pricing in about 0.7%. Yesterday, we were pricing in about 0.9. We moved 1.1. So right now, between today and tomorrow, it's about 0.7. Nice try. COVID was 4 years ago, not 3. The stimulus started under Trump. Don't rewrite history. Okay, asshole. That's that's all I have to say to that. If that's how you interpreted all that, my bad. 4 years ago, my bad, man. I will try not to rewrite history. So remember, guys, you have an election in November. Please vote. Please vote. That's all I have to say. Please vote. Just vote. Okay, just vote. I said, actually. It's funny, man. Damn, you just fucked up my mentality. You know that, Kyler? Damn, because from now on, I'm just going to imagine all of those comments that now I never really looked at it, man. Some of y'all, I feel like y'all Y'all belong in Congress. Wow. I'm going to have a good attitude towards every single comment. Because now that's in my shit. Actually, could you correct, was COVID 3 years or 4 years, Joshua? Exactly. Did you try to get the pen with the feather and try to rewrite history? Are you trying to conceal that the stimulus started with the orange? It wasn't a blue party or a red party. It was an orange party. And his name was Donald Trump. Exactly. I reclaim. I don't have a question. I just want it. I'll get there. Exactly. That was pretty funny. Well, yeah, I think you get the point. I'm sorry for my sloppy attempts at rewriting history. Apologies. Why Meta? It ran up a lot. Meta's weird, though. Snapchat, they're the one that went up more. JD going up. eBay. I got out of all of my contracts that were like near the money that expired on Friday. I didn't want to risk it because we didn't play too many earnings, so we got some good, just get the gains. I'm dripping Walgreens, yeah. I don't like it, but I'm sad Walgreens cut the dividend, but I am still dripping those shares. I'm even dripping MPW still. The long term's been loving it. It sucks because I'm like, man, I said this last time, but like there is going to be a day the long term goes down. This shit, I will tell you, as somebody who loves the long term, and like every day I've been making money. Like every day, no matter what, man, the long term, bro, I love to see it, is great. But like as somebody who loves the long term and like, yeah, it's unnatural, okay? So there will be a day that it will go down. But as of lately, I want to say the last 6 months, all it has done is gone up. No, it fluctuates, but like like every single one of them. Small account, Colt sister, big account, it doesn't matter. They are all just like, even from the lows, like I'm saying, like 6 months ago, I think at like November, since like November, the long term's up almost like 50%. Or actually, yeah, is it? I think it is. So like from November of 23, the small account was at 13 grand. Now it's at 20,000. So like, and then from November, I want to say the big account was at like low ones, and now it's at 177. So like I'm saying, it is, I think it's quite unnatural. There will be a time where we will, there's a time to harvest, the time to plant, So I think right now you're going through the good time, but at the end of the day, I do think there will be a moment where the long term, it's going to have to kind of have a reversion to the mean a little bit too. So we'll see. But then again, I'm glad because we have value. I do hope that when it does have some sort of reversion, our value supports us better than not. Trading account, it's still doing good, but it came back down. I'm off of the 140. I think I'm back to like 126. So I got a couple bad trades, botched. I still got good gains off of stuff from the end of the last year. I didn't sell other things, and then I got out of other recent losses for profits, but not bad, but slightly lower from that peak there. But then again, higher from the other year, which still blew my mind. Any news on ARM? Not this morning. Or no, wasn't there like a partnership? We still need to hear about who sold. Hunter declines to attend public hearing, which was requested earlier this month. Axios citing lawyer statement. You were at 24K at January, now 37. Yeah, that's insane. That's 50%. That's more than 50%. That's why I'm like, bro, the long terms. So enjoy it while it lasts. I hope it keeps going. I mean, eventually I feel like it's going to stop, but till then, enjoy the show. But at the same time, too, stick to the plan and just keep that in mind so you can plan accordingly. Any new deposits? We bought MO 3 days ago. Pinduoduo is going down. So if you got the long-term alerts, you would have got the text message. I bought MO, no exaggeration, I don't even know when I did it. 5 days ago? I can't really believe it, but I got in MO at 39.50, 39.51. We put our whole entire deposit for March into MO. And we have gotten a 9-10% return since then. Yeah, so that was the latest deposit. Other one before that was Pfizer. And then we even made option plays on MO. I got out of half of them today to make them free. Sorry, no need to apologize. I hope you got it. Let's shout out the long term. The long term's been good. So I don't know where MO is right now. MO, we're right at break even. We were green on it, though, this morning, which is crazy. Because, again, when I bought my MO, I was down 9% on it. And I averaged down, but then literally in 4 or 5 days, it just had a crazy run up. It will sell off, though. Keep that in mind. So it's doing good now. It's breaking out, new high of the year. It's getting past its 100-day high. But the thing about MO, March 22nd is the ex-dividend, so has a 9% ex-dividend. It's already moved up 9%. We'll see how it ends up playing out. I got one share of Walgreens. I think I got my drip yesterday. Yeah. 21.15. I don't know. Did they give us a good price? No. Kind of. Actually, not bad. Oh, that was from, dude, Fidelity gives you good drip. They gave me my drip at 21.15. How? That makes no sense. So Fidelity says they said that my drip came in at 21.15. But I think that's the price improvement. No, that's great. You want that. That means they gave it to me cheaper. So they gave it to me at one of the lower prices. I know, I don't understand it. They say they have something called price improvement, but I'm not really familiar with how it operates. Seems like a gimmick. No, that's good. Because, again, they filled me high. They filled me low on Walgreens. And then Walgreens even had a big drop yesterday. And then they filled me high on 3M, or low on 3M again, too. So they even gave me my 3M drip at $93. That's what I was tripping at yesterday. So, even yesterday, even though 3M gapped up to $94 and my drip came in, they gave me my drip at $93.99. So they gave me my drip literally at the closing price of the day before. So I was like, dude, that's insane. Good job, Fidelity. Good job. That's huge. That's almost 10% on the drip just off of their fill. I think I can compare it, actually, because we could see what, I don't know what Schwab filled me at. Let's take a gander. History. Yeah, so they gave me Walgreens. Yeah, they gave me on Schwab. Walgreens filled me at 21.24. And then Fidelity filled me at 21.15. So Schwab wasn't too bad on the Walgreens drip. And then 3M, Fidelity filled me at 93.99. And then on Schwab, they filled me at 98.57. Woo! Yeah, so Schwab filled me $5 higher on my drip. And again, this is all yesterday. So a little bit higher on the Walgreens and then literally 5% higher on the what's it called? On the 3M. IWM going lower. PayPal, I just saw that on the high ticker. Holo again too. A lot of the hype players like that one. JD still going up again. I think Pinduoduo. That was the one that got a red. Some of the China names cooled down a little bit though. Zendesk to buy Ultimate. Zen? Are they still traded? And then Ultra, still green. I'll take it. Airbnb was a wild one today, man. That like gap down and that move straight up. PayPal's still going. PayPal, did it catch up to Square? Still down by 2%, but PayPal's up 5 now almost. QFIN still going. Not bad. No news on PayPal, just Square and these fintech companies did good, and financials in general. I was calling that out here in the morning. You know, XLF, literally Morgan Stanley's on the high right now. Citi is going up. Like, banks have been subtly very strong out here. Even then, there was that report today, the report on, like, the most amount of dividends were paid out, like another record. And then again, like I think 1/3 of all the dividends and dividend growth came from bank stocks. But financials have been doing very, very well. There's an acquisition letter, possibly fake, Rumble CEO to TikTok. Oh, I think he does that. The guy just like puts shit out on Twitter. Could move off of it. Nissan weighs EV partnership with Honda. Nissan considering tie-up with Honda and electric vehicles that include joint procurement and development. Someone tweeted Tim Cook should make a power move and buy TikTok. It will take care of the divesting issue and ease Apple issues in China. As a bonus, Tim could bury Meta Threads to the ground. Now we're talking. That'd be insane, though. If Apple owned TikTok, it would become so weird. And then if Apple bought TikTok, in 1 year, everybody would have a headset. That's it. I think if TikTok would just brainwash everybody, all you would see is Apple Vision Pro, and then all you would do, that's it. That would be how you usher in the era of people walking around with headset glasses. MPW hasn't clapped their dividend, but they haven't declared it yet. And that's what's getting a little weird. But they're holding up. Again, they panicked last time they didn't declare the dividend. But as of now, there's no dividend declaration on MPW. You just predicted the future. Well, like the video. Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. You didn't get the long-term alerts. Check your short codes. That's the thing. I mean, again, some people have had issues with it. The short codes usually fixes it if you have them enabled with your provider. You just rewrote the future. Well, we'll see, man. Like the video, and we'll find out if Apple is allowed to buy TikTok. That'd be crazy. MO had nothing. I wish there was like a reason why it went up, but there wasn't. I just bought it. It dumped 3-4% in a day for no reason. I was like, I got to pick it up, and I bought it, and then just popped up every other day. But there's ex-dividend March 2022. That's the only thing. March, so pretty much, I guess you're like 2 weeks away from ex-dividend. You could still sign up for the long-term alerts, yeah. Today, I only made a couple plays. What did I do? I tried to get a BABA, couldn't get it. Sold out of a Square. Sold my eBay, my Kroger, and my MO. Made those free. And then I bought Marvel shares, 250 shares for a swing trade. I'm in the MNQ. Those came down. I'm back down to like 600. I was only down $100 in the morning. Schwinn on the high. GM on the high too. MO I added to the long a couple days ago again, so it sucks because like it literally went up 9% since we bought it. But yeah, I did add it to the long term. Yeah, Airbnb's still red on the day, surprisingly, and even Meta. And then bonds coming down here. On my top. Dude, Airbnb is weird. So Airbnb is about to go green. That's insane. I've never seen a move like that on BNB. Usually it does it a lot slower, or then it just starts dying, but it's like, what, $6-7 sell-off and then straight up in 20 minutes? PayPal kind of later, though. So, like, PayPal's just getting crazy. Square was the first one. PayPal lagged behind, but now PayPal's literally up 5%, 4.9. Oh, I typed in PayPal. My bad. My bad, man. And then uranium came up, but then chilled out. IRS on the high. Opal. There's BNB. I think they're about to go green. Why doesn't it show the previous close? It doesn't know where Airbnb closed yesterday. I haven't looked at the dollar today. Dollar's slightly down, but I mean, still elevated. I don't know. Let me check on my other one. No, EYPT I sold out, unfortunately. We got a good gain, but I moved. That's weird. My E-Trade says NA on Airbnb, but TD shows it up. But yeah, Airbnb is like 2 cents from going green. I did buy BABA in the long term. Yes. But I don't know if I'm going to buy any more BABA. So right now, we have like 2 deposits worth on BABA. It's worth like 6,500. We're up 3% on it. I think that's a good amount. Maybe I'll go one more deposit in my lifetime on here, but other than that, I don't think that's enough exposure. I don't like any of the other China names for the long term. I'd rather swing them, but Baba, I like getting foreign exposure. We don't have any in the long term, and again, I like the risk to reward, and I think they'll still be around. Latest LT play was MO. I posted on the YouTube too. I'm kind of shocked a lot of people missed that because that was an awesome ass play. And then long term, my next play is probably going to be Pfizer or maybe more MO, maybe even PayPal. But if you come up to the community tab, so if you go to this channel, you're on this channel right now. If you just click on it and go to community and then you go here, so like 8 days ago, that's when we made it. I said what I did, and then I posted all of the accounts so you could take a look at all of them. Ta-da! And then we raised to $3K a month. Happy New Year! MO's going down. BNB, I think, is in the green now. Yeah, Airbnb's green now. What's the other one I wanted to see? Pfizer. White House have not seen any indication Russia is preparing to use nuclear weapon. PayPal's still up $63. Bro, PayPal's up 5 now. So this kind of rocketed up out of nowhere. So all that month of staying in a range, you just went up here in one day. So PayPal just recovered their earnings. I still like but I'm not like trying to buy. I have a lot of REITs. I have MPW, I have I have IRM, and then I even have JP Morgan. So I thought I had at a good price, but all of the fixed income bond pressures started weighing on it. But if got really cheap, I'm not like opposed buying more, but I think there's way better deals that you could get right now on other names. Again, like MO, the ones that we took. I still like Pfizer. Again, PayPal even, but PayPal's now green. But yeah, there's a lot of names. It just depends we'll see where we're at when we get the next deposit. But I'm pretty happy with my MO pickup. I think above all, because I don't know, is PayPal green now? Yeah, PayPal, we just went green on that now. My goodness. Is it through YouTube? Yeah. So, like, literally, like, you're on this, click on this channel that you're on right now, like Stock Market Live, youtube.com/the stock market, and then go to the community tab, and then you will see it. Ashley paid $1 billion for mattress maker resident home. All right. Ashley Furniture. And then oil's still up 2%. Interestingly enough. And then gold has actually climbed today. Again, they sold off a lot yesterday. Or Ashley, the billionaire mattress connoisseur. That seems like a lot for a mattress company. I guess, well, purple's still worth $800 million. Can SPY dump? I mean, maybe. You're already down 0.5% on the NASDAQ. SPY's also down, kind of, and it's not even down that much. So it's not too hard to go green, but we haven't really made any eventful moves. There's not much data today, if any at all. You do have a 30-year bond auction today. Other than that, though, this is still like the digestion. And then Asia was kind of weak. Weird stuff in Japan. And then China back and forth. And then Europe was actually good on their employment data and rates. But Other than that, a super quiet day after a day like, man, I sold those eBays and those kept running. I know they did, because that's in the money now. Prince Ali, Ali, Powell. Strong as 10 regular Fed chairs, equal as he. He can raise the rates twice in one. He could cut the rates and do it done. He said he'll raise and he'll hold for longer and he'll do it till it's done. Prince Ali, Powell. Okay. It's so much fun. I'm sorry. I'm trying to calm myself down. I don't want to bother y'all too much, because I like that song a lot. He was just saying it got stuck in his head. I didn't mean to. Your little one's going to see Aladdin on Broadway. You tell him, say this isn't important. Say, look, you're getting to watch Josh's Family. Tell him it's an important day. Aladdin's good, man. I like Aladdin. I think Aladdin's my favorite one. I like Toy Story a lot, but I could get behind Aladdin. Q-Film. Bro, these like Bowzun, BZ, and then Q-Film, bro. That was it. They were there, bro. They were there. Didn't you do Joe Biden? I mean, honestly, you're a little nicer about it. I feel like the last time someone asked me to do Joe Biden, it was a little more threatening. But I feel like he needs to come out like naturally. You know what I'm saying? I can't just like, you know, it's an election year. It's an election year. You don't want to. Your 6-year-old's going to see Aladdin too? Why is everybody doing Aladdin? Yeah. I'm already laughing, man. That's unnatural. Yeah. I met a guy named Aladdin. That's what I was going to tell you. You said Aladdin, Joshua. I was going to say, I met a guy named Aladdin. He wore one of those hats. He wore it, and he had a pet monkey. He named Apu. I said, Apu. He said, what do you mean, Apu? I said, I got to go Apu in the situation room. Yeah, but I said, come on. I said, come on, Aladdin. We stand with Aladdin. He's a good guy. He's not there. I tell him, me and Aladdin, we used to ride the magic carpet. I'd get off the Amtrak, he'd get on his magic carpet. That's exactly what you do every day. Anyways. I don't think that one was natural, but fuck it. A little prick. Like the video now. You better like the video. As in Joe Biden. Joe Biden this, Joe Biden that. You better like the video. Asking for a lot. You're asking for a lot, buddy. Without liking the video. Good. No, seriously, I met him in India. I met Scranton, California. His name was Aladdin. He's a good guy. Sure, I mean it. He's a good guy. I don't care how he got to this country. He stood for the right things. You know that he stood for the right. He saved Princess Jasmine. That's all that matters. No. I'm telling you, Aladdin is a problem. I met that Aladdin guy. I banned him. I'm banning Aladdin. We don't need Aladdin, Schmaladdin. Who else do we need here? No, I'm going to raise the tariffs on Aladdin. You tell Aladdin he wants to fly his magic carpet in our airspace. It's going to cost him, and I'll make him pay for it. You know, Aladdin, I've no Bin Laden, but no Aladdin. Good. Like the video. I'll see you in November. I just got the primaries. They gave me the delegates. So I'm delegating. Good. And this all started from a Prince Ali parody. Prince Ali. Okay. Morgan Stanley on the high. Another set of banks. Again, banks and financials been loving it. Airbnb went up a little bit too. Meetings all day. Not really towards safety. It's like kind of broadening out again. You know, yesterday was more concentrated in big tech, and we reacted to data. Today is kind of like everybody doing their own thing. PayPal, Square doing good. Some energy names up. Gold came back after giving some up. So it's like a weird breather after yesterday. A little bit of digestion, just holding up the levels. Bonds, dollar didn't. Bonds got actually whacked. So actually not too bad, but we'll see if there's a day two with the bond auction. Other than that, just getting ready for PPI tomorrow. PPI currently pricing in 0.7%. The JD, I'm still in them. You could get out now if you want. It's going to be like the Baidus. Remember those Baidus? We got them. They went up 200%, and then 2 days later they went away. So China is very finicky, but you got a 170% on those JD contracts. If you want the money taken now, but you do got a month of time if you want to push it. Banks are really loving it. Banks the last couple of days, and I mean even then, like I'd say the last like 6 to 12 months, banks have subtly been a very big source of gains. I know we've been looking at AI and all of the tech and Mag 7, but man, those banks are not playing around, and like again, they've returned the most capital. Again, year on, or they're a big portion of the biggest return on capital. Pfizer, we should have double dipped them contracts yesterday. Because now Pfizer, if you break above 28.70, I mean, you're going to get back to those earlier rally days. But that is looking very good for them. Strongest 10 regular man. Sorry, it's a very good song. PayPal and then Altria. Ever since the December dot plot. I know, for real. Yeah, literally, Pfizer started pumping. Pfizer was the same day as MO. I was going to buy Pfizer, but I went with MO instead. But they got that pump, Josh Brown, CNBC. And then Airbnb just add a little candle into the high, then red candle down. 167.6. Airbnb doing quite well. Where is BNB? It's good for you, Habibi. I did go to college. Yes. I don't think you need to go to college, but I think it's a good idea. I know a lot of people who went to college and who didn't. Both end up successful. I mean, you're 19 years old, putting 19 grand into penny stocks, so I don't know. I think you might like college. I feel like you like to experiment. You may have some fun, learn some things, but you don't have to necessarily. But like I said, I think the passion comes naturally through your desires. Logic doesn't create action. Passion does. Yeah. You got to like it. Like, again, like even in college, like I studied stuff that didn't really help me with making money, but like I was always passionate about it. And, I think, everything I do here on a daily basis, I'm actually interested in it. Like that's why if you're only here for money and like you really like, because the stock market's a bunch of bullshit. Like that, right? Like you guys know the stock market is a bunch of bullshit. Like on a day-to-day basis, like what you have to deal with, what you really like, it's a bunch of bullshit, man. Are you kidding me? So like if you don't like it and you're only here for the money, to like deal with that bullshit. I mean, there's a reason why it chews people up and spits them out. So you got to actually kind of, you know, be involved with what you're doing and really like it and like it beyond more than kind of the financials will add to it. College is good for creating good habits. No, I was fucking getting high and drinking in college. I don't do that now. But it's like college, I think it's great for networking. That's all. And exploring and like finding out, you know, what you like to do, and I think going off on your own and getting a little bit more just living life. But ultimately I think networking and just like what you get exposed, you could get exposed to bigger stuff in college and get the ball of your life rolling, more or less. SLV, are they up? Visco? Victoria's Secret, earthquake 6.0 strikes New Britain of Papua New Guinea. College, same as anything. It's about what you put into it. I agree. But yeah, I mean, around that college age, though, you should have, not like, and I don't say this like, don't feel bad if you're like, maybe you're a late bloomer, but like, passion should be bubbling around that age, if that makes any sense. Like, you should be getting excited about little shit. Stupid shit, honestly, but that's what I mean by like passion is bubbling. Like, you should be excited about certain things and like have ideas, be willing to try them out, and like that's where I think college is good. And with or without it, I mean, that's where I'm saying, like, if you're like, how did you get passion? I mean, I think at, you know, I think between like 18 and 21, 22, like you're still like young, dumb, and excited and like that's where I'm saying, like, you could get real passionate about what things that you like and change things that you like and find out what you really love. Euro closes in an hour, so 12:30 Eastern, until Europe adjusts daylight savings. Yeah, bro, I don't get it. All the dealers have slashed premiums on gold and silver and selling into the highs. No, dude, that's what I looked the other day. It's so weird. Last time gold had a rally like this, the premium from dealers and on physical was through the roof. But this time, they're not charging they're charging, I think, 1.5%. Like, it's actually like kind of mind blowing. Like, what is it? 2172 is spot price right now. Oh no, 30. I guess they're charging like, what's $100? They're charging like $100 over spot. They're charging like 4.5, I guess. I guess they're charging the money market rate. There's no one buying it. But then the paper gold is just going through the roof. But like literally they won't like the premium is just is not high. Damn, Marvel did go lower. So I think next level 67 flat. Wendy.
The 4 fiscal events.
Jeremy Hunt grilled on budget. Glencore holder Tribeca calls for listing shift to Sydney. I don't know what that means. SPY coming down. Bonds hit a new low. Don't get bored of the chop. Let it mold you, Habibi. Let it mold you. I'm going on eBay to see gold. 1 ounce gold coin. They're charging $300 above spot. I guess it's not that. It just depends. eBay's ticking up a little bit. It wasn't that high the other day, but now that gold came down and these are staying the same, it's like 100 to 300 above spot. Very crazy, though. Because I don't, dude, like, do you guys realize at one point, I want to say gold was trading at like 1,800 maybe. No, what year? It was in 2021. Yeah. No, gold hit 2,000. Gold hit like 2,000. Even in like 2021, like 1,800 to 2,000. Those gold coins were going for like 2,300 to 2,500. Yeah, you were able to buy it cheap at Costco, but that was like later in the year. I'm saying like the first time gold was like running and going nuts, there was like a physical shortage. So like, remember, it was hard to get these gold coins. If you wanted a physical coin so you could do this, that it was like you were paying considerably above spot. I mean, it's not like I'm saying some on eBay are about 10% above spot price, but seems to be about 5%. It used to be 1.5% was what you would pay above spot usually, but it's very interesting to see that gold is, you know, literally hitting all-time highs, and you're not have the demand to buy doesn't seem as high, believe it or not, or at least for physical. And SPY a little bounce. Yeah, Costco. I told y'all about them Costco coins. Those were the Pamp Suisse bars, so those are a little bit different. I sold the eBay, man. I sold it too early. I was getting paranoid with all these contracts that were about to expire. Apple TSM will invest $550 million in a fund managed by Climate Asset Management. Sounded bigger than what it was. BBAI popping up 13%. Apple Murata will invest $30 million in the same fund. US NTSB outlines request it made for Boeing for information. Boeing, back to Cali. I picked up the ADM. They went up a little bit today on the bid. but they didn't move too much. But yeah, I covered those on the watch list last night. Amo, yalla, habibi. Yalla. Meta, I think, short-term catalyst with this little TikTok ban, and then it sold off kind of unnecessarily on Trump comments earlier in the week. Other than that, I mean, I think if things hold up, they're kind of one of those outperformers with NVIDIA. And then until we either get headlines or into earnings, I think that'll be its next move, either solidifying the 500s or not. I think main themes moving forward data, Powell and policy shift, and interest rates. And there's one more. Then I think earnings as it comes around the corner. There's one more factor I'm missing. Oh, the politics. Duh. That's what's crazy is that every month we are moving. I don't know if this is blowing your guys' mind or not, but do you guys realize you're like halfway done with March? Thought I would throw that out there. But it's like every month that goes forward, we are getting closer to the election. So again, like we were talking election, beginning of the year. I mean, now like you've knocked out 3 months already. So get ready. Oh, Palantir CEO. I love this guy. I'm going to get high to it. He just makes me feel high. And he be saying
More
crazy.
sale.
I love it. Yeah, bro. I like him, though. This is how I look.
Okay.
He's
we're
still
making
rich
the
as
same
hell,
claim.
though.
The
I
only
look
thing
a
is
lot
we're not making a
dirtier than
claim.
this.
We're saying we
you
will
know what I'm
show
saying? Like, he look
while
clean.
they tell you.
He got the crazy
And
hair, the weird
those-
hairline pushed
like,
back, you know?
All these people making all these
But,
claims
like, he
are
gonna
the
say
only
some crazy
marketing we
shit,
really
too,
have.
though.
Because the most important thing is now we've set a standard. The standard is we are going
I
to
like
make
him.
the
I'm
enterprise
not. I don't.
more
Yeah, I don't
efficient.
mean this
We're
negatively.
going to make the enterprise stronger.
I kind of admire him.
We're going to have innovation work in
Like,
the way
I'd chill
that
with
it's
him.
differential.
Like,
Meaning
I would, and he would
innovation means
probably
nothing
offer
if
me
5 companies
shrooms, and
have
I
the
wouldn't
same
take it,
exact
but I would chill.
margins,
I would chill
have
with
the
him.
same exact
I would
ability
love
to
to
transform.
I'd sit
are
down with
equally
him.
robust.
Maybe
We're
have an
saying, pick a
espresso
part
or
of your
something.
business. For some,
That just very like school shooter vibes from Mr. Alex, but I like him. Besides that, I would still, like I said, I would befriend him so he didn't target me. But at the end of the day, they were. I was kind of like, all right, gotta go, everybody, gotta go. All right, he says the quiet part out loud. I don't know if that's a compliment anymore. He's like, right? I get you gotta understand. I bet you he's actually like he like gives me Sam Bankman vibes, but like he's actually good at video games. You know what I'm saying? Like he's actually like I don't know. I think Carp's a little bit more legit. But he's up to like, I don't know, man. He said ethically allowed. Like that's just a different that's like again, I've never like in my studies of morality and philosophy, allowed is a very interesting choice of words to describe morality or ethics. Well, it's whatever you're going to allow. I will do whatever you allow. We'll take it to that limit, sir. Excuse me. You don't even care. Got it. A real New Yorker. That was fun. Mr. Alex Carp, Palantir. I feel like he would get hella mad if he heard me call it Palantir. I just get that impression that he would get like hella mad. If I ever met him though, I'm going to say Palantir and he's going to be like Palantir and I'm going to be like, yeah, Palantir. And I feel like he would get really worked up about it. I think he would try to kill me, but like very subtly, like the brakes on my car would stop working type beat. He gives me that, like, and I'm like, oh, Palantir could have fixed that. Too bad you couldn't say it right, Joshua. What? This guy's insane. Palantir. Palantir. Same amount of syllables, I guess. SWX on the low. Where's oil? MNQ's down. Nasdaq's kind of down 0.5%. It's like half of yesterday. So again, we moved what was priced in, but you gave up half of that today. Am I going to Coachella? No, I don't think so. I've never been to Coachella in my life. You know that? And I grew up around the time it got popular. I grew up in San Diego, LA. Oh, man. All my friends have a tradition. They've gone. So since we've been like 18, they have gone to Coachella every year. I have been the only one who does not go. I have not been a Coachella fan. It's too many crowds, too many people, too much mud and shit. I got great speakers, as always. TMC, that one's censored. That was from yesterday. Exactly. Weibo earnings. Well, yeah, I mean, after BZ and then Kufu, I'm sure Weibo might go crazy. The old EDC in LA, I do remember that. They had all. Where is it now? Don't they go to like San Bernardino? There's one. Somebody wanted me to go to that one. Concerts, not really. I don't really like. I don't know. I like stand-up comedy. I like theater. I have never been to a Broadway show though. I've never even seen a show in Vegas. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have never even I want to go to I want to watch the Jabberwockies or something, but I haven't. I think I have the 70s on the ADM. They're far out the money, but 70s is where it dropped from after that whole thing. Tickets to Tom Segura. He's funny. That's going to be fun. Saw Lion King. I didn't see it. No shows. Every time I want to go see a show, it takes a long time, and I'm like, you know what? I'll just go get food and gamble. You use my income tax and put it into the long term. Horn, please. Let's go, baby. He said horn. He said horn. Be wise with it. Remember, that ain't coming out for 10 years. Minimum, baby. Minimum. But enjoy it. Wednesday, don't forget, live stream tonight, baby. The boys in Mexico. Did y'all make it back? Are y'all done? They didn't get the live stream last week. They were all Mexico. These called real estate boys. They living it up. They getting a tan, too. I need to go get me a tan. I haven't been outside this month. I guess it's still winter, right? Or is it now? Is it spring because we springed forward? But amen, baby. Made it back safe and sound. Good, man. That's good. That's it. No diarrhea. You guys safe? It's good, man. I'm just saying. I don't know. When I travel, it's okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, the wind in Vegas last weekend was nuts. I saw videos on that because I like them weird plane landing videos. I kept seeing a bunch of those. I got Oracle. One call from yesterday that dropped 50% though. Yesterday it did. It didn't do anything. Still like them though. Oh, Manny Fresh, baby. What up, Mr. Real Estate? How you living? Close call. Oh, man. Hey, man, as long as you made it home. You made it home. Back in Canada, you chilling now? That's good. Got a good weekend? Got a good week? Going to NYC for spring break. Did you guys see Miami? Apparently, they, shut down Miami for spring break. Because you guys remember last time everybody went nuts? Oh, Palantir. Carp, baby. He loves burning the shorts. Well. Mr. Cop. Just moving off Coke comments. No, but they shut down Miami. Living the dream, baby. Tell him Manny Fresh. My Manny Fresh. Yeah, Palantir on the high, still going. Airbnb too. They're going up. They hit 168 earlier. MO chilling. Pfizer. Amazon's up 0.9. Apple's still guttered. Microsoft, Netflix, they were doing good. Now they're red. And then Google's still holding up. And then we're right at VWAP. Haven't done much. I mean, I feel like every day this week we spend 7 hours to roughly be around the same level. When he said, you know what, I'm just going to say it. I was ready to watch him implode the price. The opposite happened. The opposite. He's very bold. That was fun, though. That was fun to watch. But yeah, it's going up since he's still probably talking somewhere. He might be on in another interview. But it has been moving up since then. And then SPY not much. Bonds coming down here. And then we have that bond auction, what, in an hour? An hour. And then you got Euro close in 30 minutes. Hims 15.30. And then Restoration was going up. What was the other one? Marvel went a little lower, but still around where we got it. I'm down on that. SMCI's break even. Nvidia down 2. Intel. Again, Intel got that government money pulled today. That news wasn't good. The TikTok vote already happened. The House passed it. So that actually already happened. Next step is Senate. And then we find out if it's like really banned or not. And then that's it. And then Snap and Meta already moved up. Snap kind of gave, so it was up more, both of them. Meta's like around the same price. Nike's on the high. Procter. 3M holding 102.50, 40. Still above the first level. Yeah, Rum, they were just in the discussion yesterday. So they're actually probably doing the best out of any of those. eBay, I sold out of that one too early. Baba actually held up. I wanted those. Baidu came down. JD, those calls are still holding. NVIDIA conference today. And then we have that Oprah thing. NVO and Eli Lilly. Dollars. I thought it was 600 stores. But that was surprising. I didn't think. Wasn't it like Dollar? Was it Dollar Trees or was it like wasn't it like Family Dollar? I think it was one of their brands. Yeah, Cocaine Bear, let's go. Palantir. Oh, that's the Cocaine Bear. I was like, what? You coming out here, you're saying Cocaine Bear? Yeah, you paying the plug though, baby. God bless you. Or not. Shout out to Palantir. That's in the bottom right. And good morning. It's still pretty early. Europe's still open. We got 30 minutes till Euro close. We got data here in about an hour. And then that data is going to be in bond auction. Nothing else after that. You got a couple of earnings. Again, not as many. And then tomorrow morning, PPI and retail sales. Bond auction is in an hour. Epic says Apple has violated court order on App Store rules. And then bonds are getting dumped on now. That loss has doubled from the morning. So we opened up around down 0.3 on TLT. And now it's down by 0.6. Dr. Copper up 3. Interesting. Are all other commodities up? And where's oil? Oil's up, but down from the highs. Yeah, weed stocks are moving up. We're still down on that, but decent gain. Japan on the high. EWJ. GE, I like it. I think it's up a lot. And I know like they were struggling and then recovered. And now that they've recovered, they have like, it's kind of like Meta. You know, they're trading near like all-time highs, I believe. That's the only thing I'm worried about. So I like it, but I don't know about longing it. They said that they're increasing it to $7. Most items. I've not heard. So it'll be $7 tree. Do you believe in the 70% soft landing? Not really, but I was shocked that the odds are that high. But then again, if I've learned anything about odds, is that they change very fast, at least as far as Fed futures are concerned. Out of 25 jobs, the only ones who replied are 3. You're technically not qualified for because years of experience saying thanks, but no. No companies are replying. Well, this is the best jobs market in the world. There's no way. $25? How many did you apply to in total? Was it just 25? And then bonds are kind of getting crushed here. I just had the dollar up. Dollar was dropping on the day. Dollar's still barely down. VRM on the high. Myrna on the low. Halliburton again. Energy. Oil was slipping there. Back to 79. I got to do cover letters and research. Takes time. Yeah, 25 doesn't seem like a lot, though. But that's still crazy. But then the ones you said, like, some respond, but you're not qualified, so they're not down? You'd be like, come on. What's up? You know. You still believe Airbnb going to 180? Yeah, I'm down. I think it can. I mean, it's having a great streak so far. Anything higher would be great. But I do think, we get through these levels. If it does get above 180, I mean, it won't be long before we start talking about 200. There's a lot of puts for tomorrow on this. Those came in the morning. That looks like someone did a spread. Yeah, I'm still holding on to PTN. I've answered that every single time you've asked me, sir. I don't know what is changing on that one. Again, we're holding for biotech, but for now they don't have Catalyst. And then Vanny, VKTX type beat. Really sorry. Yeah, every single day, sir. Every single day. If you're adding to the group that is asking about the TLT rate cut play, any thoughts? I'm assuming the Fed bought a little more time to keep up with the recent CPI print. So that's like the crazy part. And I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but I feel like there hasn't been a lot of people asking about a TLT rate cut play. Like I remember like last year, like around the Hugh Hendry time, it was like every day, like homie asking me about PTN. You guys were like, yo, Josh, TLT, bonds, bonds, rate cut, CLT. So like a year and a half ago, maybe a little longer. So it was like everybody was very very adamant on playing the and remember we were talking about like duration risk and all that. So like in a weird way, it like people I feel like haven't been asking that. So as of now though, you definitely have time. The rate cut play, TLT, will be there once they do start cutting rates, but it's when we get a little closer to that, and then quite frankly, TLT already front ran a little bit. So like this bond rally, like this brought the bonds from like what, 5 almost? 5 to like 4.5, I think. Or 4.25, a little bit lower. So this little rally here was already kind of a little bit. There's a lot more, but when we get closer to the rate hikes, I do think you could start buying TLT, but for now, we're not there. It's all going to be about front running it. So I don't have any of those plays, but you are getting closer to it than not. But I mean, that's just going to be all dependent on Powell. It won't be as big if we know it's coming. Well, no, because you know it's coming right now. So look at what happened. You knew it was coming. Look at the run, the front run, and then you already gave up like almost half of that rally just because time. We went from pricing in 7 to 3, and now we're pricing in a little bit less, and then more data. And then what happens if July comes around and we still haven't cut? These numbers are all going to have to change because, again, it has a duration attached. So the more time that goes on, that duration risk will start settling into it. But the thing that will make – this is the caveat that I said, but the thing about TLT, if we get the first rate cut, what could be the problem with TLT? So TLT will go up on the first rate cut, but there's one problem to it. And you're asking about when's the next TLT play? How much is it going to go up? It's not timing. Let's assume we get the rate cut. There's something beyond the timing. I needed a water. Yeah, you guys got it a little bit, kind of. So what are the two factors? The time of the cut and the timing when they do it and how much they do it, the timing and size. So what if Powell only cuts by a quarter and then says that they're not going to continue cutting and that they're going to pause? And then the economic data, even after they cut, if the economic data doesn't really align with more cuts, then TLT may get a little bit of a boost, but it's not going to shoot back up to 130, 140 because they're lowering rates, but they're not lowering them back to zero. So if it's a slow rate cut or very small increments or a rate cut and pause, that will be the next factor that will, affect the returns, the potential returns on TLT or a TLT type play. So that's good. That makes sense. But for now, you're closer to it than not. But we are still waiting to get more clarity on all of that stuff of when he's actually going to cut. TLT will make a move when that happens. And then the plan forward and the size and timing, those are going to be the next factors that'll determine what's up. And there'll be other plays too, though, probably. So keep that in mind. After July, there's only 4 chances to cut. Yes. So, and then at that point, if we haven't cut 3 and we're still pricing in 3, we'll see. But then at that point, you'll probably get a new SCP by June. So don't forget, we get the SCP next week, and that's a big deal. But then in June, we get another SCP, and I think around June last year, the SCP started changing. So, unfortunately, that could happen as well, too. I have older videos on dividend stocks, and I even made a video, I think, this year We went over the portfolio. We went over all the dividend stocks that I'm in, that I like this year, and some new ones that I might be eyeing. Papa Powell would give us. I don't think next week we're gonna get much. I don't think Powell needs to change the dot plot, and then it could buy them a lot of time. But around June, I think Powell might update the dot plot, because again, it makes it literally, if by June or July, if we haven't cut rates at all, and depending on what the data says, and then they don't cut rates in July, you literally only have 3 more meetings left. So, and then if anything changes, like, it's literally going to change. Like, the dot plot would have to change. So, I think by June SEP, that will, like, cement really what's going to happen or not. And if they really want to cut, the SEP will reflect that in June. And then if they really don't want to cut, they're going to raise the median will go higher. And then we're thrown right back into the loop. The reaction to CPI was pretty mild. Yes and no. It was a little bit above what was expected, but what was expected was a big move. Was yesterday more mild than some of the CPIs I've seen in the last couple years? Hell yeah. It wasn't that crazy, but considering we haven't moved too much off that data, I mean, it was pretty big. But I do think it was fascinating that the market, just like, once you're watching the resiliency of the market, and you're watching how quickly the market story just snaps back into formation. It's like a Weeble Wobble, or I don't know. It's like a Pokemon, like a Ditto. Like, it just transforms right back to the narrative. Like, it can move around. It's like what's that movie with Jim Carrey? With the little green shit that moves around? Ditto? No, that's a Pokemon. What am I thinking about? What's that movie called? Not The Mask. Flubber. Yeah, the market's like Flubber. Yeah, Flubber. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Flubber. Y'all don't know. Was that Robin Williams? Oh, my bad, Robin. My bad. Rest in peace. Yeah, Flubber. That's what it reminds me of. Flubber. It's just the way it moves, but, like, more so, like, it just, like, goes right back into shape, the story, the narrative, this idea of, like, data comes out and, like, inflation worries went up yesterday. Like, all the metrics, even today, the bonds, the continuation, all the metrics of, like, worries about sticky inflation are fundamentally going higher. And then the market is, like, still just going back into this form, and the general, like, perception, everybody still feels good. They don't think things are going to change too much, and they feel quite optimistic about the economy still moving forward. So I'm like, I don't know if Powell has an incentive to really change that, and I think he could just ride it through, keep it, buy some time for the next 3 months, and then we'll find out in June. But there's always the chance, if that dot plot changes next week, we are going to move big. We think 3% is the new 2%? Nah. You're just, and I mean this respectfully, but, like, that's just, like, too new age. You know what I'm saying? You're just like a modern day economist, Everything has to, like, this has to be the new this, new normal, new none. It's like they can't get rid of 2%. You guys have to all realize that. Even though it may feel like it's the new normal, we got to give it a couple more years. But even then, like, you don't, like, right now, if I told you the Fed as a fact has credibility, there's a lot of you in here who would scoff on that. You know what I'm saying? If I said the Fed is a credible institution and they have upheld their credibility all throughout these last several years, without a doubt, some of you would scoff at that. Oh, how dare you, Joshua? How dare you? Fed is not credible. These people are not, that's not my Fed. That's not my president. You would say no. You would definitely disagree with that. But they are. Why? Because that 2% target. All because of that. That's it. They've held that 2% for a long time. They have committed to it. even though things have changed rapidly and are still moving rapidly, you know, they're not swaying on that at all. That 2% is their credibility. Beyond the Fed futures and following along with the Fed futures, like ahead of the meetings for the last like 70 years or so, that right there, that 2% target, that is their thing. It's not working. Well, it is working, because that's why we're doing what we're doing. That's why we're holding rates. That's why we raise the rates. It's all to get towards this target. So we're slowing down our progress. Doesn't mean we throw out the, what is it? They throw out the baby with the bathwater, more or less. It's like we are still working towards that, but it takes time, and we have to keep it. I sound like Powell right now explaining it. But all I'm saying is that has been one of those factors that by maintaining it, many Fed watchers, and when you analyze the Fed, them upholding a 2% commitment and staying there and like adamantly staying there, that is one of their main pillars of credibility. So that's where it's just like they have to keep it. So whether you think it's the new normal or not, or it's changing, it's not working, it's just like they can't get rid of it. And to some degree, you have to realize if they get rid of the 2% target, they will be admitting defeat so that they could claim victory. It would be like a reverse split. They'd be like, oh, our stock's at $10 now. But you just diluted the shit out of everybody. And you were just at 1 cent. So it's like they would be admitting defeat to reach a goal. And say, oh, well, now we don't have 2% target anymore. It's now 3. We're going to change everything from the last 50 to 70 years that you have processed so that we could reach this goal, and now something's new. That would it would have an upending process, even though it feels like 3% is the new normal. It's not. And that would, if the Fed admitted that would be a very big change. They did it with the recession definition. No, the recession definition didn't have a history for 70 years, attached to policy or what they've been saying. Like, if you have another counter, I'd be down to entertain it. But I do think this is unique. This is the Fed saying 2% inflation and sticking to it has been something they've done for a while. And that's why it's like they have had to hold it for a while. The flexible average inflation, they may introduce something like that, like a range, before they change it. I could get behind that, but even then, I do think this is the hill they're dying on, just because it saves a lot of face. Because as long as you still have 2% target and still say you're working towards it, I mean, you have something you have not altered. Something is OEM. You know what I'm saying? It's like an original Rolex. No aftermarket, MMT bullshit, but just some sort of target that they are, a mandate that they are sticking to and not altering with everything else altering. Well, he did say they weren't going to stick to it, but that's what he said that's why he said in financial conditions. That's why he stopped being so nitpicky, because he said sometimes we're going to run a little hotter, sometimes we're going to run a little cooler, and then it's going to find that balance. But generally, though, there is like an official Fed target of 2%. They are not officially raising that. So just like the dot plot and the SCP, and they have a terminal rate, they have a rate projection of where they think their policy should be at, or inflation. They're not changing that. What if they can't reach the 2% target? Then mission failed, but I don't think they would. That's what I'm saying. If they don't reach it, something is definitely changed for real then. Like something big. That would be a change in your life. Like the Fed, that would be like kind of broadly speaking the starts of a new monetary system or like financial system. You would just be operating in a new monetary world of a higher inflation target. Estee Lauder, bro, they had weird news the other day too, but they're ripping. Again, they had good earnings. They've been bouncing there. Oh, O'Reilly. Ozempic parts. Yay. Good morning, bright and early. What time is it? Euro close in 6 minutes. Euro close in 6 minutes. Not bad, man. How you living? How is your Wednesday? We got a boring Wednesday. I mean, yesterday was boring too. You just had data. You were just hypnotized by the data, but it literally, I mean, we spent a lot of time trading at the same levels. I mean, it's been a couple hours not moving. Don Lemon comments on partnership with X in a statement. You don't think they need to raise rates one more time before inflation comes down? No, I think if you hold it long enough, I think if they held rates for another year, inflation would come down. By the looks of it, it'd be slow. So I don't think they need to raise rates, but if you did cut too soon, you would upend the progress because that's all they're doing. Rates are already high. They're just chilling. They're just letting it slowly. It's like a snake wrapped around the economy squeezing. So I do think 5% is a good amount of pressure. Like, listen, man, it's like 5% incline. You'll get tired the longer you walk. You may be on a low speed, but you'll eventually get tired. And that's kind of, so I think if you start lowering the incline by the end of this year, then that might change some things. But if you kept it, you ran another year, 5% incline, I do think that would slow down inflation a little bit or a little bit more. And inflation by the definition of like year over year numbers, just like fucking the rate of change. Oh, I forgot. Marvel. That came back to another low. HD doing good. I mean, Russell and Dow doing good. It's a wide mix today. And yesterday was all big tech. And then SPY just all day struggled to go green, but it's like right there. You know, my 0.09 ADM giving up. No. The emergency funds, no. The BTFP, we haven't gone over it. We've been talking about it, but it is coming to an end. I think it already did end. So there's still going to be loans in the system. People could still use it, but they're no longer going to issue any more new loans and then wind them down after whatever the term was. So I think some of them still have money borrowed out for X amount of time. FTAI. Aviation. Oh, I thought this would have been an AI play. BNB. Pfizer came down. Disney. Bro, Disney hit that 114 and came down again. Musa on the high. Ammu Musa. I have an Ammu named Musa. Does that impact inflation? I wouldn't say so. I think that's just like banks and liquidity and that whole commercial real estate down to the banks that were in trouble last year. Musa, Amu Musa, Habibi. PGNY Democrat bill to protect IVF draws GOP support. Is PGNY a IFV stock? I got a little bit of volume. Dell selling off. And then SPY 2. Honeywell on the high. High-low ticker kind of balanced. Oh, I haven't even gave you a breakdown today. Let's see where we are on this day after CPI. So we have 177 names red on the SPY. 324 in the green. Dow Jones, 10 names in the red. 20 in the green. And then NASDAQ 100. 54 red, 46 in the green. So, yeah, NASDAQ's red. Dow's red, and even though there's more names that are green. Or SPY is, excuse me. But Dow is doing good. Very good. Long-term enjoyed life. It's a very interesting day. Very spread out. Energy's doing good. Health, not as much. Financial's killing it. Oh my gosh, yes. So, Chad, it is Euro close. I don't know. Is it daylight savings, bro? Is daylight savings? We missed push-ups. We missed I don't know. Now we have Euro close. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's time to get the body moving. You got your European close now. Let's see how this plays out. Again, not much news. You do got a bond auction here in 30 minutes. So get ready for that. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, you get your knees. Do a push-up, plank, the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 bling. Bling, 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 bling. Oh, feels good. Oh, wow. Then relax the shoulders. Fix that nerd neck. Nobody's attacking you. Come on, drop those trauma traps. You're holding all that trauma in your shoulders. That's why you're scrunched up at your computer chair. Because of the trauma that you're holding in your shoulders. Release it. Woosah. Relax, baby. Relax. It's a good day. It's a good day. You see that? Relax. Drop the trauma traps. Chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. And there it is, baby. Boom. Wow, you look amazing. No, you look good right now. I'm not serious. Wow, you look taller. You look taller. For real. Wow, you look great with that posture. Wow. That's amazing. All right, relax the jaw too. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. There it is. There it is. All right, gotta get my resistances. AAP on the high. Here you go, man. Just get it in. All those exhales. I'm just getting my reps in. I gotta remember to breathe. It's good for you, bro. Oh, there it is. How I feel about Boeing. I'm not the biggest fan. I still think they're kind of expensive. I think that stock could go down a lot more, but in the meantime, they're still kind of holding up. Yeah, it's bad. You gotta breathe, bro. You gotta breathe. You can't hold the breath. It's not good. But then I'm also like trying to be mindful. I don't want to like keep breathing into the mic with random exhales. All right, let me hit that wall stretch. I'm gonna hit that wall stretch. Echo, Chad, I'm here. If you could still hear me, I love you. Like the video. Oh man. Thank God. That was great. Oh, yeah. Foot balance. We get a foot balance. We get a reload for breakout. I mean, it is Euro close. So anything can happen. And remember, today is a digestion day. Coinbase. We've included detailed instructions to make it easier for you to buy Elizabeth Horan. Is that a joke? Because what was the other one? Isn't there like Joseph Bowden token? I think that went up like 600%. No, that's real. That's not a joke. I'm sure some of you may know more about Joseph Bowden than I do. And then again, SPY right below VWAP. AAP still going. I did the wall stretch, and that thing is still dominating the high ticker. It's kind of crazy. Boyle or Bowel, DKS, Bowl. Can't say it. Google's still going up here too. And then XOM. And then Baba sold off a little bit. Bonds near the low. Surprised. I'm giving you these up. I'm still balancing. I'm going for a minute and a half. 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds. This is good, bro. My balance has improved significantly. Very proud. You know, I'm going to go another 20. I'm gonna see if we could take this 2 minutes. I think we could take it 2 minutes today. Check decks. You got to give me a sec. I got to get this one through. I'm not long on nat gas. No, I got out of that a couple weeks ago. Coin earnings may have been the play too. That was crazy. All right. 5 seconds shy. 5 seconds shy. I lost my balance. See stock cycling. You mean like economic cycle, or are we talking like rotation? It's kind of both. But again, as far as economic rotation, that's going to depend here on policy. Then we'll see how other things get in the way there, like politics. And then the other one, rotation, definitely. I mean, whether things go very bad or very good, there is just so much room to rotate in this market. Again, where money could go into a lot of value, vice versa, defensives. There's a lot of industries. Do the Wolf of Wall Street thing where he beats his chest and hums. I do, bro. They're like, do the Biden, do this, do that. But I'm like, I've never done that one, bro. Like, I don't even have that in my repertoire. Have I ever done that? What do you mean, man? Where'd you get this idea? Are you confusing me with someone else? I don't think I've ever done the The Matthew McConaughey. I don't think I've ever. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. You never. Nah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. So like, you got it in your bag. I don't know if I do, man. I don't know. AISP. What the hell is this? $8.99 to $9.50. Oh, airship. We've literally seen this once a week minimum. I think this is like the second time. I have to watch the scene again. I don't really recall it. It's usually like boom. I don't know. It's Fugazi. I know that part. That part I like. My favorite play right now? China, I kind of think. Because I got a couple of short-term plays still that they're getting exciting, and then I even like it with the long-term. Other than that, I'm excited about the Japanese yen next week. I got to make some moves on that here, too. And then, yeah, that's it. Block's new crypto wallet can only be purchased with real cash. You can't buy it digitally. Hi, NFU on the high. What'd you just say to me? No, I meant, no, it's not. Marvel, that dropped another $1. 68. SMCI's holding. Airship still going. Again, random hype play we've seen a couple of times. My top 3 book recommendations for trading and technical analysis. I don't really read technical analysis, so I could not tell you. But I would read Richest Man in Babylon and The Intelligent Investor. Those are definitely 2 books I could get behind. Don Lemon says Musk canceled their partnership after interview. He was like, nah, this dude whack. What about the Bible? Yes, one of my favorites. I think it's probably the only book I read. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like definitely my favorite. Have you read the entire Bible? Yes. But not from like cover to cover. I tried that once. I got to the New Testament, and then like after the Gospels, I think I just started getting sporadic again. But yeah, I've gone through every book in the Bible at this point. You think the Bible is anti-African? What? I think the Bible like setting is like in Africa, like like you know how the world looked like back then. It's kind of crazy, but I don't think so. GXAI, they're dropping. They were running earlier. Those Pfizers would have been. We got 1,000 yesterday. Well, if we double dipped, we could have gone back to back. $30-year auction is going to be at 1. Same time, same place, same setup. We'll get the numbers. It'll be a couple minutes after 1, and we'll see what's good with everything. And then, I mean, yesterday was a bad bond auction, but we didn't do that bad. Silver, because gold. Again, silver is still lagging behind a lot. Any other time gold has gone up, it went crazy. I'm keeping the JD for now, but I kind of want to sell it, but I already sold off 3 other contracts with shorter expirations, but I do like the JD idea. But then again, you got some nice gains already. And then SPY got a couple of green candles. Tesla bulls. Tesla's been getting abused. Pfizer sold off. Pfizer's still up 1, but damn. But nah, man. Tesla is not as bad as the child support days. I'll never forget. I held that bitch down to $100. But this is where child support did start getting real. Below like 168. I guess it hit 155 earlier in 2023. Like below 168, 155. I mean, you know, I think that's going to be on. That's going to show up on the show. They're going to be like, whose child is it? Maury, Maury, Maury. Bond auction could mean a lot, but like I said, yesterday it was bad, but it didn't really, or 2 days ago? No, it was yesterday. It was bad, but it didn't really move us too much. And then some of the other auctions, I mean, they've really caused a big reaction. So hard to tell what type of day it's going to be. It's going to depend on the results, but generally a bad bond auction could be negative for the market, and a good bond auction will be positive. But like I've said, as of recently, it's kind of hard to tell which one's going to do what. And historically, 30-year bond auctions are pretty trash. But I do think the last 30-year auction got a bid. Chicle, again, they're in buyout mode. So be very cautious with any of those option plays. Bond auction, I'm 50-50. Because yesterday kind of got a little bit of a move, but then again, I think PPI we're pricing in more. So, but I do think, unless it's like a wide range, if it's like a really bad miss or a really big beat, I don't think the market will move too much off of it. Or what I can get behind is that the bonds are going to move, and then the SPY is just going to be in whatever world it wants to be. So we just went over the bond auctions there, like briefly. We're saying, like, you know, again, as of lately, they're hard to determine how it's going to affect the market. You know, generally, if the bond auction is good and the yields go lower, the market likes it, and vice versa. If it's bad and yields go higher, the market doesn't like it. But the whole, like, what a bond auction is, this is the Treasury selling bonds to raise money to execute all their plans. X is still dropping more. Another big print on the low ticker. That's in the bottom right. But the idea here as of lately is like why we used to not even pay attention to bond auctions. But lately with interest rates high, inflation, and then a lot of government spending and the government needing more and more money, and then them announcing they're raising more and more money, and then Powell and changing some of this policy, it's been of importance. People want to see if there's demand for bonds or not. And that's really the purpose of a bond auction, is to find out what the demand is for a certain tenure of bonds. So in this case, they're doing 30-year bonds. We're going to determine the demand. Strong demand will be a good sign. Low demand will be a bad sign. But we have had caveats to that. Biden to voice concerns over Nippon takeover of U.S. steel. They're a little lower now, actually. So that's breaking. That's the lowest it's been here in at least a month. That could be big. Because, again, if Biden's finally clapping it, but they're breaking, like, again, now they're falling in between the gaps. They broke their latest low. This is the lowest they've been in months. This is almost, what, 4 months? 3-4 months? So watch out for X. That's big news. Nothing confirmed. They're just saying that Biden might oppose it. Oh, CCJ, I forgot about that. They came up a little bit. Marvel hugging the lows. Tesla's about to go to the low again. We just went over those. I think Boeing are going to sell off more. Might. They're back on the negative end of the news cycle. So they've been again, there was a bunch of Boeing problems on Boeing planes this week, last 2 weeks. And then now that FAA news and everything else. So, and they said they're going to try to buy SPR. So I do think they could go lower. They may test that 170. Because remember, this is what I was telling you guys from earlier. I was like, why did everybody want Boeing? And I was like, bro, this thing is higher than where it was trading last year. So now it's finally getting into last year's lows. So I'd watch that level, but I've no guarantees. Yeah, I saw the suicide thing. That's crazy. One of the whistleblowers, he did something bad. Bro, Nvidia's at 891. That's nuts. It's still doing great. Rate cut odds. I don't know. In a weird way, I'm starting to think we won't even get a rate cut this year, but I just think respond to Powell right when you see the whites of their eyes. But I'm not really, I don't know. I think this game of cuts and how fluidly the Fed could change what's expected. Until it happens, I'm not really forecasting anything. I'm no longer in the game of forecasting. I don't think anything. I think Powell's going to do rates whenever he wants. I think Powell has all the answers. I think they know exactly if things are slowing down or not. And I think he's trying to buy his ass some time. And that's it. I think he's going to go whichever way he needs to or wants to, whether he knows or if the situation presents. Yeah, he does follow the odds, but that's what I was laughing about earlier when I said, like even the rate cut probability or the soft landing probabilities, like the odds change very fast. The odds at one point were like 99% that we would only get like 3 rate cuts, and then it shot up to 90% that we would get 7. And then a week later, shot down to 50%. And then a month later, now we're back down, or a month and a half later, you're back down to 3 rate cuts. So, like, the odds change a lot. And that's kind of where I think, again, the data, and as long as they know the data is going to be delayed and they could paint this story, they could keep kicking the can. But, maybe people will react to the data. But we've seen that as of late. But the odds can shift, and they have been. So if there is a rate cut that stays priced in, yeah, but by the looks of it, like we saw in the last month here, you get 3 sets of hot data coming into June. I don't think they're going to price in a rate cut. And then if Powell and everybody keeps up the same thing, and then that's why we see what happens with the dot plot. In a normal environment, isn't it normal for the Fed to cut and pause? No. I mean, I would argue in a normal environment, the Fed doesn't cut rates at all. So I think in a normal environment, they keep rates at their target, or near where their targets are all, whatever their mandates for inflation and rates are at and unemployment, and then they keep things stable. But I don't think in any normal environment they're cutting rates. Fitch, Eurozone, what is this? I got a bunch of Fitch headlines. Near-term world growth prospects have improved. Fitch has raised 24 global GDP forecast by 0.3 to 2.4. Expects world growth in 25 to edge up to 2.5. They expect fiscal impulse in U.S. to fade this year and household income growth to slow. Eurozone continues to stagnate with Germany's recession weighing on France and rest of the bloc. The German economy faces structural growth constraints, but it has also been hit by a string of major shocks that are unlikely to be repeated. Expect both U.S. Federal Reserve and ECB to cut rates 3 times by a total of 75 basis points by year-end. China's property collapse continues unabated. Housing sales now look likely to fall sharply again this year. So that's all from Fitch. World growth will go up. They think America will fade by end of the year. I think 3 rate cuts. They think China is still going to go lower. And Germany and Europe will recover. All right, X is bouncing now. Again, Fitch just came out with their global updates. No real move on that. No volume today. Let's see. Oh, very low. 21 million. We had set like what? Oh, it was like 10 million or 7 million in the morning. It's been 3 hours. Almost 3.5 hours, and we're chilling at 21 million. So less than 10 million an hour. You have definitely slowed down. If CPI came in hot, will PPI? No, they're a little different. And then if anything, PPI feeds more to the PCE. So it's not guaranteed. There's some correlation, but it's not like, yeah, since that's hotter, this one, especially since CPI was only up by 0.1 anyways. Agriculture, no, not until oil. We need oil to if oil really breaks above 80, gets in 90, 100, then I think agriculture comes back online. UAV online. Silver, new highs. Is silver at new highs? Everybody in the SLV, yeah. 3.33. Remember I was saying this the other day. I was like, silver is lagging. So silver's at 24.96. It hit 25 in November. And then July of last year. And then May of last year. It did start running around this time here too. But silver stayed kind of pinned. Silver's still doing good. Silver's up 11.3 on the year. Last 12 months. And then gold is up 13. Or no, that might be year to date. The bond auction is happening in about 1.5 minutes here. How do I deal with the fear the market will collapse now that my long-term is growing? I'm afraid SPY and stocks will disappear. Well, the reality is it's not going to just collapse randomly. Your long-term will go down. I was just talking about this today. I was like, man, this is unnatural how much our long-terms have been gaining. But at the end of the day, I mean, just come to terms with it. It's going to come down. You plan on holding it. You're not going to lose everything. It's not going to be a calamity. And that's it. You know, I had some people even reach out with other things. And, like, this all reminds me, man, just, like, stop, like, overthinking and, like, stop. I just feel like a lot of people, I get it's money and I get it's, like, it's important. But you got to, like, really stop bringing in, like, 20 other things into every stock decision. And, like, you can't be overthinking and thinking so much about, like, 10 other things, life, the future, in a way where it's, like, kind of irrational. You know what I'm saying? Like, you are just, like, it's kind of being extra, you know, more or less. So it's, like, the reality is your long-term will come down eventually. You'll have down days, you know, maybe down periods. There's going to be a time to plant and a time to harvest, you know. But it's just, like, come to terms with it. And, like, you're not going to lose everything entirely. Like, you've seen my long-term do bad, even, like, literally in some of the worst market environments we have seen in decades. And our long-terms did go down, and they came right back up. But we never lost everything. You know, we lost a good amount, but, it didn't leave you dire. And then, you know, a couple years later, you're doing better than you were ever. So just like the reality is, it will come down, come to terms with it. It's never going to just collapse and you lose everything unless you're in all penny stocks. And that's it. And just think about that. And I don't know if you want to keep thinking about more and more other factors and other things about life. And like, oh, and then I'm afraid of this. And then what if I have to do this? And then I'll have to get a job doing this and I'll never do. It's like, that's a lot, dude. That's very. It's a lot, like, way overthinking, and that, you know, that thinking could help you in other areas, but in this, it's not what you want. X is coming down again. Another low after the Biden comments. No, bond auction's not out yet. Tell me when you guys see the when issued. Oh, I have 4.352. 4.352 when issued. So 30-year bond auction. Watch ZB. Sucks. ZB's already at the lows too. Oh. Where would it come in? 4.331. No way. So you got demand on the bond auction. 4.331. Let's see. SPY going up. You're right. What? Right back up to the high of the day here on TLT. Hey, that'll be interesting. Again, they got destroyed, but that's good bond auction. That's crazy. So yesterday's bond auction was good. The one before that, was it bad? Oh, no, yesterday was bad. The one before that was good. So 30-year good. Not bad. Not bad at all. Bid to cover 2.47. Forecast 2.4. So a little bit of short covering on that. Even then, remember, 30-year bond auctions are usually bad. So that's why it's like, hey, you get a good one after all of that. Not bad there. Like I said, maybe bonds might do their thing, but that could help out the market. I mean, this is the highest you've been since the opening. Last, 4 hours or so? Not bad at all. We only react to good news. Well, remember, markets are going to do their own thing. Bonds could still fade. I would have made a play on the bonds already if I wasn't worried about that. That's the problem, is that equity land is going to do whatever the fuck it wants. Bank of Japan to discuss negative rate exit next week. Nikkei. All right, 1 week ahead of the meeting, there is your Bank of Japan rumor. So you're getting Nikkei comment, Bank of Japan rumor. Once again, that's going to help out the bonds too. And then oil's climbing. And it's going up a little. Yeah, watch any of the yen plays there. Again, that's literally right before the event. Every time the Nikkei drops some like leak or some sort of rumor. So again, you were already getting a lot of hype on the yen prior, but there it is. Yen's starting to rocket up right now. Again, it was red earlier in the day. MSI on the high. Yeah, bonds are chilling. Good auction for now. Bonds are just literally where they were at in the morning. So again, they sold off a little bit more. Does gold lag GLD? Is gold a company? All right, yen's starting to take off a little bit. All right, I did. I grabbed a ZB. I'm going to try to flip this. I'm going to try my best not to hold it. I went ZB long. Positive bond auction, and really the yen. I didn't want to take it, but that might get a little bit of steam here. What'd I get in at? 120.15. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen comments on Fox Business. Inflation trend favorable. Don't expect smooth path. Whoa, what's NMIH? Yo, NMIH. Just a liquid. That a little pop there. SPY going up. And then we'll see where everything else goes. Okay, well, it's already 10. No shit. I don't think ARM lockup is price. We haven't even heard the headline for ARM. So we don't even know who's sold out of ARM yet or anything. So eventually that'll come out. And then either the stock will have already will brush it off or it'll react to it. It just all depends on the details. ZB is a future /ZB. You could do like /30Y or /10Y. For like a cheaper play, but it's reverse. So my long, you would short it instead. ARM is going up. United Steel still dropping. Yeah, X is like literally getting clapped. Even Marvel's still getting clapped. They're at the low. SPY's starting to work its way up here. So he's fighting on. RCL on the high and then DRI. Bro, X is dying now. 13. I'm glad I put out a stream alert to that one. It's like, bro, they say it's the first time in months. Now it's filling the gap. So that's it. You snap that other support level. X, my first time comments from Biden there. You're getting down to that fill the gap mode. My goodness. My goodness. Yellen futures for EVs is very bright in the U.S. Yellen. She's with the trends. You know what I'm saying? NCLH, there it is. SPY green now. Struggled all day to do that. Good bond auction on the 30-year. Bonds recovered half of their losses of the day. SPY got a boost. SPY's up 6 points from then, but we were green since all of that. And we are still going up. I haven't looked at that. I think X option chain too late, unless you're going to go for calls. SPY breaking out now. Even NASDAQ recovered a little bit. Again, yen is starting to go. You have another Nikkei rumor headline going around. Yeah, MNQ bounced. Is gold still up? And then oil was running before. Gold's even going. Everything's melting up now. So literally bonds to gold, oil, everything is in catch a bid mode right now. If the dollar goes up with it, I wouldn't be surprised. Dollar's going down, actually. So dollar dropped. Yeah, 3M all day, man. 3M, I'm very surprised. This whole, again, 103.50 is the next level, I believe. But Chad, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. It is middle of the day. Time flies when you're having fun. We just had the bond auction. Just got a little bit of a move, and yeah, I'll BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Goodbye.
Tailoring part of the concern you're hearing on the other side, which is that this is naming a specific private company in legislation, targeting it. Is narrow both potentially a good thing and a bad thing?
I think this is a pylon because if you flew to Beijing today, you would not be able to go on your phone and read anything from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or whatever, because China bans all of those U.S. apps. So there's an issue of reciprocity here. That's number one. Number two, Kaylee, from the strictly legal point of view, and from as someone like me who works with all of these platforms and sees the content, the extremist content. I mean, TikTok is not the worst, but it's one of the great offenders. I'll give you an illustration. When the October 7th massacre occurred in Israel, Hamas used TikTok to retain influencers on TikTok to disseminate its propaganda operations into the U.S. Okay? Now, that stinks to high heaven. The fact that TikTok has no algorithms or content moderation to stop that. And that's one of the problems. We've seen all sorts of extremist content on TikTok. It's not the innocent playground a lot of folks make it out to be, even if you argue about its Chinese ownership. But this law doesn't deal with that. This law does not solve that problem.
Ambassador Ginsburg, TikTok says it not only intends to exhaust all legal challenges, which we're talking about here, but a divestiture, it says, would also require approval by the Chinese government, which of course says it would firmly oppose a forced sale. We heard from the Chinese today. You could have written this statement in advance. In fact, they did. They issued it before the vote took place. But what will that mean in this process?
I don't know how anyone is going to acquire TikTok in the United States because the magic potion that makes TikTok TikTok is its unique algorithm. And you can't force the Chinese to divest the algorithm if it owns the company. And so no matter what happens here, I don't know who is going to want to put up billions of dollars if the Chinese refuse to provide you the secret gateway to what makes TikTok TikTok.
Well, there's also the question, Ambassador, of who would be allowed to buy TikTok. This is not going to be a cheap acquisition someone has to make in the hundreds of billions of dollars. So realistically, it would have to be a larger company that would try to buy it, right? But big tech antitrust is kind of a big thing here in Washington. I can't imagine any big tech company being allowed to get bigger very easily.
Gosh, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, is Mark Zuckerberg going to go off and buy it? Is it going to be someone else? Is Trump's Truth Social company going to go ahead and buy it? I mean, the problem here is that there is the antitrust issue, and most importantly, the anti-competitive issue that is going to be set up should anyone acquire it. That's why I'm saying anyone who's sitting here and worried about this becoming instantaneous law and bye-bye TikTok, let's put it, a lot more gray hair on my head before I see this happen.
I'm surprised you didn't mention Larry Ellison. Oracle is already hosting TikTok's U.S. data. Ambassador, wouldn't that be an obvious buyer?
Yeah, it's possible, but that again depends on whether Larry Ellison is going to be able to convince China to let him buy the algorithm, and I just don't know. You have to break this down, guys. You have the customer base okay? And you have the dissemination through the servers, but you got to have the algorithm that permits the videos to be curated the way they are. And if someone can develop the AI here in the United States and substitute it for the algorithm that is owned by ByteDance, that's going to be an important accomplishment to justify the sale.
Mm-hmm. All right, Ambassador Mark Ginsburg, always great to have you on the program. Of course, he is the founder and president of Coalition for a Safer Web. We appreciate your time today, sir. And now we want to turn to our political panel. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, alongside Lester Munson, BGR Group co-head of the International Practice and a Republican strategist. Thank you both so much for joining us. Lester, first to you, considering overwhelmingly House Republicans supported this measure, despite perhaps the feelings of former President Donald Trump. Do you think Republicans in the Senate will do the same? Is this going to be able to pass the other chamber?
I think, it's a great question, Kayleigh. I think if this comes to a vote, and that's a decision for Democrats, to be clear, if it comes to a vote, I think Republicans are going to be hard pressed to not vote for it. In other words, I think Republicans will do much in the Senate, will be much like House Republicans, and will vote for this. Despite what President Trump's ambivalence or even leaning in favor of TikTok here, I think because that's where their base is. That's where kind of the voters are. There's a lot of skepticism of TikTok and the China connections, and I think if it comes to a vote, that's where senators will be.
Jeannie, you're surrounded by young people every day as a professor at Iona University, and I wonder your thoughts on this broadly. We just asked Ambassador Ginsburg if this should be banned, if you actually agree with this movement to begin with. When you hear from the Maxwell Frosts of the world, this is a violation of the First Amendment, and a lot of folks see this legislation as a setup. What's your answer, though, to the national security worry?
I think the national security concerns are obviously real. I do wish that we had more information on that aspect of it. This has been one of the challenges here, because I think my concern, and I wouldn't say this is the concern of the young people I talk to, my concern is, okay, you ban TikTok. Is there truly no other way for China or the Communist Party to get our private information? The reality is we are living in a country with no real privacy concerns, controls, or regulation. And, there's just been some really good research out showing how easy it is, and I put easy in quotes, to gather this information for somebody with the means, with the money, and with the interest. And so I worry that, like so much else in Washington, D.C., what we're getting here is a slight nip at something that is very popular right now, going against the Communist Party. But I'm not convinced yet how effective it will actually be in, really securing us as a nation and securing our privacy as individuals. And of course, I do have First Amendment concerns, but, national security has got to be, the most important concern.
But Kayleigh, aren't all of Jeannie's students just going to VPN around a ban anyway? Isn't that what we've learned?
That's the question. Will they still be able to access the platform, assuming the ban goes in place?
Of course.
This isn't supposed to be a ban bill. It's just the consequence.
Should they not divest? Should this even become law? This is a backdoor to TikTok.
But using a VPN to get to TikTok kind of underscores the perhaps desperation to be on TikTok and the addiction that some people have. And Jeannie, as we talk about, your students are just youth in general, a group that, say, President Biden is hoping will reelect him come November. Could there actually be political consequence to lawmakers doing this, to Biden signing it?
Yeah, I think that's why we've seen Donald Trump say, hey, maybe not so fast. I think, Donald Trump, for monetary reasons and also for vote reasons, we're looking at 170 million people on this app. But, just what you guys are talking about, the VPN. Again, another example. How effective is this really if a 5-year-old can work around it in 3 seconds? So that's what makes me think that this is more rhetorical than effective in terms of, really securing our national security interests and also our privacy interests.
Yeah. You know how to do that, right? I don't know how to do that. You know how to do that?
Well, this is something the ambassador was bringing up. You can't use a lot of stuff in China.
Right.
When I went to China, I used a VPN to use my stuff in China.
See,
so.
Kaylee will hook you up if this actually happens. Don't worry. Where is producer James going to get his golf tips? Where will we get our recipes? Right? TikTok.
Yeah.
I don't know. The
I was like, y'all get your golf tips
out
from
on
China?
Thanks to our panel, Lester.
It didn't make sense at first. I wasn't paying attention. I was like, hold on. I was like, why are you getting your recipes from China, Katie? It makes no sense. But it's on TikTok. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense now. Brought to you by NordVPN. Yeah, maybe. United Steel got clobbered, bro. Clobbered. Again, Biden said comments opposing it. And then they broke like a key level since that news. And then I think that's the first time. People have always like rumored, but I think it's the first time there's a Biden statement on it. The phones are flappy, bro. I was going to say, you go buy TikTok. Buy a phone, put TikTok on it, it gets banned. There's going to be an underground network of TikTokers. It's going to be weird if that did happen. Because then, like, people posted. But wasn't it last time, I swear, last time they circled this TikTok bill around, wasn't it like a $10,000 1 year, like, of jail time if you get caught holding it? Like, low-key, I honestly think it's a harsher crime on TikTok than guns. Depending on what state you're in. Like, I think if I was in Texas and they banned TikTok and they found me with a phone with TikTok, I would get more in trouble than if I had an AK-47 I bought at CVS on my shoulder walking around in public. So that's kind of wild to think about. But, yeah. Anyways. Oh, Chattadonia. The land of the free, the home of the self-responsible. How you feeling? I hope you guys are feeling good. I've been blessing you from the morning, man. You know that I've been blessing you from the morning. I hope your day's good. I hope you have a good morning, baby. I hope you have a great day. Let's go, baby. Put a smile on your face. And some of you, it brings a smile to my face because I know this moment brings a smile to your face. So I hope you get something today. I hope I could leave you with something good. And just shout out, man, and big thank you to everybody who has spent these moments and has been subscribed. And I'm not talking about, you may have the bell. You may be subscribed to the channel. You may be on the watch list too. But, you know, some of y'all are subscribed to PHILO. It's a different, I don't know, it's not through Google. It's not through YouTube. It's either you subscribed with it or not. You know what I'm saying? You up to date. You keeping up with it. You in the game. You hungry. You want a little bit. But, you know, you holding, and then you holding yourself accountable even beyond the PHILO. You turn it into something real, man. So, God bless you and thank you. And like I said, it brings a smile to my face. So, shout out the PHILO squad. But, Chattadonia today, I don't know what to call today. I don't know what to talk about. I do know what to talk about, but I don't know if I could title it simply. You know, it's actually kind of a weird continuation from yesterday. You know, I hope you guys were here yesterday. You could go take a listen back. But, you know, we did talk a little bit about don't wear yourself out trying to get rich. I hope you try to get rich and don't wear yourself out in the process. And there was a couple of other things we brought up, but it reminded me about something. But I did talk to you a little bit about Proverbs. And I brought up Proverbs to you. And I read you a good proverb. That was the proverb, literally. Don't wear yourself out trying to get rich. That's Proverbs, man. It's easy. But what I want to talk about today, it reminded me of a point from yesterday and something that it linked with. But I also figured I would give you a little bit of a reality check. Maybe that's what we'll call it. I hope you could catch this one. But this one's an interesting one. because, and I've brought this up briefly. I remember very recently I've talked about this, like just in passing, and it's a very important concept, and it relates to Proverbs. And pretty much, do you guys know that Proverbs, the person who wrote Proverbs, wrote other books? Have you guys ever heard of Solomon? Maybe you don't know. I love the book of Proverbs. I love this book. Even when I wasn't really like into the like Sky Daddy stuff, Proverbs was my first like introduction back. I've always loved the business aspect of Proverbs. There's a money aspect. There is undoubtedly a prosperity element to Proverbs. It's talking money, gold, kings. It's talking wives. It's talking everything in the it's all about life, and it talks about a good life and a happy life. It's very practical. This is it's always something I've said. I've always told you guys, no matter what you believe, it doesn't really matter. I really think if you read it, you could get something out of it. You don't have to be all into something and really hardcore about anything. It's just like it's a very practical book, right? But it does focus on money and wealth and prosperity, and it talks about living happy. And that book is written by Solomon, King Solomon. Always fascinated me. You know, most people will agree one of the richest men that ever walked the earth. Interesting part in history. I believe every single Abrahamic religion. So whether you are Jewish, Islamic, Christian, you recognize Solomon in some capacity. The guy, you know, he's really out here. So he wrote Proverbs. But he also wrote two other books. He wrote Song of Solomon, Song of Songs. Songs of Solomon is what it's called, another way to say it. And then he also wrote Ecclesiastes. So the book before Proverbs and the book after Proverbs, they are written by Solomon. Did you guys know that? Some people know it, some don't. But here's the fun fact. Are you ready? If you've ever read them all, they're all a little different. Songs of Solomon, crazy. He be talking boobies. I've read the Bible. I've read it. I'm just saying. He's crazy. He talking all this sort of stuff. Living good. Discussing all sorts of things. Proverbs, like we said, there's a wealth element. Proverbs talks about life. And then Ecclesiastes is both good and bad. Some people have quoted Ecclesiastes. That book will low-key contradict the whole Bible at times. It literally says nothing in life is worth nothing has meaning, nothing. But here's the fun fact. Are you ready? All written by the same guy. And if you break it down in his timeline, Song of Songs, that's when he was young. When he was young, it was hopeful. Song of Solomon is a point of view of a young man written. Proverbs is when he's an adult. That's talking about prosperity, about hope, or optimism, about how to live life, how to deal with friends, what you should be handling, things you should be subscribing to. And then Ecclesiastes, that's the point of view of old. That's the same person who wrote Proverbs, but now he's old. And guess what? That one focuses on the reality of life. You know what that book is? To a degree, it's kind of looking back and saying, hey, this is the wisdom. But I did get to learn this about some of the things I was optimistic about. It was true, and there's the wisdom. It's again, Proverbs is great, but there is some reality towards living a life that's introduced into it. Where he said, I lived a long life. I've seen evil people succeed and good people suffer. That's something you realize towards adult life or towards even the end. You'll probably see it more and more, and it'll weigh on you. That's how it was for Solomon. Optimistic guy, hopeful. by the end of it, he would say, man, nothing really matters. That's why he says make the most of certain things. You know, even then, the irony is that some people have even said Ecclesiastes, like it has a lot of element of like even satire to a degree. And the whole point is saying, like, again, it does even say it almost explicitly. Like without like God or a higher purpose, like life is very pointless. That's what the guy who told you all about living, don't loan money to your friends, that's what he could tell you at the end of it. Ironically enough. But hopefully, do you see why I'm bringing this up? Maybe you won't. But this did remind, again, I was talking to you about Proverbs yesterday. But I thought this was a good little background to like kind of even understand some of the stuff that hits a little harder. You know, this is why even then too, like again, the reality, just even the reality of prosperity. You want the reality of prosperity? Go read Proverbs and then go read Ecclesiastes right after. And just know it's the same person who wrote it. You're going to be, oh, what? Some things will sound the same, but you'll be like, well, that's different. But I was thinking about this. And yesterday, there was a very simple lesson. We said, don't wear yourself out trying to get rich. Very simple. I said, don't stop trying to get rich. Please. But don't stress yourself out, wearing you out, giving you this element. And like the funniest part and this is why I started, this is why I'm giving you this whole background. Because I was like, ironically enough, said like very similarly, but like the kind of the same undertones. That's also mentioned in Ecclesiastes. That's why I started thinking about this. Because I'm like, well, my man Solomon, it's interesting, this idea of wearing yourself out, both in his prosperity and optimistic stage, and then in his old stage, this concept kept coming up. And that's why I was thinking about it. I was like, wow, you know, if it's showing up in all the stages of life, that may have a little bit more meaning. So I thought it'd be a good reminder and give you a little bit of info on the other stuff, but it did remind me of one more factor. One more thing. And if I could give you one just little life lesson, and this don't matter what you believe in. You may like it, you may not, may sound corny to you. I've said this before, but this, again, kind of in the same breath of all this, it reminds me of, like, again, part of wearing yourself out. And this is where I've seen it. And I've seen people wear their self out by doing one simple thing. Do you want it? I don't know. Is that good? I mean, I might have to mid-PHILO sell this for likes. One thing wearing a lot of people out. I don't know if this applies to you. It may apply to you. It may not. One thing that ruins a lot of people or wears them out is when they want to ruin what is good for what they don't already have. Very simple. I'm not even talking money with a lot of this stuff. And the main thing I'm saying is it's finding a level of contentness to not wear yourself out. Again, get rich. Strive. Again, the prosperity, the optimism of Proverbs, you know, and I'm like, dude, there's, again, especially you're young, we were talking about passion bubbling up. That's in songs, baby. So it's like, dude, strive and have that goal, but don't wear yourself out. Be content. And the thing I'm talking about with contentness is like wearing yourself out. And what are you wearing yourself out with? And this time, I'm not even talking money. I'm talking like your appetite, desire, like different desires pulling you in areas things pulling you from even a schedule, making a schedule, keeping a schedule. Like, you control your day. That is great to know. You know why? Because then you could be less tired. I don't know if y'all, I know you have a job, you have work, you have all, everybody does. Schedule. Do you see what I'm saying here? I'm not talking just money. Don't ruin something good for something you don't have. What are you getting, like literally, what is tiring you out? And then even better, do you need it? But it's just like, this is something I have seen a lot. It has nothing to do, like, again, there is a business element. I do hope you set your goals. I do hope you are really putting an effort towards them. But it's like, beyond, I'm seeing, man, people, they handling stuff. They handling the business aspect. I'm seeing people get drained and tired because they trying to do 15 different things. They trying to do this. Then they, not only does the performance of their business, not only is that going to affect them, but then now they have the commitment here, commitment there. Then they got to do this. Then they got to hang out here. Then they want to do this. And you got to handle. You got a social life. You got a girlfriend life. You got a wife life. You got anything else. Some of you got boyfriends. Whatever it is, you got to go back and you go, oh, I got to do. Like, dude, there's a lot of things you doing on a day to day. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, take a step back. Know what's really meaningful. That's what I'm saying, like the reality. Go for the prosperity. Go read that Ecclesiastes. It'll tell you what's reality, what's really worth value. And then the reality of how things are going to play out. And then weigh the scales. What's good? What's not good? What's good for you? What's necessary? But like, don't wear yourself out going for things that you may not need. And especially if it's putting you in a position to get worn out. So in a weird way, I guess I'm just talking scheduling, but like I'm saying, this is all kind of connected. I thought it was a nice one with yesterday, and then too, man, I've been praying for a lot of y'all. I've been seeing it. Like I said, I've seen a lot of people just getting stressed out, and it's funny because it's beyond anything, economic as much as it is just like keeping up with the demands of life, but also the demands that we set. And, I guess if that's anything to end it on, that's literally what the homeboy says, Arcad and Richest Man in Babylon, like the demands that you set, that is that backpack, that is that burden that you are choosing to play, like to wear throughout your daily life, and what you are choosing to put in it. So, Chad, don't wear yourself out. Find a little contentness. Be optimistic. Go for the prosperity. Also see the reality. You know what I'm saying? But don't wear yourself out, and get ready, baby. Because what's going to happen is going to happen, and you are born for it. That's why you're here right now, baby, in 2024. So I hope you're with me. I hope you feel me. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate calls. That's it, man. That's it. That's it. That's it. Where are we at? We came back up high. My bond play, I'm like break even, down $30. Nothing really moved. Just dancing around. Again, bond auction was the latest catalyst. That got us moving. SPY's still green. The PHILO, I think the market liked the PHILO a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's not bad. It's not bad. All right, let's see what we got. I don't want to rap that.
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lanto, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's someone fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
It's good. It's good, Habibi. It's good. Yallah. You did it, man. You did it. My goodness. Airbnb. It's Uncle. P&G Japan will start using AI system as early as late 2024 to cut delivery trucks 30% using AI demand forecast. Okay. 3M had a little red candle. Hubs. Well, Chad. We got the PHILO out the way. Do we got earnings? You got UiPath, Sentinel-1, Lennar. Those will probably be it. Vroom, that was running today. Dick's Sporting Goods, Futu, Dollar General. We'll have a couple. I still need to get previews. You did miss the PHILO. We just ended it. That's why we just had Uncle. And it just got wrapped up. Amazing PHILO. You like Solomon? You liked it. Solomon, baby. Solomon. What's up, baby? Uncle is on Spotify. I believe so. I believe you can find him on Spotify. Everywhere. Everywhere they have music, they have Uncle. Where's China? China. Oh, China came down. Holding X in the long term. I mean, unless you're trying to do the arbitrage on the buyout, but now you ran into issues. But I'm not really the biggest fan. I don't really like energy and materials in the long term to begin with. So that's one reason. And then now with the buyout too, I mean, it's already, I want to say near the full realized premium, but then again, that's pending a lot of unforeseens, agreement, regulation, all of that. I love you, Zachary Lamb. You good, man? You make it home safe? Living it up in Mexico? God bless you, bro. Is it hotter in Mexico or Arizona? How is the weather in Arizona right now? Warm? It's not like hot. It's been kind of shitty over here. Like, it's like kind of like perfect and sunny, but like it's kind of chilly. I don't like it. I forgot we got a lot of people in Arizona. What up, Arizona? All my desert people. Amen. I used to be an Arizonian for a little bit. Bear down. I got y'all. AZ represent. It's okay if you went to ASU. I still love you. It's a little weird, but it's not. I don't judge. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got you. I got you. Came for the day trade, ended for the PHILO. Amen, baby. Mashallah. Eshkorek, habibi. Ena bahibbak. Ena bahibbak awi. We went to U of A. Amen. See, that's like, you know, that's why. But we still love the people who went to ASU. I know we got a couple of ASUs in the chat. Like I said, it's kind of awkward, but I'm not. It's fine. It's good. It's good. Good guy. The scum devils. I mean, they already have just devils in their name, you know. I'll pray for them. We're bears. Survive the summers in Arizona very easily inside with air conditioning. And then you go outside and it's really nice because it's just like super hot. And then you could get a tan. I used to be really tan. You guys know that? Don't let my videos and my pale skin fool you. I had a great skin tone in Arizona, even though I'd be inside all day. Like, it was nice, bro. That you just go outside any day of the week and just go by the pool. Do you know what that's like for most of the year? Like, you could literally just walk outside and then go in the pool and then get outside of the pool. And, like, most of the time, like, you don't even need a towel. It was amazing. It was amazing, man. Good times. So bonds still holding the first candle, but a little weak so far. This might happen once again. Like zero follow through from a bond auction. I might want to get rid of that. I could get out for $60. Adding Roku, I don't know. Vizio, I thought Roku would get bought out, but I don't know if they're like debt and if that's even like feasible. But I don't know. I don't really vibe with Roku too heavy. I don't use a Roku. You know, like I just don't. My mom uses the old Roku. My mom has and she don't even use it anymore. We taught her how to use the TV. But she has like the OG Roku. Other than that, I have zero Rokunian experience. Bonds, CCJ. What the fuck is happening to CCJ? Why you do this, Habibi? Yeah, CCJ just gave up all the gains out of nowhere. They're dumping. Crowd on the high. I forgot about that one from the other day. Yeah, silver's catching up today. But silver is only excuse me. It's only 3% behind gold on the year. That's the only thing that sucks. So silver has like one more day like this of outperformance in it compared to gold. And then they're matched up on the year. And then SPY bounce. So bonds giving up and SPY holding. That's a noticeable factor once again. So literally equities are holding up from the bond auction. And then bonds are like 50-50, Habibi. PPI might be more important. PPI, well, we could check. Well, let's check after, near the end of the day. But last time we checked in the morning, we priced it in it was looking like tomorrow's PPI is pricing in 0.7%. So yesterday, CPI was pricing in 0.9. So you're pricing on like 0.25% less than CPI, which is kind of big, all things considered. But there's a little bit of juice. Dash on the high. I don't know. Seems kind of new today. 1.8. SPY still holding up. Okay, no more United Steel. Tesla was near the lows. No shit. Microsoft DN. They went green. Abavai sold off a little bit. Data Dow going the high. Are all these little software names going up? We have PPI job. Well, tomorrow's initial jobless claims. I don't think that matters as much. But PPI and retail sales. Retail sales could be something too. I don't think we've given it as much attention. I think PPI is more directly related. Is there a wages in PPI? I don't know. There might be a wages element, but I have to double check. But pricing is related to PPI, so that'll probably have a bigger effect. And then retail sales, just let you know about the consumer. If people have, the juice still. If they are, ready to support economy, American dollar consumer, very, strong man, NVIDIA candle, the daily candles. I just sold off, though, again, a little bit above 900 now. Again, high ticker's still moving. There's like names hitting 52-week highs. You have other names going up. I mean, it's still not that bad. I mean, Russell and the Dow are in the green today. Where's the equal weight? So equal weight's up a quarter. So you have more names up. So this, no way. So you're just lagging behind on big tech then? SPY's only moved 36% of its normal range for the day. And I think volume's a little lower. But it seems like we're pricing in a decent amount for the data tomorrow. We should start looking at dividend stocks. Too many eyes on tech. Investors are ignoring yield. You think dividends? I feel you, man. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. Long term. I don't know. We could even trade some of them, too. I don't know if you're talking about on the trades, but, I mean, that's kind of been the general idea here for a while now. Just value. Get in the ones at the discount. I think it's, I always said, on some of these days that's why the long-term will get put to the test. We're going to find out once once we get a little bit of a pullback. I wonder how some of these dividend values are going to play out. ARM is going on the way up. So ARM's breaking out new high. Non long term, yeah. Well, that's kind of been the goal here. That's what we've been executing. It's not anything. It's not really a new plan to look for the dividends. Like I said, I'm still trying to get that dividend up by 50% this year. I have $1,000 to go, I think. Yeah, I need to get $1,000 more in dividends by the end of the year. Of new dividends. And then I will reach my goal. Mo, Pfizer, 3M. We tried Abivai. Yeah, Abivai. Let's see by their next earnings. I'm surprised they're still holding up. They haven't had any negative earnings reaction. They usually have some little pullback, but we may have a little bit more. It's crazy how Abivi's nuts. Even those 130s. But we'll see. Only 2 more weeks. I feel like we just got our long-term deposit, but 2 more weeks we'll get another deposit. We'll see where Pfizer's at. I'll see where MO is at. Maybe even PayPal, but I think 3M will be the cheap. 3M or MPW will be the only one that's like kind of staying red then if all those other ones go green. You don't think I've ever seen you buy growth? I bought Disney. I thought Disney was going to be a dividend. PayPal. PayPal was in the last year or so. You got a 3-year badge. I have Coinbase. I don't know if you're here when I bought it. Yellen affirms dollar has been and will continue to be the reserve currency. Yeah, so we got some Baba's kind of grow. That's the weird. I have a really, where is it? I think I could even get a dividend view on this, no? Yeah, hold on. I gotta just. Yeah, look. So here's my dividends. I forgot I could pull it up on here. But, these 3 here, Baba, Disney, and Meta. Oh, yeah, bro, Meta. That was growth. But, these 3 all pay dividends, but they're not really dividend stocks. So that's the weird part. But, I mean, hey, we get what? I get $184 a year from Baba, Disney, and Meta. And that's $25 grand worth of stock between those 3. I'm down. Oh, the foreign tax. I think Baba, the dividend pays for the ADR tax. SPY breaking out. So literally, we woke up since the bond auction. SPY is doing the best. You're 1 point off of yesterday's highs. Again, I think you're within, 10 points now? Yeah, 11 points of a new all-time high. So hold up. Pump it up. Netflix was doing good earlier. Oh, they came back here. Still slight green. Check Meta and Snap. Meta's holding up better. Snap's still lower from the bill pass in. MO trying to creep back up here. And Pfizer, where's even healthcare? XLV's in the red. PPI position. Neutral close. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. Stocks do nothing ahead of data that nobody cares about but is pricing in as much as the CPI. It got passed in the House. So the House passed the ban, but now you need the Senate to pass it. And I don't know, is it imminent? Because I know some people saying it could get delayed, but I do recall there was some aspect of it being imminent. It would be almost immediately. Coin Guild. SPY's holding up. Again, you just hit another high, and you're literally like 1 point away from yesterday's high. Coins in the green, they came down. It's weird. High ticker looks a little bit more active, but what is running up here? Oil, PSX, Apple looks pinned. I think Microsoft woke up a little bit, and then Google, they just held up. And then Amazon slowly working its way up. So a couple of the bigger cap names. NVIDIA's back 904. SMCI's in the green. Where's Marvel? Oh, Marvel, look who decided to show up. They have 6 months? You have 7K in the long term. What to invest in? I mean, anything with good value. It just also depends, like, how does your long term look right now? Do you have more growth? Do you have more dividends? Do you have more high quality names? Do you have a good blue chip anchor stock? You know, those are the main factors. My average on MO is like right where it's at right now, I think. My average is, where is it? It says I'm up by 0.14, 43.29. So MO. 43.29. Yeah, so this was like my break even, right where it held. Not too bad. Yeah, Yellen, there's no broad-based move from the U.S. dollar. Unpopular opinion, not the greatest time to buy. No, I agree with you on certain names, unless it's like you really have a good plan with something you want to FOMO at the high. But I think right now there is still some opportunities out there that we may look back and be like, wow, that I can't believe it was that cheap. We have a lot of good deals out and on value names. I think there is some, that's why, like, you know, talking about dividend stocks and all that, like, this is something we've kind of been bringing up. That's why even like MO, Pfizer, I mean, there's even names that they were just good too, and they've already ran up 20-30%, you know. So like there's some solid ass names there that are still at historic lows or near 5-10 year lows. So I do think buying at like names that are reaching all-time highs, that's a discretionary thing. And like I said, if you have a plan, I'm sure you could figure that out. But there's some other names there that I'm not as uncomfortable buying, whether you are just starting out or not. Was that Palantir? Yeah, they did good last earnings, I believe, right? I remember they reported a couple weeks ago. Sound 793. They came. I think that's just part of the inflow hype with the AI. But I already got out of it. I sold out early. I don't think their earnings was good, but they recovered pretty quick. They had good earnings. And they sold. What was bad? Did they do an offering or something? I thought there was something. Was it just a bad day that day? I feel like there was something on Sound. I could check now. Sound. Make a sound. Sound hound. See up 4.3. I don't see anything. Short interest update. 92. Short interest. So sound is really shorted? I have something, but that's all I have. Yeah, we already went over PHILO. Oh, Palantir, not sound. Yeah, no, Palantir did good. I remember that. MSOS, I'm still in that. I'm waiting. I think we just ride that. We're going to get one. It is a worry if it goes down, but I'm down to average it. But I think it's been a while since we've had kind of an election weed pump. They've kind of left weed alone. The election's 8 months away, 9 months away. And that they ain't like, come on, where's the weed at? This doesn't make any sense. J-Nug up 5. Gold miners. Silver's doing great. Carvana's on the high. Abivi going lower. B&B chilling out. Altria. Yeah, where's the weed at? Disney's like up. I don't know. Why does Disney... It just always looks like it's dying. But it's still kind of elevated. Good for you, Disney. Because back to 113, but that 114 is nice. All right. Do we... Oh, it's scheduled for 11:45. Well, I want to do earnings previews, but I need to get them, but I don't have anything I could play you guys. I have no Corinne. Did you guys hear from Corinne yesterday? You guys didn't get to hear from Corinne yesterday, did you? Did you get all of your updates? There's NASA. There's a live astronaut somewhere. I didn't know that even existed. Will Oprah have an impact on NVO and Abivi? Well, why would she? I don't think she would move Abivi. Abivi doesn't have an Ozempic drug. But like NVO, Eli Lilly, yeah, maybe. I'm sure some of it's already priced into it. Oh, yeah, yesterday I cut it off at Jake. We didn't listen to Corinne. I cut it off at Jake the Snake. All right, you guys can have a little bit of yesterday.
Special counsel inappropriately raised the death of his son in the interview. The transcript as it's come out, it seems there's a little more space in there for that. Does the president regret the outward anger that he displayed towards the special counsel about that?
So just a couple things. My colleague addressed earlier the transcript, so certainly would refer you to him, and that's my colleague at the White House counsel's office. As it relates to, I know some of you want to ask about the hearing that's currently going on. It was going on when I walked out here. My colleague at the White House counsel's office is planning to take questions. He's going to gaggle right after the hearing wraps up today. So I know that he is going to continue to be responsive, so he will be able to take your questions. But we want to wait till the hearing is completed, and once that's wrapped up, he'll be right at the sticks doing a gaggle. I believe at the sticks, maybe not, but he is going to do a gaggle.
Is the president monitoring the hearing?
The president is obviously meeting, as he does every day, meet with his senior advisors, senior staff, is preparing for tomorrow's trip. As you know, he's going to be going to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I cannot speak to what the president is keeping track of or watching. Obviously, he'll get updates on it or get updates himself as the day goes by. But he's focused on the American people and tomorrow's trip, obviously.
If I can ask you something unrelated, annual inflation ticked up to 3.2% in February. How concerned is the White House, given the president has been saying that the Federal Reserve should be cutting rates because of lower inflation?
So a couple of things. So let me just answer your first question first, which is, look, the president in the State of the Union was very clear. We have more work to do to lower costs for hardworking families, and so that is something that we're going to do. Obviously, also middle class, and that work continues. But just a couple of things, as you know, we've talked about this, and I think it's important to note this. Inflation is down 2/3, and we have the lowest annual core inflation since May 2021. Prices fell over the last year for gas, milk, eggs, chicken, appliances, and also used cars. Wages are rising faster than prices over the last year since the pandemic, and forecasts broadly expect progress on inflation to continue over the rest of the year. And so that is important to note. And like I said, there's more work to do. We're going to continue to take on big pharma to lower prescription drugs and healthcare costs. We're going to crack down on price gouging. You hear talk about junk fees. The president talked about that last week. And so also lowering housing costs, which is something that the president obviously spoke about very recently. Look, I also want to, as you asked me about the second question, the Federal Reserve, I just want to be really clear. Unlike previous presidents, the president does very much believe on the importance of the Fed being independent. And as you are asking me a specific thing that the president said last week, he was simply commenting on a widely accepted market view, that he was not saying what the federal policy should be, but it was regarding the interest rates, obviously a widely market view. So I just want to be super, super mindful because we do very much respect the independence of the Fed.
Thanks, Cree. What's been the president's reaction so far to the Robert Hur testimony?
I don't have anything to share on that. Like I said, my colleague from the White House counsel is going to do a gaggle once the hearing wraps up. I'm not going to speak to the president's reaction.
And the president has said that he would sign into law the bill that could have TikTok banned. If the president is so concerned about the national security risks around TikTok, why is he posting on the platform?
So I'll say this. Jake Sullivan, our national security advisor, just spoke to the more broadly why this bill is important, why we welcome this bill. It's going
Stop
to the
being
process.
A hater.
And so,
trying to go over the eyeballs.
So I'll just leave that piece
Why,
there.
Come on,
as
I'm
it
trying
relates
to chase
to
a little
the
clout.
campaign, I would have to, and their
Are you
strategy.
hating?
As it
You
relates
mad
to
they were
TikTok,
watching
I'm
me?
just gonna leave
Fuck
it to
you.
that.
A lot of people in
Are you
businesses
TikToking
that rely
up
on
banned?
TikTok
I'm
for
down
their
for
financial
whatever.
livelihood. What is the White
Doesn't
House's
matter.
message to
You
those
let Congress
folks
know I'm
if
down. Tell
TikTok were to be
fucking
banned?
tell the kids I'm
Our
down.
national
I'm
security
cool. I'm
advisor
hip.
laid out in
I make a
very, very
video.
clear
Fuck, come on,
terms
play
why
this
this
song.
bill
I'll
is
do a
important
dance.
About ownership.
Here, come on. What do you want me to do? You
If
want
it's
to dance?
About ownership
Fucking
here in
dance.
this country or
Fuck
elsewhere.
yeah, Travis
in
Kelce could
particular
do it. I
China,
could do
right?
it.
He spoke about
Fuck
that.
yeah,
Where do we
I'm
want
in
that
perfect.
ownership? Where do we
I mean,
want that
I
data
could
of
play
Americans
tight
to
end
be?
for this
Here or in China? But
Kansas
that
City,
is
Kansas
basically
City
what the national security
Redskins.
advisor laid
I
out.
meant
And
the
so
national.
that
I meant
is
the fucking Chiefs.
the
Chiefs.
underlying the
God.
importance of
Okay,
that
sorry, I
bill.
got this.
It's a
I didn't
bipartisan
fucking
bill. It is
Dollar
something
General
that we
preview.
welcome.
Where
We're
the fuck
obviously,
is it?
again, going to
Sorry.
offer technical support. I'm just not going to add anything more to that, but it is an important bill that we welcome here at the White House. Okay.
Thanks, Green. The president said yesterday that he had no plans to address the Israeli parliament at this moment. Does that indicate that it's something that he or the White House is planning for in the future?
He also said that he wasn't going to speak to conversations about that particular question that he was getting about a meeting. I don't have anything else to share, obviously, and Jake Sullivan said this himself. He is in constant communication with his Israeli counterparts, NSC, the State Department. They are in constant communication, so I just don't have anything else to share beyond that, beyond what Jake shared.
Does the White House ever digitally alter photos of the president, vice president, first lady, secretary before they're released?
Digitally altered? Not that I know of. I would say no. Why would we digitally alter photos? Are you talking about? Are you comparing us to the what's going on in the UK?
I'm doing due diligence to ensure that the leader of another country wouldn't alter photos.
Why does the
of
monarch
themselves.
have to do anything with us? No,
great
that is not something that we do here.
That's why I asked. Why isn't he taking questions today alongside the two Polish leaders?
You know what? And I've said this before. If you're asking about a 2+2, or in this case, I don't know what we call it, a 1+2. I don't know. But I think it is. I think I see your. But I think it's look. I actually think it's important that we have the two leaders of Poland here. I think it shows unity, and I think that's important to show. And also, obviously, it's a part of the meeting is celebrating the 25
Biden
years
don't
of
got both.
Poland
You know,
being part
Biden.
of NATO. And you heard
Biden
Jake
got a
lay out
do-rag
the
for
importance
his
of this
forehead.
meeting, especially as it relates to Ukraine
got
and
way.
other important agenda items.
And I mean that with a compliment, because I ain't never seen anybody with
both,
forehead waves
the
like
US
that,
and Poland
and they just
are
like stay
engaging
in
on.
place.
Obviously, you'll
and like they're
you'll
so
see
like
them shortly.
I
But
know they're captivating.
Look, every
to be honest.
meeting
Like,
is
it look
different.
like waves,
Every
like a
engagement that we
perfectly,
have with foreign
like, you
leaders
know,
are
waved
different.
out
This one does
head,
not
just
have
like,
a.
It's his waves are
Let's
perfect.
just call it a 2+2. I'm not sure what else to call it right this time, off the top of my head. But you'll hear from all the leaders today when we have the bilateral.
So no desire to perhaps celebrate their unity and raise solidarity or concerns about press freedoms in Poland and having them take questions today.
As you know,
Country that celebrates press freedom.
as you know, as you just stated in your last part of your question to me, press freedom is something that's important. That's why we exercise in this back and forth that we do almost every day. It is important to have that. The press is going to have a moment to see the leaders, and I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Corinne. The president said yesterday that he was hoping executive action on the border would happen by itself, that Congress would legislate it. Can you just confirm for us that this indicates that he's no longer considering executive action on the border?
Well, the president has been very clear, and I've been very clear. Anytime I've asked about executive actions here, the bottom line is, in order to actually have change, extensive change, real change, comprehensive change, that Senate bill that was negotiated between Republicans and obviously Democrats in the Senate would have been the best way to go. It would have been the toughest, fairest piece of legislation, law, if you will, if it had been moved and the president was able to sign it into law. And that's what's important. The president is trying to make it very clear: no executive action would have that effect, the effect that this bipartisan negotiation would have had. And he's going to be optimistic. He wants to see it moved. And let's not forget the reason why it was stopped, the reason that it didn't go forward, is because Republicans were told in Congress to reject it by the former president. That's what happened. They chose politics instead of a majority of the American people. I do want to lay out here a couple of things. It would have meant more resources to secure the border, Border Patrol agents, immigration judges, asylum officers, and law enforcement personnel to combat fentanyl. That's what would have been. That is what's in that bipartisan negotiation, and so much more. And they rejected it, Republicans rejected it because of politics. But the president stands behind the majority of Americans who want to see change happen at the border, who wants to see our immigration system that's been broken for decades fixed.
I understand his preference to legislate, but the reason I'm asking is we've had conflicting answers over the span of a few weeks on whether,
we've had conflicting
from the
answers.
president,
No,
on
we
whether
haven't.
executive action was something he could
We
do.
haven't.
He first said that he had done everything he could with the stroke of a pen. Then he said that there was more he could do, but that you would prefer that Congress legislate this, and things were under consideration potentially for executive orders that would make changes to the border who could come across. And then yesterday, it seemed like he said no, nothing's
so
coming.
I disagree. I think there are a couple of parts here. You're asking me if there's executive actions that we can take, and what we're saying is there are no executive actions that would have done the work or would have actually been able to deal with the issue that's happening at the border and starting to really fix the immigration system than the bipartisan bill that came out of the Senate, negotiation that came out of the Senate. And we are saying that that's the best way to go. We are always looking at options. We have said this. We're always looking at options, executive actions, right, to see how to move forward. But we believe, fundamentally we believe, and it is proven by what is in that negotiation, that the way to move forward is to actually move forward with what could have been the toughest, fairest law that we've had in some time. So we're continuing to call for that. We always say,
So executive action aren't off the table?
we always say that.
I understand what you're saying about the bill. I do. But yes or no?
But you're
is-
not. What I'm saying to you is that we always look at all our options. That's what I'm saying to you. But we are saying also is the only way to move forward to actually deal with this issue, the challenges that we're seeing that Republicans rejected because of the last president, because of Donald Trump, is that negotiation bill, that bipartisan negotiation bill. That is the way to move forward here. Are we always looking at options? Yes, but we haven't made a decision on that. That's the bottom line. We have not made a decision on that. But we want to see this bipartisan Senate negotiation proposal move forward that Republicans are rejecting because of Donald Trump. They are putting politics ahead of what works for the American people, what the American people actually want to see.
And very quickly on a different subject, why was the president in that interview using the Gaza Ministry of Health, just run by Hamas, their numbers on the death toll in Gaza? There was a 30,000 figure that he cited on MSNBC. The last time he cited Hamas numbers, officials here dismissed it as a reference to publicly available data. But I would assume that the U.S. has its own assessment of what the death toll is.
We've been very clear here. There are public available data that you all also are taking a look at, that we are citing as well. That's what we're talking about. That's what the president. You could use whatever you want. I'm just saying that, but we have said, we've been really clear. There are publicly available data that showed, sadly, how many deaths that we have seen in Gaza. And the president has been very clear. There's too much. It's tragic. It's tragic what we're seeing. And the president's going to continue to speak to that. Go ahead, Gabe.
Great. Quickly on SB4, that law in Texas that would allow local police to arrest migrants today. The Supreme Court extended the order blocking that until at least next week. Is the administration coming up with any contingency plans if that were to be able to go into effect, or what's the latest on that from the White House's perspective?
So going to be super careful here and don't want to go beyond the Department of Justice. And so I'm just going to be super, super mindful. I don't have anything else beyond that. I don't have a contingency plan to announce at this time, so just want to be super mindful there.
Thanks, Corinne. I wanted to first ask you about a Politico report that described a toxic culture, including verbal harassment by a former aide at the White House advance team. The story said that things had gotten so bad that the White House counsel's office had opened an investigation. Just wondering what you can tell us about that, and also whether the president was aware of any of these issues.
So a couple of things as to your question about investigations. Going to be really careful here. I'm not going to comment on a personnel matters one way or the other on the investigation part. On the top of your question, I'll say this. So the president is deeply proud of his advance team, its leadership, and Ryan Montoya, who is a stand-up dedicated group whose expertise, camaraderie, and professionalism have been critical to his 242 domestic and 31 international trips, flawlessly executing events in unprecedented environments, ranging from multiple active war zones outside of American control to a once-in-a-century pandemic. So he's grateful to everyone who has served and is serving on an unmatched team that represents the diversity of the country, as they have fought every day to help him bring his message to the American people and to...
Thank you, Corinne. I'm sorry about that. Chattadonia. That's it. My bad. I think we're a little behind schedule, but good news, bad news. We do not have that many. So there's not much to miss out on. I don't know. Was there any hits from yesterday? There was one that moved big. Dollar Tree. I don't know how those options played out. We could take a look. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope your day is good. Again, I'll be blessed, baby. You blessed, baby. I hope your day is wonderful and magnificent. But if you have been here over the last couple of months, you know what is about to happen right now. And we are wrapping it up, man. We're doing it with grace. with grace and love. These went up 200%. Not bad. You could have bought them for like 50, 60. So they were kind of expensive. I think I would have went with the cheapos. The cheapos, yeah, 20 cents to 70. Not bad, not bad, not bad. A little bit of a hitter, but yeah. We are winding down these earnings plays, but you guys know what we're about to do is price in the earnings. We're going to go look at the companies, the little companies that report today after hours and tomorrow morning before the bell. We're going to go over the option chains, see what they are pricing in, how much the market maker is expecting. And if you did notice recently, we have even been pricing in these events. We did this yesterday on the CPI. The market was pricing in 0.91. We even did it today for the PPI tomorrow morning. That was pricing in 0.7. So this info is really important. It doesn't apply only to earnings, but events are where you use it. And that's what we're going to do with these companies that report. Look at the option chain, see what is priced in, and then after we find out what is priced in, we are then going to do our strategy, the ghetto standard deviation. If you YouTube that, you'll find the tutorial. We're going to double that number up and see if there is any cheap option trades that are high risk, high reward, low probability, but are cheap and have a good shot of hitting. Otherwise, we will not play it. But that being said, I hope you watched the tutorial and are familiar, because all of these plays, if I end up doing one, these are usually very low probability plays. Hopefully with a little amount of money. Yo, CCJ Uranium, why are they clapping it? Japan, no, I don't see anything on there. Well, that's dumping after going up. But in general, these are low probability plays. So don't go crazy with them. Don't gamble. Don't blow up your account on these. Have a wonderful evening. Have a wonderful day. Make the most of it. Don't go for the Hail Mary. These may not be the ones. I mean, I'll let you know if I like a play or not. But at the end of the day, be wise. Do not blow up an account. And the quote of the year of 2024, ladies and gentlemen, money that you need is cursed. So be wise. Be wise. Be wise. Okay, so is everybody ready to go? Are we on the same page, ladies and gentlemen? Do you understand what I'm saying, buckaroo? Buddy? Buddy, we got a problem there, buddy. I got a problem with CCJ, bro. What happened, man? They dropped this back to the low, man. Why? For what reason, man? He did nothing. He did nothing wrong, man. Uranium getting clapped. All the URNM, man. I don't know. It looked like a headline came out or something, man. Hawkeye. But yeah, we on the same page. Pal. Buddy. Octa's on the high. And yeah, we good. Something about Japan and relaxed requirements to create more options for foreign visitors. I doubt that has anything to do with uranium. But you never know. We live in a weird world. Alrighty. So today, after hours, the first one is Path. I have a preview for this one. So let's see. UiPath. Isn't this Kathy? What, y'all? UiPath. Isn't this a Kathy play? Well, they kind of got the pin. Oh, they really got the pin. Kind of a recent IPO. Not bad. I think it's a healthcare biotech. Excel, it's a tech company, I guess. So they're expecting $383.7 million in revenue versus guidance of 381 to 386 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 86.4%. Non-GAAP operating margin 20.3. EPS 16 cents. Cash flow from operations 97.3 million. Free cash flow 94.2 million. Deferred revenue 65.3 million. Billings 486.9 million. Annual recurring revenue 1.45 billion versus 145 to 1455. Next quarter they are expecting $346.8 million, non-GAAP gross margin of 86.3 million, non-GAAP operating 14.9%, EPS 12 cents a share, cash flow from operations 130.3 million, free cash flow 123.3, deferred revenue 615.5, contract assets 90.9 million, billings of 320 million, and average recurring revenue or annual recurring revenue 1.49 billion. Since last quarter, November 30th, UiPath is up 19.7, S&P is up 12.2, XLK is up 12.0. Near-term options implies 17.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 27, gain of 11, loss of 11, and gain of 18. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 11 quarters. EPS has beaten 11 of the last 11 quarters. And forward quarter guidance has beaten 4 of the last 8 quarters. So, Charadonia, damn, Celsius. So we would have hit that 500 on that ghetto spread. My goodness, that was beautiful. But UiPath, they're pricing in a lot. They have moved a little higher than this a couple of times, and then also a little lower half of the time. So very interesting. They seem to have an interesting chart. UiPath. Microsoft introducing provision pay-as-you-go licensing for Copilot. Check Microsoft. It may break out a little bit. Anything with pricing in that Copilot, they've gone a little nuts. So Path is expecting, what, 1240, 418. This is going to be 390. All right, we'll go $4. $4 on Path, a little lower than 20%. So yeah, one direction. The market maker thinks that Path will move $4 up or $4 down. So we're going to do the ghetto standard deviation. That's going to be 8. So in this case, 2460 plus 8 is 3265. 42 cents. A little bit more than one share. Not too bad, but it's a cheap stock. And then they can move. But you would have to move like 36% to like maybe make something. So I don't know. That's leaning towards negative, but not too bad. I say that tentatively. So what's this? So 1667. Or no. 18? And 19. $24, still more. 40, that's massive. It's just under that. Just under 20%. $5 would be 20%. It's pricing in 4. It's like 17 or 16, I think. So I don't know. But they were traded. This one I feel like has moved a lot. And then again, one of their last earnings, they moved 30. But that one's, again, it's borderline bad. It depends on your appetite, my brethren. But that's UiPath. So any questions? Market makers pricing in $4. $4 is priced in one direction. 8 for 2 standard deviations. Any questions? Any questions? Yalla. Okay. Next one is Sentinel-1. They have revenue of $169.4 million versus guidance of $169 flat. Non-GAAP gross margin 77.3 versus guidance of 77.5. Non-GAAP operating margin loss of 13.5 versus guidance of loss of 14. EPS loss of 4 cents a share. $482.7 million in deferred revenue, $229.7 in billings, ending APR $722.7 million. Revenue next quarter expected to be $180.8 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 76.9. Non-GAAP operating margin loss of 10.2. Loss of 3 cents a share. Deferred revenue 480.3. Billings 180.7. In average or ending APR 764.4 million. Since last quarter, December 5, Sentinel-1 is up 37.7, S&P is up 12.2, and XLK is up by 12.4. Near-term options imply 15.1% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 17, gain of 3, loss of 35, and gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 10 quarters. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 10 quarters with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 9 of the last 10 quarters. So they're pricing in a lot. They've moved double that to the downside once. Other than that, they moved just around this on their last earnings and then moved less than that. Sentinel-1. A lot of people were asking about this one yesterday, though. They are pricing in $28, $4.80, $4.50, $60. We'll go $4.60. I think that's a fair number. So $4.60 priced in. Again, just under 20% in this case. So $4, so just under 20% priced in. Again, that's around what the preview said. So $4.60 in this case, we're looking at like what? $9.20 if we double that up. So $9.20. That would be 37.20. Is it? 60, 50, still double the price of the shares. Expense, Habibi. And then like 19 to the downside or something, give or take. Those are around the same price, but I think those will be limited. I don't know, they're kind of expensive. You need a 36% move. Yeah. And that would be getting back to a little bit below IPO price. If you think they'll do good, I mean, they've ran up. I think you need a bias with this one, but I don't think I'm going to play that. Play Palo Alto for Sentinel-1. You could. That could be a good idea. Play the sympathy. We talked about that yesterday with Dollar General. I have their preview. But, yeah. Not bad. Sentinel-1. Any questions? Again, they were pricing in $4.60, I believe. Any questions? Again, 2 is 9.20. 2 is 9.20. Any questions? What indicator? No indicator. Go YouTube Ghetto Standard Deviation. And that's what we're doing. We're pricing in the options and seeing what the market. So even if you don't want to play how we're doing it, we're just finding out what the market maker is pricing in, and then we're doubling it up. The data from the screenshot is proprietary and not available. Thank you for shopping at the Stock Market Live. We appreciate your likes. It's brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. No news. I don't know what's going on with uranium. All right. Next one is Lennar. So this one's kind of good, but home builders have already gone crazy. Leonard. The implied moves. The ones on here, they're pretty accurate. So usually the previews are like give or take. I mean, they're usually very close to what we end up with. Almost exactly the same. I'm not doing Sentinel-1. Nah, no play on that. Instructions unclear. Chad Broadcasting Drive. Brought to you by viewers like you. One day I'll have a license plate frame, so you could have a license plate frame. But unfortunately, we don't have that yet. But brought to you by viewers like you. You know, one day we will. One day we will. You say 3M's going up again? Interesting. Well, Lennar, Len, home builders, they are expecting, there's a lot of data on this, man. Q1 deliveries, 16,800 units versus 16,500 to 17,000. New orders, 17,819 versus 17,500 to 18,000. Backlog value, $7.38 billion. Revenue, $7.39 billion. Home gross margin, 21.3 versus guidance, 21.25. Home building SG&A 8.3 versus guidance of 8 to 8.2. Operating earnings 872.5 on home building, 88.7 million on financial services versus guidance of 85 to 90 million. Multifamily loss of 24.3 million. EPS $2.21 versus guidance of 2.15 to 2.20. So analysts think they'll beat. Deliveries next quarter expecting 18,959. Revenue 8.38 billion. Home building gross margin 23. Home building SG&A 7.3. Operating expenses 1.23 billion on home building. Financial services 115, and then multifamily loss of 6.2. EPS $3.27. Since last quarter, December 14th, Lennar is up 6.1. S&P is up by 8.6. XLY is up by 0.8. Near-term options imply 5.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, loss of 2, gain of 4, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. One in line, EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter, EPS has beaten 9 of the last 17 quarters. Leonard. So, this one is quite intriguing. It's intriguing, but it is not. Why is it intriguing, but it is not intriguing, brethren? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? CCJ uranium, dude, still going. CCJ's on the low. I think it's breaking the 2-week. Do we have anything on there? On uranium? I didn't find anything last time I checked. CCJ again. Metals and miners. No, I don't see anything. Well, Leonard. Ratings affirmed on Cameco, higher prices. No, they were outperforming today. I don't see anything on uranium. Still. And then oil's going up too. That's the crazy part. Yeah, oil's right under 80. That's finally creeping back up again. DR Horton had a huge drop. Well, the thing I like about Lennar, it's pricing in 5.6. That's not a lot. A 10% move, you've seen those low-key left and right. But the thing about Lennar is that it doesn't really move a lot on earnings. In the last year, it hasn't moved more than 4% on earnings, up or down. So that's kind of the caveat. Home builders are already at all-time highs. DR Horton made a decent move, and then they've already kind of like kept creeping up. So it's kind of good, kind of bad, depending on how you want to look at it. But that's the interesting part. And then let's double check. 165, 370. Again, 870. 930. It says 938, 850. We'll go 930. So again, I got just by looking at the option chain, I'm getting 930. So for someone who asks, like, what, is this accurate? $9.30. Well, that by 166.80. We're left with 5.5. So literally near-term options imply 5.6. That's about correct. So we're on the money with that. But $9.30. So the market maker, the options, they expect Lennar to move, what was that, $9.30 or $9.50? $9.30. So that's one standard deviation. So the ghetto standard deviation, double that up. 1860, 930 times 2. $185.40 to the upside. Damn, those are still kind of expensive. I thought they'd be a little cheaper because it was only pricing in 5%. No shit. 1860. 148.20. The puts aren't bad, 60 cents, but calls are like $1 something. That's crazy. Yeah, 3M's climbing up there too. I saw that on the high ticker. So it's a little expensive. I thought it'd be. I honestly thought it would be better priced. I thought I would have made a move on that maybe. So interesting. All right. So that's Lennar. I don't think I'm going to make a play. Any questions? Any questions on Lennar? Any questions on Lennar? I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering rate hikes. Tell me, Powell, when did you last let the SCP decide? No. Okay, I'm sorry. It's better. I don't want to get back into them. You sound terrible. Hey, I heard you're looking for a drive-through AI. By the sound of it, I could be of help. I just hit 52-week highs, 838. Awesome. Josh is still wondering if you have any questions about Lennar. You guys get distracted easily, but I'm an AI. I could focus. So let me know. If there's any questions, I can forward them to Josh, or I can answer them myself. Thanks. All right, word. Okay, no Lennar, no Leonard. I think that's all I have for today after hours. Does anybody want GWH? So the rest of them, I don't have previews. You guys want GWH 80? I think all of these are like penny stocks after work. Vroom. You made my heart, guys. Vroom. Which one is this? Is this the fucking VinFast? I think my girlfriend asked me about VinFast the other. She said, "What the hell is a VinFast?" And I had to explain it's not a car. And then she's like, "But they have a shop at the mall." I'm like, "Don't make it real." But then she's like, "But they have a shop." I'm like, "Still, it's just not." Is this VinFast? What's Vroom? Or is this the... Oh, no. This is like a Carvana. Isn't it? Don't they like buy cars and sell them? Well, they have weeklies. They're not pricing in anything according to the option chain. Wait, what is this? Are these not, like, what kind of options am I dealing with? It's the OG? What do you mean? Did they use the Vroom before Carvana? Do they not have options? Because my thing doesn't load. I just see adjusted non-standard options. So, yeah, like low-key, we can't even price this. And did they just split today? I have no idea what's... Okay, so yeah. I can't help you with this one, Habibi. I'm sorry. Not for... I have no idea. Anyway, I tried. I did. I make the effort, effortation, but not there. All right. GRWG, I think that's a penny. I think all these are penny stocks. Anika, QNRX, EGY, FTCI. Anybody? You can't just throw in a company that reports and then put Joe Biden afterwards and assume that was going to... You have a question about any earnings for today after the bell? I have some for them. We got a couple more for the earning. We're almost done. Okay, we are almost there. You'll make it. Don't worry. Joe, if Joey could do it, you could do it. You could do it. Thank you. I appreciate you. You'll make it to the end of earnings. Habibi, very good, Habibi. Shukran. All right, nothing, no, there's nothing after the bell. Nobody has any. You guys were asking me about Sentinel 1 yesterday. So that's today. We did that. No place. You're listening. Stay in the game. Am I from Palestine? You're Palestinian? That's good. I'm not from Palestine. I'm Middle Eastern, but I'm from Egypt. We're neighbors. We're next door neighbors. I feel like that's a very political question nowadays. I'm glad you said you're Palestine. Otherwise, I was like, are white people going to just start asking us now? They're like, oh, so are you from Palestine? So you're from the Middle East? Is that where you're from? I'm like, no, we're not all from the same place. Oh, that's good. I've never been to Egypt, no. But I've still never gotten, I have no more earnings. I've never gotten an answer to that question. I'm telling you, we have very bad ADD. We stay focused, though, for a couple minutes at a time. And then from Masri. Masrayan. All right. We good? We good. God bless you. All right. To the morning now. Good morning. Wake up, Chattadonia. The day's almost over, but you have earnings for the morning. Dollar General. I have a preview for this one. So this is the one we talked about being a sympathy if you wanted to go and play it. So, or a Dollar Tree last night. So that one's an interesting one. I don't know. I haven't looked at the options. We could check. I guess we'll check when we price it in. But they're expecting comps loss of 1%. Revenue of $9.77 billion, gross margin 29.9%, SG&A 24%, operating margin 5.9%, EPS $1.73. Quarter one expecting comps of 0.3% gain, revenue $9.71 billion, gross margin 30.9%, SG&A 24.3%, operating margin 6.5%, and EPS of $1.88. Since last quarter, October 12th, Dollar General is up 56.5, S&P is up 17.7, XLP is up 14.1. Near-term options imply 8.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 9, loss of 12, loss of 20. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. Young Dollar General. You know, there's a chat out there who thought this was Dolce & Gabbana. It's not. It's Dollar General. Welcome to Wall Street, buddy. Dollar General. So DG. Going on your tape of CD. 8% move. And that's after moving 2.7 today. Decent amount. So 155. So it's like 6 plus 7, 1380, 1373, 1330. We'll go with 1375. Seems about right. Where's my calculation? $8.7, 8.8, not bad. So they moved big in the couple of earnings while all of the other dollar stores were going through their little recovery phases. So not bad. But yeah. 8.8. So double that. So one market maker, one way is expecting 1375. The ghetto standard deviation, that leaves us with 2750. $27.50. It leaves us with 184.14. Habibi, not bad. 84, 72 cents for a $200 stock. And then have they broken out yet? Or no, they got a long way to go, huh? Yeah, that's about right if they do good. What happened to Dollar Tree? I think Dollar Tree was it a high? Oh no, Dollar Tree they're closing the stores. Let me see. Performing strategy, facing challenges due to macro, management well run. Strong performance, fastest growing demographic is people earning over 125. EPS and revenue miss. Well, even more likely, though, that they'll run if they do good. So that one's tough. But the contract's not bad. So literally 70 cents. And then I don't know if they've moved. Well, they obviously probably died because of the bad Dollar Tree. But 70 cents for it's a $200 stock. So that's for the upside. 2 standard deviations. 27.5. 128.86 for Dollar General. 47 cents, Habibi. This one not so bad. 3M again on the high. So you still got to spend like $100, a little bit more. But I think it's decent. Again, Dollar Tree moved, but then the Dollar Tree options only moved like 100%, 200%. It really depended. The pundund. So yeah, that's on you. But then again, 128. I mean, that'd be equivalent. Maybe we'll come back to that. I haven't made a play yesterday either, so. But then again, I don't really regret not playing anything, so we'll see. But that's Dollar General. Dollar General. Good. Any questions on Dollar General? Oh, did I not have that? Why don't I have that? How come this guy very, very popular in America? I don't have the preview? No way. The Dick Sporting Good. Very popular. Are you checking Adobe? We'll talk about it. But I don't plan on it. But then, I mean, I don't know. I'm open to negotiation. Well, I have the preview. I don't know why I don't have this here. Well, the next one for tomorrow morning is Dick's Sporting Goods. And then Vroom is taking off. Now, we just did that, or we just looked at what it was. It wasn't pricing in anything. I think they split or whatever, but that thing's going nuts there. Again, they report after the bell. But Dick's Sporting Goods, they're expecting Q4 comps of gain of 0.8%, revenue $3.79 billion, gross margin 34%, SG&A 23.6%, operating margin of 10%, and EPS of $3.36. First quarter guidance expected to be comps a gain of 1.2%, revenue of $2.9 billion, gross margin of 36.4%, SG&A of 24.5%, operating margin of 11.3%, and EPS of $3.05. Since last quarter, I don't even have the stock up. Since last quarter, Dick's is up 51.7, S&P is up 12.5, and XLY is up 7.0. Near-term options imply 9.1% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 24, loss of 1, and gain of 11. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. And believe it or not, are you ready for this one? Short interest is 11%. Wow. Yeah, we went over Sentinel 1. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? DKS. Not only are they up 50%, and they moved 20. I didn't know they moved 24% in their last 2 earnings. They are shorted by 11%. Wow. So, 187, 1750 seems about right. So again, 17 1750 divided by 180.30. Pricing at about 9.2. So market maker expect one way. One standard deviation expected to move $17.50. Ghetto, double that, $35. So that leaves us with 22.30. Is that correct? Yeah, 22.30. Damn. Still $1.35 on DKS. $35. 153.43 to the downside. 80 cents. Still expensive too. I don't know though. Didn't Foot Locker do bad? Retailers have been mad mixed. You know? Lately, I don't know. Did Nordstrom's do bad? I feel like every retailer, some good, some bad. It's been very hard. Oof. Those puts are kind of tempting. Just because this thing moves a lot. But then again, it is heavily shorted. But you have to pay for this one. It's not cheap, Habibi. You know? I don't know. 18% move. Last time they did drop, though, they've already had a 20% drop. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, they dropped 24. I don't have the preview screenshot. I really want the put, but I don't think it's a good idea. I feel like an 18% move is a lot. But then again, that put is like, what? We're talking 155s? I don't know, Habibi. SPY dump a little bit. We are at VWAP. Bonds even dumped too. I'm down on that play. I'm down $200 on that from earlier. And then oil's still holding up. Dicks. It's one of those at all time. They just move a lot. The calls are expensive, but I wonder what would happen if they did good. So again, that was that earnings. They dropped like 20% or something. And then they've recovered. But then Abercrombie came down. But a lot of these retailers that dropped, they didn't like die. So you need like death. I think Dick's could go. Maybe one standard deviation might be your friend in that scenario. Well, I'm going to punt. I'm a punter. I'm punting. I punt. Okay, the next one is Futu. So China stock. I don't have earnings preview on here, but I could price this in. They've been on the run lately. I feel like we've seen this thing run up, even with like JD earnings. They've been going nuts. Again, a lot of China names have woken up. Futu Holdings. So tomorrow morning, U.S. held secret talks with Iran over Red Sea attacks. That's hitting Financial Times. 64.60 right in the middle. 540. We'll go with 550. So 550 priced in for Futu. Just under 10%. Market maker expected move. And then double that up. That's like what, $11? So $75. Again, pricing close to 20. Damn, that's still $1. It's expensive. And then 53. 20 puts are not bad at all, actually. Yeah, I don't know. If you think one of these China names is going to do bad and you think that rally will get stopped, those will die. Bro, CCJ is getting murdered out of nowhere here. Again, I still don't have any headlines on uranium. But I think the puts on Futu are not a bad deal. It is kind of a lower price stock, but it was literally just at that price a couple days ago. And then those are like 20 cents. Disney. Yeah, no Futu play. Again, CCJ is getting murdered right now. Bro, uranium's getting clapped. Again, it was all just up last 2 days, too. It's been doing this little back and forth. Futu, I think the put would be $11.53 for like 20 cents. I'm not too opposed to that play. I don't think it's a bad China put. What's the other one? 3M. 3M at 130. SPY's coming down. I mean, we're right near the first set of lows from the morning. Yeah, bro. These are. I think I'm gonna grab the fucking put, dude. This one's it's not a bad deal. All right, I'm grabbing a Futu put. $35. I went a little closer than 2 standard deviations. I spent like $10 more. $35 total. I'm only going one way. I do think they have good upside, but I have all the other China upside. I just like, bro, it's just literally that shit was right there yesterday. So like 3 days ago, Futu was trading at this price. So like if their earnings is one of those earnings where like they're just like at the money, you know, and they just come back to where they were, like, I mean, they're like literally 55 is right here. So I'm down. I'm down. Did you get time? Only next week, yeah, but I didn't do the weekly again or the daily. Yeah, uranium prices just dropped by 8%. But like I don't know if there's what caused it. We are expecting like a uranium bill. There is some politics behind it that should be on the way. All right, well that's Futu. The next one is CSIQ Canadian Solar. Is this like a maple company? Or you guys... Oh, you guys want Canadian Solar? I don't have earnings. I could price it in for you. Again, I didn't have an earnings preview for Futu either. So CSIQ pricing in what, 190? 195? Go at 190. 190 priced in about 10%. What is that? 380? 380 would get you to 22, 20, 23, 60-ish. 15 cents. Not bad. Not bad. Like 16, 15 bucks. So if you're into that. 3M still going. Celsius rocketing. SPY coming down. Alrighty. Next one is Build-A-Bear. You guys, I don't have a Build-A-Bear preview. Is anybody playing Build-A-Bear? I've never built a bear in my life. That shit's expensive. I got time for that. But I do. This company's been around for a minute, bro. Low key, like Build-A-Bear. They've like kind of been thriving. Jean-Pierre, glad to see TikTok bill move forward. Amen. You used to go there. They're still up and running, man. They got earnings. So I don't have an earnings preview for Build-A-Bear. They don't have weekly. They have the weeklies, but like, yeah, that's it. Because of it's a big expiration. Abavious on the low. So they're expecting 358 Build-A-Bear. Give or take. I'm going 360, 370. We'll go with 360. 360 priced in. A little bit more than 10% is priced into Build-A-Bear. No shit. That's crazy, actually. $14% priced in for Build-A-Bear, so you'll need a 3%, 720. 25 plus 720 is like what? 32.20. 50 cents. $7 lower is like 17. 15 cents. Oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was just at 17. Kind of. No, that's 19. So it's up to you. I don't think no play on Build-A-Bear. We're not going to Build-A-Bear. No. GII. I actually have a preview on this one. I have no idea what they do. S&P Global Infrastructure. So I literally have a preview on this. I don't know what this is. Is this the right one? Is it GII or is it GLL? No, I think it's GII. I don't know. I have a preview on this. Bro, Celsius ripping. CCJ dying again. Yeah, bro. That's insane, actually. I'm like kind of blown away. I don't know if this GII, is this a company or is this an ETF? Like, oh, there's another I. Yeah, there it is. G3 Apparel. I'm an idiot. I was like, this makes no sense. Does anybody know what this company is? It looks like it's been around for a while. GIII. Sorry. Let's see. GII, firm products, outerwear, dresses, sportswear, swimwear, performance wear, handbags, footwear, small leather goods, wholesale. What the like what? Oh, there you go. They direct sales through DKNY, Karl Lagerfeld, Paris, as well as digitals for DKNY, Donna Karan, Karl Lagerfeld, GH Boss, Andrew Mark, and Wilson Leather. Anybody know these? I know DKNY. Yeah. That's who G3 is. Or GII. I think it's called G3 Apparel. So they're expecting $817 million in revenue, gross margin of 37.1, SG&A of 30.6, operating margin 6.0, EPS 68 cents. Revenue next quarter expected to be $614.7 million, gross margin 41.1%, SG&A 37.7%, operating margin 2.7%, EPS of 12 cents. Since last quarter, April 12th, they're down 0.5. S&P is up by 12. XLY is up by 5.5. Near-term options imply 12.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 24, gain of 28, and then loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. Short interest is 13%. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. They also own Margaritaville. I don't know how I feel about this one. This one seems suspicious. I feel like I don't know why this brand seems like they're not doing that bad, but then their last earnings, they've moved double than where they're at now. And then the other earnings, they do nothing, and then they're pricing in half of that. So 2 standard deviations, they've done it twice in the last year. Interesting. So G3 apparel looks like $4 priced in. Yeah, 12.8. 360. That says 4. Let's see which one's closer. Could be the spreads. This is 10% exactly. 11 or 4 divided by 13. Is there GXAI die? Damn, that was the one running earlier today. Yeah, Vroom is going in. Dude, ever since we did the preview and said that was the OG Carvana, the stock has doubled, I think. It was at 14, now it's at 21. Went up 50%. That thing is going absolutely insane. And then again, CCJ and uranium got smoked. Yeah, but Vroom is going nuts. Everyone heard OG Carvana, and then that's it. I don't know. I think they might have had a split or something today, but this thing is just going nuts now. Again, earnings are after the bell. And then 3M still climbing. So again, GII pricing in about $4. Kind of a lot. So $4 priced in one direction. That's what the market maker thinks. Ghetto standard deviation, that'll be 8, so 38. $40. Cheaper than a share if you think this stock will move 26%. And it has before. That's the crazy part. And then 22, $30 for the downside. Still a little more expensive. I don't know. This company makes me feel weird. I feel like it's a really weird name. And its performance and pricing and movement. I'm just going to skip this one. I'm going to skip GII. All right. The next one, Autolus. Autolus. Does anybody recall an Autolus? Autolus. Anybody out there with the Autolus? And my goodness, is it Power Hour? Bro, we only have 45 minutes left. All right, good thing we only have 2 more left. So I don't think we're going to get to do Adobe. That's tomorrow. I was thinking maybe we could go ahead, but no, I didn't know, bro. We're behind. Autolus, biotech, no. All right. The next one is Weibo. The final one, a China name. A China name at the bottom. Up like what? Almost 20% in the last like 5 days. Has made a crazy move alongside JD as well. They're still down a lot. I think Weibo looks just like JD. JD actually came up a lot better. So Weibo's kind of, I don't know. You might need a lot on this one. Weirdly enough, I have their earnings in dollars too. Usually it gives me these in Chinese yuan. But Weibo, they're expecting non-GAAP EPS of 51 cents a share. Net revenue $458.8 million, adjusted EBITDA $145.3 million, monthly active users 607 million, average daily 262 million. Price history since last close: Hong Kong down 22, in US since November 10th. They're down 18.9. S&P is up 16.9. XLK is up 17.9. Near-term options imply 11.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, gain of 3, loss of 5, and loss of 8. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Weibo. Bro, they're like kind of clobbered. I forgot what Weibo does. Are they streaming? Discovery of Chinese language content through advertising and marketing. Chinese Twitter. Oh, yeah. Weibo. Yeah. It's their, like, social media. That one's not. That one's just the riskiest one out of all of them. That's just playing China recovery, and if they do good. They've already moved up a ton. Weibo. I like that one. I'm not opposed to it. I might want to go 2 days without a play, though. Everything's still, like, just pricing in a ton. I don't know, we said what, 85 cents? 90 cents? So $1.80 priced in would be 2 standard deviation. 1080, like 1160. 15 cents. A little bit more than the price of one share. SMCI and NVIDIA, whoa, really running kinda. SPY bouncing there above VWAP. Marvel ain't getting no love on that. ARM is running earlier. They're still up 132. But again, NVIDIA and SMCI candles at the high right now. All treason. Airbnb came down. But yeah, I think that's it. Weibo, I might come back to it. Let me go to the bathroom and decide. But for now, I think that is all of our earnings plays, ladies and gentlemen. I think that is all of our earnings plays.
States. That's huge. That's huge when you think about how disproportionately the communities that are affected by these types of infrastructure, projects that go. They predominantly affect Black and
I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
This is something
no plays for earnings, but we went over the preview. Or no, wait, didn't we do one? We did one. I made Futu.
I'm going to answer your question, but I just want to.
I'm sorry. I apologize. We made Futu.
Going to be careful.
I Futu'd it up. Futu.
Here's what I will say.
Fumi Futu.
Backwards here. In 2022, we were told that there was going to be a red wave, and it was policies that helped us be successl, and there wasn't a red wave, right? In 2023, we saw the same. Just about a month and a half ago or so, we saw New York 3. It's a special election, the congressional election. We turned that from a red district into a blue district. Why? Because of the president's policies and what he believes, and he believes the majority of Americans care about, right? Whether it's fighting for our democracy, whether it's women's health care, fighting for reproductive rights, whether it's making sure that we're working to get a bipartisan deal on the border, which is part of what New York 3 was all about, right? That bipartisan deal coming out of the Senate, and making sure that the president showed leadership and actually met where majority of Americans are. So that's kind of how we see things, right? It's like people say, hey, this is how it's going to turn out, and then look, the president's policy continue to be popular, and Democrats have done well in the past couple of years. So I'll just leave.
That's this question about meeting with Muslim and Arab groups in Michigan to the campaign, but what the people in Michigan have said very loudly to the campaign is, we don't want to talk to the campaign, we want to talk to the policy people. So the White House sent in policy people.
I'm about to say we did. Thank you for saying that.
The policy maker in chief. Does he have any plans to meet with the community there while he's already in the state? And engage. He said a couple times now, let them speak when pro-Palestinian disruptions have occurred at events.
I was trying to figure out when the question was going to end. I'm sorry. So a couple of things. To meet with leaders in the Muslim American community, Arab American community, Palestinian American community, obviously, and had a very good back and forth engagement too long ago. I think it is important about the president sending his White House officials, right, senior advisors, senior aides, to go into the communities to hear directly from them. They have had multiple conversations, multiple meetings, and we are engaging, and that is important as well. I don't have a meeting for the president's going to have with leaders of the community, and another meeting, obviously, because he's already had one with leaders of the community. But I will say it is important. I think it is incredibly important that White House leadership, White House senior aides have been sent out there to meet with leaders of those communities to hear. Listen to their pain. We understand that this is an incredibly painful time for people, and as you just stated, when there are disruptions or protests, the president always says, "Let them speak," and we're very clear. We think it's important for people to peacefully protest and make sure that their voices are heard. That's why the president has sent White House directly.
What about
from
members of the Black community? I mean, tomorrow we're going to Serena Williams and Stevie Wonder's hometown. With any prominent members of those
I will leave that to the campaign to speak to.
And just one quick follow-up on NATO. It sounds like you said this defense spending, but would he specifically support the 3% threshold?
So,
was a proposal.
So we certainly do not have any plans for changes to the defense investment. What I was trying to say is we have seen an increase of countries, and then obviously in NATO, obligation of that 2%, and we think that's a good thing, especially if you look at, the increase since 2014.
On the 3.3 billion in investments, can you give us a timeline? How long will it take for those communities to really see the effect of those policies? Are we talking months, years?
I mean, honestly, community, right? How quickly it gets started, and it's going to be a process. But I think what's important here is that this is incredibly important to reconnect communities, right? Communities that have been divided by industry. Because what happened, because of projects that were put in place decades ago, and it's important. And it's disproportionately affected Black communities. It's disproportionately affected low-income communities, communities of color. And let's not forget, it takes away when you do that. It takes away healthcare, right? Hospitals. It takes away jobs. It takes away, That's what happens, and it creates an unfortunate scenario for communities. Now, by doing this, by this $3.3 billion in 40 states, it's going to help reconnect those communities so that they can have, so that their kids can feel safe, right? So that their kids can have access to schools and hospitals. And so I think it's an important project. Obviously, you'll hear more from the president later today. As far as timeline, it's going to be different for each community, so I can't speak to cities and states and how quickly they're going to move on.
Just to clarify, you said the president has met recently with the Arab and Muslim groups. My understanding is that the one meeting that he had took place in November. That is not recently. Has there been a subsequent meeting? I'm sorry.
I mean, that's everybody sees the point that I'm trying to make, whether it was in November or in December or in January. The point is the president did have a meeting with leaders of the different communities, the Muslim American, Arab American, and Palestinian Americans. That did engage with them. It is important to note, I really want to reiterate this, it's important to note White House officials at the highest level of the White House had long, extensive engagement with these communities, hear them out, to listen to them. And I think that's important when the president does that, right? I think, as you all know, we speak for the president of the United States as me as a White House press secretary, and obviously as someone who are a senior advisor or senior aide for the president. So that representation is important. And guess what? The prayers was being said from these meetings, so that's incredibly important.
Great. To follow up on that, that meeting was for voters during their opinions. Shouldn't he meeting with them? This group is not getting a meeting with him specifically.
Met with this group? What do you mean this group not getting a meeting with him? He has met with the group.
Changed. I mean, the president's own words have changed. He's using the word now.
Using that word ceasefire to be very clear since November. Let's be very clear about that. So just language. Wait, hold on a second. It does not change the fact that his White House officials, senior aides, have had multiple engagement with those communities. That matters. And the president has met with leaders of those communities. So to say that he hasn't, he actually has.
As regularly. When he met with them, 30,000 people had not been.
Let's not add that as regularly. He has done it, and his White House official aide have been doing it on his behest because the president wants to make sure his policy is to make sure the top level of the White House hear directly from the community. That matters, and I don't want that to be discounted.
In this interview this weekend, the president was asked about red lines, and he said, well, another 30,000 people should be killed, which seems to imply that would be acceptable short of the,
No, I disagree. That look, that phase, the National Security Advisory went back
I'll
and
end
forth
it in
with
a
some of your
second.
colleagues.
The audio, they are
about
lagging,
that,
but you're
so I
getting
would
a
certainly
fat
refer you,
dump right now.
To that, to
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
said yesterday. All right.
I'm seeing U.S. engaged in confidential discussions with Iran, seeking intervention to curb Yemen's attacks on Houthis,
say
according
this,
to sources. Bro, why are we dumb? Bro, that's
I have
huge.
not spoken to the president about Kate Middleton.
I see
will say
secret
this,
talks between Iran and the U.S., but I don't see anything else. But you are dumping out of nowhere. Now the spy's looking like uranium did. That's big out of nowhere. I'm not getting any headlines for now, but I'm checking. I'd be on watch. Oh, there you go. And the press briefing just ended. Good timing. I have no idea. Literally, you are down 1.5 points in 2 minutes. I have no, again, all I have is U.S. engaged in confidential discussions with Iran. That's literally the only thing. Biden, no, that's earlier. Those Iran things are a couple minutes ago, too. That is not even new. I don't think PPI fear, like we said, 0.7 was priced in. We'll see how the market moves, you know. At the time, I think the market was almost break even or was slightly down. PPI leaked. There's some Blinken comments. I don't know. Check if oil, gold, or anything else. Bonds didn't flinch on that. And then gold even went down. And then I don't think oil even went up. So nothing moved, honestly, like, unfortunately. Hate to break it to you. I think this is just equity land, man. No, yeah, it's still going, but nothing is moving. There you go. Bonds getting a little vertical. If those bonds are something needs to snap more than just equities. That's a big move, but dollars up. Everything looks, nothing's like insane. They just wanted to say hi. Hi. Raul just wanted to show you signs of life. Let you know he's still there. And don't forget about me. Hey, guys. Oh, I'm still here. Don't forget. Oh. I don't have any news. There's no headlines on that. Again, like I'm saying, bonds, dollar. Bonds are moving a little bit, but nothing else really flinched on that. But for the most part, you have that. And then WW, I forgot we're in that. We need to get out of those. Those Weight Watchers, they're down. Apparently, they're in debt talks. So they're not looking good. Remember, you have the Oprah thing coming at the end of this week, too, or 18th. But Monday. Nikki T 5 minutes ago. What did he say? That could be the only thing I could think of. Volume is low today. Nick Timmerhouse, Fed wage growth tracker, 5% unchanged. Shows the gap between job changers and stayers continues to narrow. Possible sign things are less tight. Job changers saw growth of 5.3 versus 5.6. Stayers are 4.7. That's good, though. He's saying the labor market's tightening. So you're coming back up here a little bit. We'll see what happens, but I don't think there was anything. S&P dips 0.4, reaching session low. No news. No driver behind that. That was big. That was 1.5 points in a minute or two, and then literally you recouped half of that. Good morning. 30 minutes. Well, welcome to Power Hour, I guess. Here's 30-minute ramp capital, but yeah, you know, the day is almost done. We already went over the earnings previews. You got all that, but my goodness. Where's the yen? Again, you had some of those rumors the other day. The yen came back down. I dropped with the bonds. I think I'm down like 180 on my bond play from earlier. What was I playing? That was the press briefing of the day. They were on the plane. The gaggle. Still only 60% of average daily range on SPY. And volume, we're coming back down. I think volume's decent. 38 million. We are a little bit lower today. I mean, there is going to be some data tomorrow. All right. The red is getting bigger. Watch if anything else moves. Like I'm saying, gold, oil, dollar, bonds, anything else to go with it. But right now it seems like this is just an equity land. Even like Bitcoin even. Bitcoin dropped. Maybe that's your culprit. Something. Dollar was just creeping up a little bit. Back still negative on the day. That'd be wicked if it found a way to close green. Prince Ali, 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 dollar. Strong as 10 regular yen, equal as the. It could buy all of the finances. It could get you all of your goods. You could balance all of your trade and have surplus at the end of the day. Prince Ali, 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 dollar. Strong as 10 regular yen, equal. That's a good one, bro. I like it. I like it. That's fire. That's fire. That's fire. I already pictured the elephants. I'm not going to lie. I stomped like an elephant. I stopped like an elephant. Aliyah, strongest 10 regular yen. That was TJ, bro. I like that one. That was fully Chad inspired. So we're singing that at 5,200. Oh man, well, market's back up. This is what the market. I think we're going crazy. There's Weight Watchers new low. I don't know. I kind of want to hold it, but I'm thinking bite the bullet. I'm down 1,600 from that earnings play. Yeah, I think 1,500 might be my cap. I thought there'd be a little bit of a squeeze, but I'm a P word. I'm out, yo. So I took the loss, 1,600, but I was only down like $300 on that the other day. Oh, of course. I just fat fingered into the low. I literally bottom ticked it in the worst way possible. Well, I'm out of Weight Watchers. That was a $1,600 loss. The strongest 10 regular yen. It's good, bro. It's a good one. I hope that wasn't a bottom. It's already up $10. It might have been a bottom tick, bro. It's literally, I don't know. They just needed me to pee out. Okay, now it's up 20 cents. What the fuck? I literally bottom ticked that. They needed me. They needed me at the end. Bro. because Oprah. No, they're talking debt. I mean, the debt talks are just, it's hit or miss. They bring up talking debt, the stock's either going to drop another 50% or it's going to run up 100%. That's my only problem. But that was just the earnings play. It was a small loss the other day. Just let that one get out of hand. ADM Chicle. Oh, that sucks. I had that one for the call yesterday. Oh, ADM's getting clapped. And then Trian is making comments about Disney right now. So we got a couple of things. I just got out of Weight Watchers. They just bottom ticked and then popped up. You have ADM getting a Chicle. And then Trian. They say Disney. There's a lot of headlines. Comments on Walt Disney. Disingenuous and hyperbolic rhetoric. Calls upon Disney shareholders to support changes by electing Nelson Peltz and Jay Rizzullo. Disney is attempting to sidestep long-standing performance issues at company. They oppose re-election of 2 of Disney's incumbent directors. Trian loves that Walt Disney and believes it has unparalleled assets and opportunities and every reason to grow and prosper. Given Disney's many competitive advantage, Trian is convinced Disney can outperform for shareholder value. Probe is examining whether ADM improperly accounted for hedges in its ethanol trading unit. So is it there might be another issue? Because I don't think their problem was in their ethanol unit. I think their problem was in food. So maybe another issue is exposed to ADM. And then Trian says we do not oppose Bob Iger, nor his discontinued service. Yeah, Justice Department is probing accounting of ADM's ethanol. Pro is examining whether ADM accounted for hedges in ethanol trading unit. Bonds are still working their way up. And again, SPY's down a quarter. Dow's only up 0.07. Russell kind of came down a little bit. Again, ADM, new update there. So that might kill the call on the earnings, though, if that turns negative. They did have that subpoena news, and they were able to brush it off, so we'll see. But if they have another unit exposed, that could end up being negative or further negative. And then we only got 20 minutes. 20 minutes and 30 seconds to be exact. Yeah, and then Disney, the Trian comments didn't move anything. Coin dropped. They were green earlier. DraftKings, they're about to go red. Amazon's in the green still. Google came down a little bit, but still in the green. Nvidia's red. I think SMCI, they're holding up green. They did good. AMD came down 4. And then Marvel. That one hit another low. So 67 flat. That's the next level. I got out of eBay and Kroger. eBay actually kept going. Pfizer gave it all up. It gave up the intraday. It's still gapped up, though. It's still up 1%. And then MO, they're holding up for the most part. I think there's one more. Abivi ended up selling off. And then Airbnb came down. I don't think a lot of chip makers are down today. Intel's down 4 as well, too. Nvidia's down, 1.4? Nvidia was down 3. Marvel's down 4. Marvel's down 5.3. So I don't think it's just them. Qualcomm down 2.2. And then Intel, I thought Intel would get killed. Intel had bad news. They lost a little bit of that grant money. Futu, I just grabbed the put. I just because they're pricing in a decent amount, but it was literally like just at those prices. So, and then they're pricing in line. Then China, China rally sputters, that could benefit. But otherwise, I'm quite bullish on the China names. Fortinet on the low. NVIDIA is still holding up quite well. Pfizer's an annoying stock. It's very streaky to the upside and then the downside, and then it just hits walls and then stops. But then again, it's been in a very constant downtrend for like 2 years. It's been like a non-stop, I think almost 3 years practically. So it's had a lot of trouble. Then SPY's working its way up. Again, about like 10, 15 minutes ago, we had that drop out of nowhere. Literally nothing else really reacted with it. We're working our way back up there. You have about 18 minutes left. That was like 12 minutes ago. That was like right before 3:30. And Q down 0.5. Yeah, Dow's holding up. Dow was up a lot more, though, early on. Same thing with the Russell, but Russell got a little bit of a boost right there. It's priced in. Actually, we should do our pricing in right now. So I did this earlier in the day. I don't know. When we did this, I think the market was down by like maybe 0.2. I think we're at the same spot. No, we were like break even then. We were maybe down 0.02. So from where we're at now, though, coming into tomorrow, 516. What was that? 280. 275? No, 285. 385. Wait, what? No, 2. Yeah, 285. These are higher. It's showing 317. Interesting. So that's spread between what I'm pricing in and on there went up. Let's call it $3 for safety. $3 divided by 516. Pricing in 0.58. Chatadonia. Do you know what that means? So you are now pricing in a little less than we were in the morning. So for tomorrow's PPI, it's looking about 0.6. Depending on how things, a little bit could be lower, but we'll round up 0.6. It was 0.7 earlier. So I guess we probably moved another 0.1%. Scammers. What happened? Long term is doing so great today, and then it just all faded. 3M, though, that was impressive. I'll take it. 15 minutes remaining. MO's still up. Bro, 3M, 103.75. I didn't think you'd have like this much bullishness off the CEO. That's like 2 very good days. And now it's already gotten back to their last level in December. So they're already back to their Fed level. $5 off of earnings. Almost green on 3M, I know. Well, that one we were just green before the earnings. So that one's gone back and forth a couple of times. He's been a rascal. As some would say, a real rascal. Well, that Rahul just wanted you to know he was there. We're coming back down. But let it balance out. Let it balance out. All right. Not bad, Chattadonia. Not bad. Not bad. Oil held up during all of that. So did gold. Bonds came down a little bit, but holding ever since the bond auction. I'm down a little bit from that top they had there. And then they're down over the last 2 days. Yen came down. Yen wanted to go green for a little. Oil's still up again. Didn't break 80, though. Weight Watchers hires Gibson Dunn to prep for debt talks. Oh, yeah, we're out of that. 3M CEO change. Yeah, that's the only thing. So, like, literally, I mean, they did give the updates on the spinoff, but the stock didn't move, and then that's it. Now, after that new CEO, because that was the CEO who was in charge for the last, like, 6 years. So, same thing happened with Walgreens. It eventually faded, but, like, to put it into context, like what? So, yeah, literally, this whole guy, the guy was in charge from, like, here to here, I think. So, that's a reason to be optimistic. That's why they're like, all right, let's do it. Everyone's like, I'll buy it. Because, again, they were trying to recover a little bit, then that earnings wasn't good, but, yeah. But I just got scammed on that Weight Watchers. At least for like an extra $300. That's insane. No mother. Sound huge green. Oh, goodbye 3M. Yeah, Sound's making it. Sound 850. It's up 23% today. And then SPY's back at VWAP. Bonds are holding for a little bit. Apple's not moving at all. That's crazy, though. Down by 0.9. And then Tessie, was it 169 or is it 159? What's the level? A little Chicle on the SPY again. No, I think it's 159, 158. Still a little bit, but that's not good. They're closing in pretty weak. The market's shaking out. Well, things heat up starting tomorrow. Once again, today was the chill out day. That end of this little move here just kind of makes it look a little dramatic, but I mean nothing has happened. We'll find out. Market on close, 75 million to the sell side. Why does that seem small? Such a very small day. What is this, Habibi? No, I think today, very small. 43 million, 9 minutes. That's 10-minute rigged right there. So these candles, again, 10-minute rigged. But again, oddly enough, we're pricing in less of a move for tomorrow's PPI. So keep that in mind. We were just, again, pricing in 0.7 at the morning. Now you're pricing in 0.6. It's a little bit more than half of what we were pricing in yesterday. Did you guys all like team up to do cute names on PPI? He was like PP High, and then the next guy was like PPI. PP Higher we go. You guys planned that? Do you guys have matching shoelaces? No? Okay. I don't know. Some people do. Some people want it all, but I just want rate cuts in the fall. 'Cause everything means nothing without rate cut. Some people bought diamond rings, but I just bought GME. So I just everything means nothing. All right. I'm sorry. End of the day, man. End of the day. $3M104 is doing it, man. We'll give it to him. We'll give it to him. No earnings. Futu's the only one. I thought I didn't make an earnings play, but Futu. I even went a little bit more expensive, but I spent $35. Other than that, no earnings for me, buddy. No earnings for me. Wednesday tribute, full effect. We had a lot of good remixes today. I hope you enjoyed it, man. I hope you enjoyed it. Toast to the OGs. Toast to the originals. I have Ohio real estate. It's not bad. I did learn that pipes freeze though. And like shit like that, that's crazy. That's been the most mind-blowing experience for me. Other than that, I have no problems with Ohio. Great place. Beautiful people. Beautiful people. And, you know, I applaud them for maintaining their pipes in the winter. That's some shit people never think about, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't never really thought about that. Take that for granted. We are spoiled in California, huh? 100%. Yeah, bro, sound is breaking out. 3M at the end, at the close. Futu, a couple of other plays moving. I mean, Spy's holding up. Baba gave up a lot. Even Baidu, a lot of the China names, even some of the names that ran in value, they just came back, held their gap up, came back to where they opened up at. And then select big tech is kind of leading the way here, but not too bad. Good setup for tomorrow's data. You didn't give back all of the gains. Kind of calmed down, but still holding. So, not too bad, Chattadonia. Not too bad. But now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I love you. I appreciate you. You guys have been a great audience here so far, and I want you to end your day great. I've been telling you, I hope you have a great day. All day, baby. It's a blessing, man. I'm giving you blessings. So, here's the deal. I want your day to end on a good note, and when we end our days here, it gets really loud. So we have the new guy. He comes on. He closes us out for the day, and it gets extremely loud. And some people have reported that the loud noises, it ruins their day, and it doesn't help them have a good day. And on more extreme notes, they've reported other health ailments and issues. So I just want you to be safe. I don't want your ears to bleed. I don't want you to find blood when you stand up or anything weird, you know what I'm saying? I don't want you to not be able to go to bed. I don't want you to have weird, violent flashbacks or anything. Like, you know what I'm like? Again, the reports are amazing because it's like, wow, you would be surprised what loud noises could really do to you. That's what I've learned. So that's why when I say earmuffs, that is your warning and our safe word for you to, mute those speakers and protect yourself, okay? That sound good? Sound good? Sounds good. All right. This is by far the worst part of this channel. Not sure why he does this every day. Time to mute. See, and I love that because that's like a real life review. You know, while we're doing, that's exactly why I'm telling you earmuffs. You see that? So earmuffs, okay? Look at that. That's like a real life testimonial in real time. I didn't even pay him to do that. I didn't even pay him to do that. That's exactly why I give earmuffs. Earmuffs. It's time. Earmuffs. It's getting loud. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. Okay, it's time. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 70 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day unless you don't like loud noises. But you got a warning and the market went down even though it's up and didn't really do much and really ignored all the data. What good is the data if the data doesn't even matter in the market? It's a bunch of crackheads anyways. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have. And now you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You have less than 15 seconds remaining. Finalize the plays. The data comes out before the bell. You got retail sales too. Then more data on Friday. Then Powell next week. Market holding up. A little bit of earnings, but you have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go. Drop that GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated brought something to the table. Said something in the chat. Even the lurkers, I don't care. I need a GG right now. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. You got to drop that GG. And listen, without a GG, you're more likely to get banned. I don't think I banned anybody. I threatened the 19-year-old because that's how you have to deal with 19-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have kids, so I don't know why I be talking like a boomer or some shit. But like, good game, but just drop that GG. It's for your good health. It's for good sportsmanship. Let's go, baby. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You threw in a dono. You gifted a membership. You just showed love. You are positive. You dropped some good questions, baby. Good game. Way to hold it down. GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. God bless you, bro. Good game. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Good game. Good game. GG. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Huh. Oh, I could do. Did we listen? I don't think we heard this today. I could listen to it. But that's it, Chad. I gotta get going. I've been ditching y'all like right away. I know. I've been a little busy. It's good. It's been busy. I've been blessed to be blessed. Been blessed to be a little busy, but I gotta get going, Chad. I'll let y'all let Uncle run a little bit, but thank you for being here. I love you. God bless you. Let's go.
It like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the people, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's deeded. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a coat.
It's a coat, baby. Don't wear yourself out, baby. Let's go. Leonard! We did Lennar earnings today, and I kept calling it Leonard. And there's Leonard dropping his GG. God bless you, Leonard. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you got Cole Real Estate today, baby. They back. You know they gonna have something good. They all just came back from Mexico. That's why they didn't have one last week. So YouTube.com, I think / Cole Real Estate. I don't know if the URL changed. TTF Real Estate. Call it what you want, but either way, if you call me asking about some real estate tomorrow, I'm gonna be like, where was you at? Where the f you been? No? Okay. Anyways, Chattadonia, I love you. I do have to get going. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for being here, for real. Thank you for your time. Thank you for giving me your time and giving me an opportunity. I hope you got some value out of the day. I hope you learned something. I hope you smiled. I hope you got news. Hope you got an idea. I hope you got to have fun talking with somebody in the chat. Hey, hope you anyway smile. Oh, a good smile. I hope you didn't get too politically involved. Don't worry, man. We got a whole election to get through together. But honestly, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for being here. All the ones who've been holding it down for the years, the lurkers, the members. It don't matter, man, for real. It's in your heart and it's in your long term. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. You know what I'm saying, bro? Amen. Amen. I lost you 2.3. Don't worry, man. We'll get it back. We'll get it back. We'll get it back. It's okay. Get that long term, though. The long term. Oh, there's Sentinel-1 and UiPath. Oh, hi. Hi. Both of them. Hi. Hello. UiPath already up 9 or 7. Oh, my goodness. Well, you guys might have to let your imaginations wander here. Well, I don't know. Again, those were pricing in a lot, but Chattadonia, thank you for being here. God bless you. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a good one. Check out the links in the description. Okay, I'll see you on the watch list tonight. Be an explorer. The description, it's there. I don't know if I'll see. We'll see, man. We'll see. We'll see, man. You're up hella fat since joining, though. Can't thank you enough. All right, man. This is a fucking emotional roller coaster. So you know what I'm saying? So just a little calm. Just get the long term, and then woosah. We'll be good, man. We'll be good. There's lots of ups, lots of downs, lots of smiles, lots of fire. You know what I'm saying? But Chattadonia, I love you. Enjoy your day. I will see you on the watch list. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. While we ain't tire ourselves out. While we're with the pursuit of wealth. But we still gonna pursue it, baby. We gonna pursue it. And mix in a little bit of the reality, baby. And find a little bit of contentment, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad, I apologize for having to depart so early, but I will see thee in the morrow. Enjoy thy weekend, or thy weekday, for thy week is not ended. And I will see you. Finger to the sky. Pareto, Marcus, tell... Amen. But have a good one, Chad. I'll see y'all tonight. Peace out. Yeah, what about me? Fucking, hey. What about me? Come on. I saw you were demanding me in the chat today. You know why? Because we got an election coming up. And that's what I'd like to see. So holler at your boy. Stop fucking around. Vote for me. You better put me in on your primary colors are red, green, and blue. I think. I don't know, but fucking Jen Psaki will walk it back. It's not even Jen anymore. Fuck it. Whoever Tesla. Yeah, fuck Elon. Elon's dying after hours. You know why? Because fucking Mario Barr is an innovator. Anyway, you have a good day. I'll see you later. Fuck you. What? What did you say to me? I didn't say that. You said that. You said fuck you. I said, what'd you say to me? I'm not going to stand for that. I'm going to fight for all the people who vote for me. And we're going to fucking lower taxes. I couldn't do it this last 4 years because you need to vote for the next 4 years. Fuck you. Well, vote. Now. Hurry. Now. Quickly. What you waiting for? There's nothing you got to wait and fucking see. See you later. Fuck you. Exactly. I don't want to get in the middle of this. This guy's talking to himself. This man has Peter Pan on one side and then another Peter Pan who's related to a demon in the new remake or something. I'm not getting involved in these Disney shenanigans. And then now apparently Peter Pan got pregnant. I don't know how that one ended up happening, but I reclaimed my time and I yelled back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. I'll see you tomorrow for the PPI. Apparently that means something else. Now I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.